PMNC Fall Madness, right? It ended yesterday. Yesterday was the last day of the grand finals for the PMNC 2025 Fall South Asia. So it was Nepex and Bloods official taking home the money, the pride, and the 2 slots in the PMSL. So it was a close fight, not gonna lie, between 4 teams. Probably this is a sign, by the way, that there are a lot of rising teams in South Asia. So for today's matches, we're gonna kick things off in Erangel. And then it's going to be an alteration, actually, between 2 maps over here, Erangel and Miramar. So that is how it's going to go down.
Yeah, what I really like about this iteration is that you got so many new names coming from the PNMCs. And we kind of want to test them a little bit when we actually move into some of these matches. So we start things easy where everybody knows it all too well. So it's going to be Erangel for our first match.
Oh man, some of my expectations involves checking what kind of mood we are getting from the teams. Are they gonna play in a secret roster or maybe a secret lineup? But I'm hoping to see a lot of clutches though. Those ridiculous 1v3s and 1v4 wipeouts, erratic circles, and just plainly pure guts. Coming from the teams.
Yeah, me too. Like looking at this current situation, I would say that everybody should just go all out from the get-go and look at the start of Erangel. I don't know who exactly to pick because, as always in RIS, there's just so many great teams. I know you're usually going for the Purple Hearts. Are you going to go for that right now?
Yeah, of course I'm going to go with my Purple Hearts for my first game. I always go with the Purple Hearts. So let's lock in Hora Esports.
Okay, last season, I think the Cellcom DJ Alliance looked super dominant during, the playoffs. And then in the grand finals, that's where things get a little bit more rowdy. I think Cellcom DJ Alliance is going to do pretty much the same to secure the grand finals.
Probably. Again, this is the start
DD
of the
Alliance.
playoffs. Did you get it? There you go, Cellcom DJ Alliance. Yeah, at the start of the season, we don't exactly have any data just yet. Just like what I mentioned a while ago, we don't even know who's going to be stepping up for day number 1, but we are hoping to see a lot of clutches, and those are the things that I really look forward to. I was going to say that, okay, D plus Kia and its Red Force, I thought they were going to play, for the tournament. I thought XZY could probably break his own record, but then they're not going to play. So we're going to stick it with this groups instead.
Well, I gotta say that even the world champions right now, yeah, YG is also not on board, but it's absolutely okay. We actually opened a lot more of these rooms to all these other PNMC teams, which is great because we get to see what they're actually capable of. And I do think that there are also returning veterans coming into some of the names out there. For a moment, I remember I saw a Malaysian team with a player named Boysil. I'm not sure if it's actually the Indonesian Boysil, because if that is actually a transfer from Indonesia to Malaysia, that's huge news on this PNMC team of Malaysia.
Hey, you're exactly right. Yeah, I do remember a Boysil. Perhaps. Probably we can ask some of the people down there in the comment section. Let us know if you know something, okay? We do love a great conversation about PUBG, so also make a lot of noise, for your favorite teams just to show support. And again, let us know down there which team you think is going to go big for the first game in Erangel.
I kind of miss this team song before we actually start all the brawl. Since it's been, a couple of weeks already, I'm glad to be back here with you, Queen. And this time, we're starting things off from the south side of Sanasco Military Base, headed over onto the north, which I would think it's pretty rather fair for many of all these teams out there, except for those who love to drop inside of South George or even North George, so they definitely need to extend it for a little tad bit. The Vampire Esports, they're wasting no time. They're moving directly to the island.
But I'm curious if Nepex and Tribe RMAC will be performing for today's matches. And again, I'm still on a high with what happened yesterday. So I'm really curious if the energy is going to be replicated back here. But anyway, yeah, flight path, it's a little bit onto the right side. It's northbound. And we can see APG taking in some position now inside the military base. We got another team dropping around Novo. We got most of the teams probably dropping around the middle part, but let's see who's going to be taking space around north side area of the map.
Yeah, true enough. And, perhaps you could feel us up on what really went on yesterday's PNNC. I'm pretty sure it was pretty high on what went down.
Oh, yeah. I mean, everybody was kind of expecting either DRS or maybe even Tribe RMAC getting the crown, or maybe both of them. But, after a whole tug of war since the playoffs and the grand finals on who gets to sit at the top spot, it was then Bloods officials and Nepex that took the crown of PMNC. So I just know that there are a lot of hearts broken right now for Tribe RMAC and DRS. But in the meantime, we're looking at the kill feed, and it looks like Rosemary took a hit someplace, and now he is about to go out of the game. So I guess he's the first player to be taken out by Sem9 Amaza.
Yeah, and look at the start coming in from what I do believe to be 4 tribes. They're starting with only 3 players, it seems. So it's definitely interesting on what they're setting up with. Amazal now to start things off pretty much cleanly, picking one off inside of prison, and will secure plenty of ground around the fields over on the eastern corner. And Sem9 still looking for a whole lot more with Todak members. Absolutely isolated. So this is Cleon, who's been playing in Malaysia for quite some time now. He's transferred from one of the teams to the DX, and that nade absolutely crucial coming from Cleon, but the jump shot will be just about enough for Satria to eventually put him to sleep.
That was nasty. Okay, Todak, what are you going to do? Are you going to go for that rebut? We can see that Satra is going in for that exchange. Unfortunately, he was using a shotgun, so that's a little bit long range, for anyone to receive any damage. Got 9, about to pick up a nade here, changes his mind, goes in for the spray, now goes in for another charge. We got 2 players knocked down on the side of Sem9. We can still see this trade-off happen inside this compound. 9 looking to flush them out, but let's see if they can actually succeed. Lion falls down hard, and it looks like Sem9 is about to pop out.
Wow, it was great retaliation coming in from the side of Thodak, and it really seemed like Sem9 was the one that started it all, and they will be the one that gets finished instead. This firepower coming in from Todak is absolutely lethal, but who's more lethal? For esports, they're bringing on the weakened side of Todak, and it's going to be a quick shot from Sky that nails Brentisi down on the ground, and it's once again coming with flank. Haidami will be able to secure each and every one of it. Only 2 members left. Kenny, can he hold strong? He's been joining the team over the offseason. Sky goes in to push, and now perfectly caught out by Kenny.
What an opening we are witnessing right now for the tournament. We got Haidami sealing the deal. 5 elimination points in the bag for Horror Esports, and they still have a chance to pick up their teammate. And now Sky definitely will recover, and Horror Esports will be playing towards the latter stages of this match.
It's just so explosive. We just got just non-stop action the moment that we started off the game. It started with the 2 Malaysian sides, and then after that, Horror just wasted no time. And just like that, they got themselves a total of 5 points to kick things off. Horror is off to a great start.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So I think they've had quite a very good breakfast, maybe even lunch. They're in the mood to get those numbers, which is, of course, a happy news, for all the fans out there or down there in the comment section. But anyway, okay, getting back into the action over here, we got Boom Esports getting inside the safe zone coming from the eastern side. They're pretty close with another team actually over to their left, but most of the teams like Hora and even Celcom DJ Alliance, even RQ are still outside of the zone. But it's going to be an interesting rotation for APG, because they will have to deal with the 4 Thrives, because they are on the other side of the bridge in the main peninsula. So that's going to be a fight there.
Yeah, we definitely will have to see if there's going to be those kind of altercations. Meanwhile, Team 52 this is a team that I'm intrigued about because I mentioned about Helton previously being a huge part of Cellcom DG Alliance, or should I say even the previous iteration when they were called Farang Legends. That's where they've been able to really rise to the top together as a team. Now he's going to be leading the charge, taking the hilltop over onto Mount Gatka. It's going to be pretty early, though. I mean, we've talked about this before. If you were to be on the top of that mountain, you're not going to get any from resources, so they have to play a little bit more conservative.
And it could be a three-way battle happen to maybe south of Jorgopol. I mean, Voin, they're also trying to come in, but behind them, that's going to be the boys of ASD as well. So there might be a lot of trade-offs that can happen around north side as well. But I'm really keeping my eyes on Alpha Gaming. They're about to get inside the circle as well. And I'm thinking maybe 4 Thrives is interested to do a little gatekeeping up against those boys. Cellcom DG Alliance is just rotating around Pochinki area, sticking to the edge of the circle here. They could possibly find themselves having a little bit of an exchange up against Alter Ego Eris. If Alter Ego Eris actually decides to go in for an early push.
It's still rather too early to really go full force onto any form of fight just yet. I believe all these teams are still hoping to get themselves a decent spot around those kind of fields of Gakta or even the wraparounds over on the south. So we'll have to see. Voin Donkey, the last time that we saw them back in RS, they look a little bit shaky as compared to their usual form. And hopefully they will be able to regain a little bit more of that momentum. And speaking of an Indonesian team that we all know and love, Boo Esports, we got Yummy in the house. He's always been the main man to pretty much frack anyone on the list and also leading a little bit more of the charge even if he is going to be put in a really difficult situation. While 4 Tribes, they got themselves a decent ground to work with, but there's a member of MVKE lurking around, and that's going to be Wunti. And I wonder if Naki's going to be noticing this.
Oh man, Gantay spotted Gakor as well from Voin Donkey. So I guess everyone's testing their limits already this early at stage 1. So we got Black 4 Thrives right now with a massive spray. Couldn't hit his target. I mean, understandably, because it's a moving one and also it's a kind of a long distance range as well. But if you can inflict damage, then maybe it's okay. But then you have to manage your resources. So I think enough spray for now, at least for 4 Thrives. But we got another circle shift over here, and Horror Esports will be passing through Rozok, that is for sure. But I guess they won't be having any engagements, you know, as early as perhaps the next stage. But we are hearing a lot of gunshots happen, and that's coming from Tribe RMAC versus Team Secret this time.
Ooh, that is going to be a little spicy. Is Team Secret, they've been able to hold a high ground as they pass right through that RMSC, having one member down, and 2K goes in for a double, and this could just be the entire team shredded out just by this man alone. And here comes Zeros, hoping to actually close whatever distance, and just like that, 3 points secured for Team Secret.
Oh man, it's not looking too good on the side of Tribe RMAC. Their players getting picked off one by one. Team Secret trying to reset. At the moment, we got GK getting picked up. There's still a chance for him to recover in this situation, but they got to do it fast, you know, because there are other teams lurking within the area as well and just waiting for that right opportunity to strike. Now, we talked about Tribe RMAC and how this is not their game just yet because 3 of their members already been taken out of the equation, so they're down to their last one. So we're just at stage 2 with 14 teams remaining. It is going to be difficult, you know, for Tribe RMAC to maybe even get past through a lot of squads in the game. But in the meantime, Cellcom DG Alliance going up against Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, I do think that there are certain opportunities for you to still sneak around since it's still stage 2, plenty of space opened up for the moment. As much as there is a lot of all these vast terrains for all these teams to play, rotating from this point onwards will be so difficult, which is why Cellcom DG Alliance, if they really got to move, they got to start fighting for a little bit more of that space because they got some noisy neighbors from right across, like you said early on. So it is definitely a little tough for all these teams to really consider going for some wide swings. But it's going to be Voin Donkey that continues to pepper onto Team Secret once they took down some couple of members of Tribe Aramacy earlier on. Boing Donkey having better protocols as compared to from the last time that we've actually seen them. So this is just by the cross-section between the containers of Georgia Pool as well as the intersection into Ruins. So Boing Donkey will play a pivotal role since this is a point where a lot of teams will be moving around.
Oh, for sure. 52 Esports right now is at the peak of the Gaka Mountain, so they do have the best vantage point so far. So I guess, Boing Donkey maybe gauging the situation, sizing up the competition, whether or not they're going to push to take that spot, from 52. But then again, Vikings also may be thinking the same thing, and even Fourth Thrives, So I just know that in just a few more stages, this is going to turn into a bloodbath.
Oh, yeah, it definitely would be. And I was pretty locked in on the map where over on the south side of Gakta, Cellcom DG Alliance is going on a 2-2 split, and that kind of holds a good 30% of the entry points over the south. So we'll have to see if anyone bypasses, especially for Vampire Esports, is taking a little slow rotation coming in from the south side. So that could be a big clash that happens there. Well, the rest of Horror Esports, they charge right through, and RRQ is just around the corner.
Well, Alter Ego Air has been getting some damage, and I believe there's one of them knocked down on the ground. Same thing goes for Horror Esports. Sky, again, needs to pick me up. But you know what? 6 elimination points in the bag right now for Horror Esports. So I guess this is a solid start. I mean, we are at stage 3 here, and they're about to have an altercation up against RQ. Now here comes Gunda, or Mafia Gunda rather, tries to go for that spray, but unfortunately he's been getting tagged as well. So he needed to step away, from that scene.
Yeah, great coverage coming from High Dami as well, just to quickly resuscitate to still be able to fend off some of these members of RQ. But RQ, the moment that they got that knock, they decided to take more of the control of the region. So that kind of makes it a little bit more difficult for Horror Esports to claim more grounds. But Homeboys, they're closing in up against Cellcom Digital Alliance, but they got the hovercraft. It's going to be A-okay so long as he just is driving on it. But Nikki, he's not going to be leaving him any form of space. He tries to push, but there's still shots coming from back.
All right, here we go. Now, Cellcom Digital Alliance making Homeboys feel that they're a force to be reckoned with. Oh, no, Nikki caught a nade. We got one more player down for Homeboys. I don't know what Tai Long's going to do in this situation. Is he still going to go for a push, or is it going to call it quits?
Well, for now, they go in for a quick reset. As Cellcom DG Alliance so far, as much as they were trying to hold a 2-2 split position, that kind of gave a lot more room for those teams to really punish. Now they're one member down. RQ, they hold over on a high ground. For Esports, still having a very difficult time to try to crack the case open because they're the ones getting kept right now. But Mafagunda, he has to form a push, and they got to do it right now. Perfect knock, and just like that, they just crash the gate and just send 2 members of RQ down.
Oh man, straight out of a movie scene. We got Mafia Gonda over here repping up Horror Esports, cooking up a nade here, trying to go up against RQ. He's been taking some damage from those nades as well, but Horror Esports is still alive and kicking and doing an impressive job, when it comes to the counter. The kill feed definitely continues to light up. Cellcom DG Alliance getting punished over to the south side of the circle over here, but Horror Esports not out in the moods just yet, but RQ seems to be winning the fight.
Yeah, great jump shot coming right through. And this is going to be a quick reset before they recommit once again. I was thinking, why is RQ holding it so passively for such a long time? They're just waiting for the right moment to strike, and they managed to stop the Horror streak. But Horror Esports, they got an impressive 7th point to end this run.
I think, this is still impeccable performance coming from Horror Esports. I mean, 7 points in the bag is still a great opening, for day number 1 of the playoffs. Now, Fourth Thrives at a deficit over here. I mean, they did get in the game with only 3 members, but they're still rocking it. So that's what I like about Four Thrives. But anyway, looking at 52, and we did mention a while ago that they were at the peak of the Gaka Mountain. And right now, I think they're still going to covet that place. But Team Secret, I believe, is interested to snatch this away from them.
Ooh, just a perfect timing coming in from Torres to look for a target. And Jiki's just lucky enough that he managed to swerve right down under to keep himself alive for a little while longer, while the rest of Team Secret are just giving him just enough backup. The rest of Team Secret, they tried to journey on, and currently Team 52, they're slowly getting withheld with the rest of the presence of the Vietnamese squad. But Helton so far being very, very patient. I mean, they've been able to really scout out all around, so they're not too concerned, because right now they get to take a couple of pot shots back over the side of Team Secret. Manzi tries to look for another, and if he could just pop the tower from Jiki, this could actually be converted into something, but it's just too doping.
Okay, Four Thrives obviously needs to go for a reposition over here. It's a vulnerable spot, you know, to get stock in between 52 up above and Vikings, you know, down the road. Boom Esports, the Wolfpack, they're sitting comfortably around Ruins area, but you know what, Team Secret, it's the opposite story. We got one of them knocked down on the ground. That would be Zeris, going up against Voin Donkey over here. He's been receiving a lot of damage as well from those nades. I'm not even sure if he's going to get picked up at this point, but GK managing business up against Four Thrives, but we got Boom Esports coming into play as well.
Ooh, that was perfect from Jiki. He's having a time of his life today. Not only did he survive the brunt of all these kind of damage, he has been able to just drag out those members of Four Tribes just so perfectly with one toss of a grenade. Boom Esports right now taking over the kill side. They're just having some cheeky angles to work with inside Ruins, because they know for the fact that all these teams, they have to move into Ruins eventually, so they're just lying in wait. Team 52 now goes on a push up against Voin Donkey.
All right, here we go. 52 Esports, after avoiding all conflicts just moments ago, now they came after a team inside this battlefield and was able to bag, 3 points, you know, in the pocket. So I think they're doing great. I think this was the first engagement that they've had so far in game number 1. They're pretty close to the last player of Voin Donkey, which is Mochi, of course. You're seeing a chase happen, and it's a good spot coming from Torres Boo right now with that spray. I think he is connecting, but wasn't enough to actually put him down just yet. But for 52 Esports, again, 3 points in the bag, and they continue, of course, to fight for the first winner chicken dinner.
It's just so interesting watching this team, right? Because they were on the high hills, and then right now moving into the Ruins ground. That altercation with Voin Donkey doesn't feel like an altercation, because it was just so easily executed. And just like that, 3 points rewarded already. They found one through the high grounds of Gaka, and now finding their way into Ruins is going to be the next big thing. MVKE still 2 members left. I think like the ones that everyone needs to take down right now is Team Secret, as they got themselves a perfect trap set up against F52 and is on 1. And once again, it is gonna be Jiki, the clutch master of Team Secret.
Access denied for 52. Team Secret came out as victors, you know, from that solid altercation. That was such a beautiful thing to see in a battlefield. Now we're looking at 7 teams remaining for stage 5. We can see Boom Esports still controlling most of the Ruins area, but RQ already trying to penetrate this spot. But they are being very cautious about APG. They know exactly that APG's just being patient over here. You know, they're waiting for an opportunity to strike. And one of the boys of RQ, that's QGFSTY. Okay, I don't know why you're making it hard for us. But yeah, I mean, he's keeping a close eye, you know, to the boys of APG coming from the south.
And there's just a little bit more that wiggle room for the rest of APG to just take their sweet time for the moment. And it's just about 1 minute before they really have to make any drastic decisions now. Taking a look at the rest of MVKE, though, they're closing the distance, and this is definitely a little bit more concerning, consider the fact that they are just by the edge of the zone. So MVKE, they will have to respect the space of Alpha Gaming.
And here we go. I mean, we're looking at East right now, joining the roster for Alpha Gaming today. So that's interesting. We got 1 point each, for Joel, Doc, and even East. So it's just RUTHLESS. Let's see if we can actually bag a point here. But right now we're looking at Joel, and he's hearing, a vehicle up top. He's waiting if that player is going to go within his line of sight here. But he's pretty close with Miola as well, coming from Vampire Esports. So maybe, just maybe, it's the standoff.
And these two players love to sneak around, especially Mela for the most part. It's great to see him again, but Vampire Esports really relies on him needing to pull it into a top for maximum points. I mean, good news for Mela is that he's in the zone, but not too much of a great news is that 4 members of APG will be moving towards his direction. Those nades are already flying right in. The question is, how well can he actually hold firm to his grounds right now? And only about top to flush out his position with the AUG shot straight to the dome. Zio secures it, makes it 4 points for Alpha Gaming.
No 9 lives for Miaula. 6 teams remaining, stage 6. Ladies and gents, we got Joel popping some smokes over here, going up against Vikings. We got Trang up top. He's cooking a nade. He was able to throw, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to take down Joel, from that exchange. And he needed to step back. He needed to join Superman. Perhaps this is going to be a change in tactic. Obviously, they would want to go for a pinch here, but obviously they are outnumbered as well.
Yeah, it is a rather dire situation coming into this position. MVKE, they gotta find a way to kind of full send it, but then again, I don't see that they have any form of vehicles for Superman, but we've definitely seen some clutches before. But it's the entire APG squad that we're talking about. Doc also sneaking towards the back while Boom Esports goes in for that collateral up against the rest of Team Secret, fighting inside of the church grounds as those nades are being exchanged one after another. Team Secret now corralled right into a defensive position, and that kind of allows Boom Esports to decide, okay, we'll go deeper into the castle grounds. We're just going to be able to utilize all these walls to continue to be a little bit mischievous. While Team Secret, they don't really have too much room because they're also being peppered by the rest of the Vikings.
And Boom Esports right now definitely showing fangs, but Team Secret, this is a wild display of skills and defense at the moment. I mean, there are a lot of teams pointing their guns at them at the moment. We got the Vikings coming from the north side. We got Boom Esports, of course, inside the ruins area as well. It's I guess it's going to be hard for Team Secret to leave this specific spot just yet because, well, they don't really have that much cover if in case the circle will not favor them.
True enough, on Team Secret just creating a little bit more of that stronghold right now, an uncrackable defense. Vikings Esports hoping to change that. They do have plenty of vehicles for them to actually utilize, but some of them have been burned down, so Superman has to rely back onto the buggy. And they've always been wary about APG's position because if APG pushes in, they could easily just spot out the rest of the Vikings. And speaking of which, it's already Doc looking upon that angle. Team Secret pretty much just got them pretty much surrounded. So there's really, realistically, no space for Vikings to play.
Well, for now, considering that we still have a little bit of distance, for all of the teams here, to be honest. I mean, Alpha Gaming's also just kind of a slow, steady strategy that we're witnessing right now coming from this team. But the circle shifted again, and this time leaving RRQ down south, and even Doc, from the south side of the zone. So perhaps we will be seeing APG get a little closer to RQ, but Team Secret, they now have the power position up against Boom Esports. So let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, MBKE counted a little slower because part of the zone is still within their favor, surprisingly enough. Meanwhile, over on the back, Boom Esports, they gotta start charging right through, and perhaps they can actually take the fight towards the rest of Team Secret because they know exactly where they're at. It's just that They weren't willing to challenge much early on, and now when push comes to shove, somebody's got to make those big decisions. Over on the south side, Doc still kind of stuck in this pit. Well, he's pretty much surrounded with 3 members of RQ watching at that very corner.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I mean, Doc obviously is pretty good, working independently. I mean, he finds those necessary angles to shut down the opposition. And I feel like, the rest of APG right now waiting for Doc's signal to go in for the pinch here. I mean, we did talk about this a while ago that APG definitely be getting closer to RQ. So we can see East trying to make a move here. Trying to scope down Swavel, if I'm not mistaken, but this is a little hard angle, even for Alpha Gaming.
I just love how technical these battles have been so far. When you saw how teams are considering even tiny details like movements, just to ensure that they are remaining safe at all costs. And APG right now knows that they really have to fight a little bit more up against the rest of ORQ now that they've got every member pretty much corral over on that corner. They could also try to full send it. Speaking of full send, it's Boom Esports. They drop those big nades. It does connect onto 2K, and this is on time. 0 goals, toe to toe, 1 for 1, and now 3 members left on the side of Boom Esports.
Well, Boom Esports definitely has taken over that very spot where Team Secret was staying at. And now we can see Vikings also getting punished by Yummy over here. That was such a great shot. And now Vikings already eliminated, down to 3 teams remaining. We got Alpha Gaming, RQ, Boom Esports looking to get that first winner chicken dinner. 5 points in the bag now for RQ. Unfortunately, one of them gets knocked down on the ground. Same thing goes for Zero. Pondbin trying to respond, and I think was able to settle the score with 1 point under his name.
Ooh, APG now slapping onto those members. This Boom Esports hiding inside a church, but they go back and forth for a whole lot more. So Bell already down to very little health, and there's just going to be more and more of these bombardments because they have not really cleared off. So Bell's angle thus far. Jifty now gets a little bit of a glimpse over onto the Doc. APG, they're having some great high ground, but eventually, if they really want to push forward, I would still say RQ has got more ground to play with.
Oh man, here we go. East receiving a lot of damage, a lot of punishment coming from RQ. Man, it looks to me like RQ's really trying their best to defend themselves, but man, this putt is a little bit vulnerable to RQ. And here you go, possible outcome. Boom Esports right now on a rampage. 11 points in the bag, down to 2 teams, and we're about to witness just who will take that first chicken.
Wow, Boom Esports taking their rival brothers from Indonesia and now makes a quick matchup up against APG, which has an earlier week. The Doc once again falters to the ground, but quickly traded back. It's going to be 0 on the ground. So down to a clean 2v2. I say clean, but Pombit is going to be the one left over on the back.
Oh man, things are getting intense, and that seals the final blow. Boom Esports just eliminated APG with only 5 points in the bag. They continued to dominate right from the get-go, and this was a convincing win for the Wolfpack.
Just absolutely loving it. Boom Esports, they are so calm and so precise whenever they make certain plays happen. That call to rush towards Team Secret earned them that perfect defensive ground. And after that, they wasted no time. They've already got all that intelligence onto APG. They already know that those members of RQ has been playing somewhere in between. So they just found that perfect opportunity to punish both of these teams. And then down to that very final moment, well, what can I say? APG full send it for a 1v1, and they just got the muscles to secure themselves the first chicken dinner. And just look at those numbers. This is just huge for Boom Esports.
Patience is definitely a virtue, and that's exactly what we saw coming from Boom Esports. I mean, the moment that the power shifted to a Team Secret when they were not favored by the zone, they needed to actually get inside, and that was a great execution coming from Boom Esports, the way that they snagged that place from Team Secret. So again, the stats, they are there. Numbers are not lying. Again, it was a phenomenal run for Boom Esports.
Yeah, so far, I think that they've been looking super clinical on a lot of the calls. Like, we saw a lot of these other teams that were playing around, whether if it's going to be the Ruins ground or even on the outskirts, they were kind of having certain struggles on making decisions. Even Team Secret, which we thought they're going to be staying put for a long while, they kind of didn't watch it back. They kind of know that Boom Esports was around, and Boom Esports had to make that call to push forward, and that push forward was really the key on their success in this round. That really was the biggest play in order to secure themselves a chicken dinner. And just like that, look at all these utilities. I would say Boom, they don't throw a whole lot of all these utils, but they were super efficient with it.
And APG took their time as well. You know, they were pretty passive during the first few zones, but you just know the intention is to actually get to the latter stages of the game, and that's when they will start to retaliate. You know, placement points, you can always get it. Just as long as you will consider longevity inside the matches, but elimination points is kind of tricky to get. So yeah, I think they prioritized just getting the placement points first before they went for the numbers. But head-to-head, we got Boom versus APG. Damage output slightly towards Boom Esports. And, well, I mean, it's the reason is pretty obvious. It's a whopping 14 elimination points for Boom Esports.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are just a different level of a beast, right? Overall, when we take a look at how they've been able to just stack their 4 members up against the rest, whether if you're just going to be straggling out in the field or if it's just a direct confrontation, they just make those calls so quickly, especially when we look back into the push inside the church. Team Secret, with those members, you thought they would be able to respond, but Yummy, he made sure that he hit those shots when it matters the most, and therefore he's the one dealing the most damage and is the MVP of Game 1.
Well, it's a great start, you know, for Boom Esports. No doubt that they really actually dominated game number 1 over here. So I'm curious which teams is going to be stepping up, you know, for the remaining matches tonight. And I'm wondering, like, if they are really in the mood, are they going to go for like a solid double-digit elimination points in every match? Oh,
hopefully so. I mean, that's ideal for all these teams out there to be able to achieve. But I think that you just have to do enough, right? Since this is like a multiple day kind of playoffs, you just got to ensure that you make it into the top 18 by the end of this week. So this is just the start of it. So we'll have to see if the rest can actually catch up. 3 of these members of Boom Esports hitting 5 limbs to 4. And then you also have Haidami to also join in the list as some of the top performers back in Wrangle.
But anyway, yeah, I mean, we just started day number 1 of the playoffs. So basically, this is more of a warm-up, you know, for the teams here. I mean, we got another group joining us, you know, for the next game. So that would be their first game. But match leaderboards, or leaderboard rather, we got, again, Boom Esports at the top with 24 in total. Affla Gaming coming in at second with 11, tied up with RQ. We even have Team Secret coming in at 4th place with 10. So the only team that wasn't able to get anything out of this match would be Alter Ego Eris.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a rough start. Like, when you take a look at the beginning, there was that battle between Homeboys, Todak, M9 members. A lot of all these Malaysian teams, they just went at each other, and who's the biggest victor? Hora Esports. They crashed out maybe slightly early, but they got 7 elimination points. That's just about good as it gets. EST Gante with the longest shot, 311. I believe this number is still incredible, but we'll definitely see this being surpassed in these upcoming rounds. 60 total eliminations, which means 4 players, they didn't really exactly get to play the game.
So I do wonder, the moment that we come back to E-Wrangle later on for match number 3, I assume, I do wonder if we're going to be witnessing alterations, you know, in their strategy. Maybe we will see vengeance happen, you know, with the drop clashes that commenced a while ago. So those are the things that maybe I look forward to coming in for game 2.
Yep, and speaking of which, I believe that we're just going to take a little bit of a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you into our second round of Ruthless Invitational Showdown. Well, that was a really short break, and we're already in for a whole lot more because we won't like to keep you guys waiting for far too long. Once again, it's Contra as well as Red Queen Andy as your presenters to the entirety of this circuit. And, you know, Red Queen, that was an incredible start for Book Esports to set the tone of how it's going to go throughout this playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. You know what? Boom Esports did not even hesitate to show their power right off the bat. You know, they came out swinging, followed by a haymaker to close the game. So that was something else, something else. That's why I know it's very promising, for the remaining matches tonight. I just know that we will see a lot of epic moves, coming from the teams here. And again, I'm interested, with the rotations and how they're going to be adjusting their play style to the whole team. How is it going to fit? What will be the recipe for their chicken dinner? So those are just, some of the things that we'll try to observe, try to notice as we progress, to the remaining matches.
Yeah, and I just love that these teams who we've seen in the past couple of seasons, they've been so tactical in their play. Team Secret over on the outskirts, they had so many traps being set up to farm those elimination points. And then you've got RQ hiding into some of all these cheeky little ditches in order to make that top 4 in that last round. And ATG remaining very, very consistent. They were sweeping from the edges to get into that top 2 position, and they played it to perfection. Only needing the final touch. So I'm thinking that these are still very, very strong teams moving into the upcoming round. So this is where Group C will be joining us up next. So once again, we got Group A on the block, but we welcome BTR, NEPX, Talon, D-Saber, Team Flash, T2K, AZ, and ASIA.
Oh, man. You know what? T2K, I waited for them to actually have an explosive play style in the PMNC. I mean, they did not disappoint, but I think we still need to tweak, a little bit more on the aggression side. So perhaps we will see just that happen for game number 2. So I'm going to go lock in T2K.
Okay, really strong choice there. And I'm also going for another team from the ESA, and that has to be ASI8. I mean, these fellas, they always look incredible inside Miramar. So I'm hoping that they'll back one to kickstart their run.
Oh, not gonna lie. I mean, ASI8 definitely is a... Oh, are they not? I just saw them.
I saw them in the list. Okay, so we got a quick update. ASI is not going to be part of it. Okay, quick change.
I think they are. I think they are.
They are playing, right?
They are, yeah.
I got trolled by the producers. Okay, Front, your turn. What exactly are you going for?
Yeah, but you know what? I agree with ASI8. I mean, this guy's definitely on a roll as well. I see a lot of posts that, ASI8's been getting some awards, some achievements, and it's going to be an interesting rivalry, I guess. Perhaps, that we are going to see from ASI8 and even for Thrives. But this is a great prediction as well. I mean, Hora Esports for game number 2. Miramar, yeah, but, Hora Esports, for me, I think they do better in Erangel compared to Miramar. But let's see what's going to happen. After all, it's the prediction game.
That's right. When we take a look at the rest of the field as well, there's so many teams out there that always have, that potential to really go big. And when we take a look at, some of these teams coming into Group A, some of them were just warming up. Alter Ego didn't really receive any formal points. We didn't really get to see them in action as well, which is what I was wondering, like, are they going to be able to step up? And then now we also do have the return of Talent coming in from Group C. I think that this team definitely has shown some really great play style back in the past, but they are still trying to find back the rhythm that they had. Even from the last Ruthless Invitational Showdown, I really want to see a whole lot more where they do eventually have those pop-off moments a little rather later, somewhere in the middle of the playoffs or even towards the tail end of it. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for some of these guys. And of course, the return of some of the old kings of BTR, which I do believe Coach Ken, he loves to change things up. So we'll have to see who's going to be playing on to this opening roster.
Yeah, I still owe you guys because I've had an interview with Federales, and I'm really excited to share with you what we've talked about. We covered some facts about how hard it was for him when he actually decided to go pro, for esports, and the discipline, that he actually went through, giving up some of the distractions rather in his life just to pursue a dream in PUBG Mobile. But again, we're about to start a Miramar, and I'm just excited, just how explosive the teams are going to get, for this round.
That's right. I'm excited too. And, you talked a little bit on that interview that you had with Federales. I'm glad that, through those kind of trials and tribulations, he found himself a little bit more mature, a little bit more disciplined. And when you want something so badly in life, you got to make some sacrifices. And I'm glad that Federales, he made those big decisions into becoming, a better player overall. And I think down the stretch, eventually BTR, they'll be rewarded someday.
Exactly. It's really the mindset, you just have to give it to them. Just how many hours they really give into this game to make sure that they will remain as high caliber players to be qualified, for this type of tournaments. And just imagine that you have other players who is just as good as you. So to make a name in an esports game title is definitely outstanding. And Federales right now is making a lot of noise, for Indonesia. Pretty much so. He definitely deserves it. I mean, that guy is very talented, very skilled in playing PUBG.
I absolutely have no qualms about that because he's proven himself to be, the apex predator even back in those PMCL days when he was with Arami Bros. And up till this day, joining with the rest of the field, BTR still remains to be a well-respected roster coming into this attack. And we're already getting a full fight to T2K and T-Secret 1-for-1 for now. And it is a heavy MG3 right in the forefront. And just like that, he finds the M249 to spray everyone down. Team Secret bows out with nothing to take.
Okay, that's how you want to start it? Okay, T2 came with explosive drop flash here in Miramar for stage 1, and man, they came out as victors, from that conflict. And we're seeing another one happen right now in front of the screen. Chul right now down on the ground, and he just got stabbed. Man, that was nasty coming from Team Flash.
Yeah, quick infiltration. I believe they wanted to fight for this compound as well. They were just moving over onto the creases, and Team Flash, they won out that trade. This is the thing about Chumacero. It is a very high priority for a lot of these teams because most often than not, this is not too far from, the midsection, wherever that zone actually ends up. And then there's plenty of loot in this area. So Team Flash, they got the first dips. And Talon, they're kind of stretched out far apart from one another, which is why that Achul, as much as he wants to trade, it's not going to be enough up against these members of Team Flash. And, it's only been less than 5 minutes, and we're seeing even more names drop. And APX, they're striking on Alter Ego. These guys, they just went off hot from that spree inside of the PMNC. And now striking down one of the biggest prospects in Indonesia? That is absurd.
And Rosemary was the first player again to be taken out of the equation. So that is deja vu that happened right there. But you have to give it to Alter Ego Airs during the PMWC. I mean, they were pretty phenomenal as well. 6 games in, and they were able to join top 5 in the overall ranking. So you just know how crazy, Alter Ego Airs can be inside the games. And if they really want to get those numbers, I think it's really not a problem, for Alter Ego Airs. And obviously, Rosemary, he's not a stranger at all when it comes to MVP titles and such.
Yeah. And I feel like Alter Ego, they kind of have their own activation time, right? There are times where they feel like, we gotta push, and then they'll just they usually chill for the first 2 days or so, read the room a little bit more, and then third day onwards, that's where they go full on pushing, right? So Alter Ego, as much as they lost one member, which is the superstar Rosemary, I think they could still make their way into the zone, which is not too far off from El Azahar, where they started off from. But the problem is wrapping around an EPX. That is going to be a little bit more of a trouble. Whereas Hora Esports, they got plenty of room to play. They're already in the sweet spot, right in between La Corberia. They don't really have to move too far off to get into the zone. So no troubles up ahead for Hora Esports.
You know, one more thing about Alter Ego Eras is, you know, I love the fact that an ad actually showed up when they dominated PMWC, and Rosemary was kind of saying, pressure? What pressure? But, you know, you just have to give it to the guy. I mean, he's definitely an awesome player, you know, a force to be reckoned with. So everybody's kind of still, you know, like major respect to this guy. But anyway, getting back into the action over here, we got the homeboys inside their cribs right now, getting attacked by RQ. We got one of them trying to get close to the compound, probably doing some information gameplay. But Simba, I believe he is already anticipating someone will go off angle over here. But obviously, I'm only seeing 2 players here coming from homeboys, while there are 3 from RQ.
Yeah, speaking of homeboys, their organization, I mean, the owner, namely Daddyhood, he's been acquiring a lot more different teams out there, other than just PUBG Mobile, where he is really expanding his organization. And right now, they're amped up with even new players, which I've not seen before. And they're doing massive duty up against the rest of our RQ. Those nates are going to be primed right over onto Imba, as well as Nick Teasy. And that's not going to connect. The only question is, how are they really going to fend it up? Because I see a member of Homeboys on the low ground, one being struck down. So this is definitely going to be a tough one. RQ, you can close it out.
All right, here we go. We got homeboys getting racked up. Okay, was able to defend a counter. Unfortunately, that was a good shot, a good follow through coming from RQ. And, well, I guess it's safe to say that they are going to be surviving this clash still with a complete squad. But coming off of the left field over here, we got the first grenade elimination coming from Nerpeco. And then homeboys right now, Tai Long going in for a charge here. We got Lapar cooking up a nade here, but this is going to be a UMP versus UMP weapon. And we got Tai Long taking the win.
Ooh, I just love the way he just hustled for it. And Tai Long, at least he's hoping to draw 1 point back for the side of homeboys, as he's going to be the only member surviving for the meantime. GF Sty pushing with the monster truck. I don't think there's much room for Tai Long to really do much more, but we'll see. Maybe he can actually go in for an exchange, as he found himself a buggy to swerve right away across the hillside, and he might just be able to get out of this sticky situation.
That could be the case. Let's see if that's exactly what's going to happen. But Team Flash already taking the blue over here together with Talon Esports. So I guess both of the teams is maybe thinking, okay, we need to settle the score here. The moment that we expose ourselves, that's going to be the end of the road for us. So I feel like not all of them has a vehicle to drive around the map here. So perhaps that's one of the factors why these 2 teams are deciding, okay, we need to have this fight before we even get into the play zone.
Fair enough. And right now, RQ, they established their zone control while the rest of Alter Ego is looking to strike them down. They have 1 member lost out, so this could still be very well in the favor of Alter Ego. But then again, they don't have Rosemary, so it's a fair 3v3 between both Indonesian teams. Despite so, I think with Sovel's presence, he's already noted that the rest of Alter Ego is around the corner, and he could actually dictate who goes down first and foremost. The moment that they set themselves a little bit out of line, this will be very punishing. And for the fact of the matter is, that zone is actually closing closer into the Cabrera as well as the creative fields. They have to quickly self-respond.
Okay, RQ right now having a trade-off up against Alter Ego Eris, and that was an accurate shot coming from Swavel right now. He's trying to recuperate in this situation, but Alva already cooking up a nade here. Can he be accurate with a shot? Unfortunately, that was a good one coming from Alter Ego Eris, but it seems to me like they are the ones losing the fight here up against RQ. But yeah, we're just waiting for that right moment for RQ to strike and to eliminate, of course, Alter Ego Eris. And then we got 14 teams remaining here for stage 2. And the teams are not just disappointing, not doing anything to disappoint the fans.
Yeah, RQ, they're absolute geniuses, right? You look at Swavell, how he really fought off on that one. He took that first pick off, great. And then they were trying to retaliate. He waited until they wasted every single drop of bullet, and then they strike back. Swavell gets 2, and then another member doing exactly the same to take down Alva. That's how you really want to dry out your opponents. RQ, with their brilliance, they secure 6 points so far. And I just forgot how amazing RQ is when it comes down to all these maps in Miramar, but especially when it goes to the northern terrains. Now, Vampire Esports in the mix up against Aura Esports.
All right, here we go. Pure adrenaline. Horror Esports versus Vampire at the moment. Sky taking in some damage, quite low in HP. Still an exchange of nades over here, but Sky finally caught a nade coming from Red Bull. And another one bites the dust. Vampire Esports took down a Mafia Gunda. And now Horror, obviously at a deficit over here. They are being surrounded by Vampire Esports, but continues to defend themselves. Lazarus, that was a heavy hit, and now he needs to step back for a while. But we can see Dewey right now not letting go of this attack up against Horror Esports. He continues with a spray, giving a lot of damage from Horror Esports, or for Horror Esports, while they are actually being flushed out from this building. Where are they going to go?
They're in such a tight corner, and there's just barely any angles that they can actually set outwards because Q is just holding down that crossfire. And then right now, he's pretty much bunched into a corner. Same goes to Jingle, but it's been amazing how long they've been able to hold. Dewey finally gets the pick off, and now it's only down to Haidami.
Oh man, Jiggle wasn't able to jiggle his way through. It's knocked down on the ground over here. We got Horror left with one player, Haidami, right behind this wall, getting hunted by the boys of Vampire Esports. He's not moving a muscle over here. He doesn't want to compromise his location. We got Vampire Esports raiding the building, checking the corners, while Haidami's just really waiting for anyone to step into the line over here. We got Vampire charging in 4v1. We got one down, Lazarus. But unfortunately, that was too much for one guy to handle, and Vampire Esports obviously won the fight. But here comes another challenger, the boys of Train to Kill.
Non-stop action, back-to-back. Now those nades draw right in. And they're boxed into the same position where those members of Horror Esports faltered. So this could be very risky. T2K, they're unleashing all their clips, and the rest of these members of Vampire Esports, they use so much utility just to clear out that previous team of Horror Esports. So they are definitely on the deficit to even return any grenades back towards those members. So T2K, they take their sweet time. And 2-4 on the heads of Kaja, well, Ajaya. Well, I gotta start learning how to pronounce that name later on. But overall, T2K, they're very calm, they're very calculated.
Oh,
all these folks and those nades. Oh, they're clipping shortly.
Well, Talent Esports seems to not be spreading their wings as well. We got a confirmation. They just got eliminated. We got T2K Esports making a move once again up against Vampire. It seems to me like they are dominating. 5 points in the pocket. We can see Ajaya back on the screen over here, trying to find an angle to take down anyone in front of him. Vampire Esports in big trouble at the moment.
Yeah, Master D absolutely on fire right now. Red Bull hoping to funnel them into this choke point, but T2K, the carefully dissect this fight one after another. Schweppes as well as Red Bull, they got to find a way to at least bring down one before they can actually trace back. And beautiful angles coming from Nate, but yet finding nothing else in return. Kajaya once again knocking down Lazarus, and now only down to Red Bull. He's holding on to that fumble point. But even despite so, is he going to be able to hit the mark? It's going to be a quick swing. Igneous, he knows that something feels a little suspicious, and just like that, the swing connects. But Red Bull, he could not secure the final blow.
8 elimination points now for T2K. What a way to play Miramar and make a statement. Okay, hopefully they can continue, maintaining this kind of pace up until the latter stages. RQ right now with 2 casualties, and they're trying to take this compound away from T2K. And I think, Nepex has the same idea. So I guess this particular spot will be busy in just a while. I mean, this is a prime spot. So Nepex and even RQ understands that, this is a great one. This is a great compound to hold on to.
Yeah, true enough. RQ, they can choose whether to defend off against T2K or just wrap widely around. They don't really have to draw their guns just yet. As NEPX, they're coming from the North Point and they're about to go in for a challenge. And that could be the sweet spot for the rest of RQ to eventually take on that challenge. And they got to do it real quick, though, because that zone is now shifting. So NEPX, when they got on wheels, they were thinking about pushing T2K at first, but now they get that party into the zone first and foremost. And look who's there, AZMY. And also BTR is already lying in wait on stage 4. So this is not going to be an easy task for NEPX to push through. D-Saber now making a mark, getting the fine onto Mimi. And this is just not going to be an easy task for them to really get off of that run. 10 is the next one to falter as the rest of 52. They're going on that full engagement mode up against T2K as well. It's a 4-way battle.
Oh man, this is interesting. It's getting tighter and tighter for game 2 over here. We got Bigatron still in a conflict up against 52. Coming off the kill feed, it's a confirmation. Ooh. Master Zordi already out. 52 Kidobu also taken out. Man, this is a trade-off. This is catastrophic for some of the teams over here. We're looking at 11 teams remaining for stage 4. I mean, it's even too early to witness a lot of wipeouts happen. But you know what? There's no stopping this team's right now inside the game.
Not at all. BTR so far just hoping to hold firm onto this slump compound. They gotta clear off Torres Boo first and foremost. Despite them not really having all too much left to really fend off, they are very careful on their approach. But instead, it's gonna be Baby that actually finds that take down onto 52. So that is only good for 11th place for the Malaysian squad.
And the fight continues on. Team Flash, you know, I saw them still on a journey, you know, getting into the safe zone up until stage 3. So it's just so unfortunate to witness them step inside the zone only to be obliterated, you know. So we're looking at 9 teams remaining. Again, we are still at stage 4 here. The Savior, they've been a little bit low-key, but then again, you know, we can see Lamborghini bagging most of the number over here for the Savior, and they're looking to get some more. There's a team just right down below them, and I'm just trying to check, okay, which team is this? Maybe it's the boys of ASI 8, but you know, it's going to be hard since BT are probably looking their direction as well.
Yeah, true enough. BTR, they only have 2 members to really play with, so it is going to be a limited angle coming in from BTR to really trade back. Toad playing part of the high grounds, but they are keeping D-Saber in check at the very same time. D-Saber quietly removed 5 players in the map so far, as they've been able to really battle it pretty cleanly with all 4 members still intact. So I think that some of all these names are definitely going to be hot favorites. ASI8, they did manage to get 1 point, but they also lost a member at the very same time. So overall, to look Cabrera, it gets a little awkward. Is Tai Long as well as RQ, they're pretty much locked into the city, and to exit out of this area is also rather difficult.
Yeah, I mean, T2K and Nepex, this fight is already about to go down. I mean, it's inevitable. They are fighting for a spot here, north side of the circle, and another team might be discussing if they're going to be joining in the fight. Again, Igneous with an on-point shot here. Oh, what an exchange coming from Nepex, that's coming from Claw. He just made Igneous explode into pieces.
That was a homing missile that he just thrown out right there. So clean, so precise, and right now, and EPX, Nepex, like you said, is going to be having a field day out. But then again, look at how many teams are fighting over onto that high ground terrain. So Nepex got to quickly go and resuscitate that fallen member and go on another huge brawl. The rest of D-Saver not exactly inside the zone just yet was AZ Slumber. This is a newly promoted team coming from Malaysia, making it into the top 8. Rather impressive on how they've been able to make this feat, as they're already securing 1 placement point, but they definitely want a whole lot more. So it's time to test their firepower, as they have not garnered any form of kills thus far. We got to see if they would be able to achieve a whole lot more. Gotcha, Kuta. over on the top side of the hill, playing very, very carefully. They know that NEPX is around the vicinity, and they will try to give a little bit of that space away just in order to really secure the rest of the hillside, while the rest of Doda still getting off against the rest of the Savior. So VX, they're ready for this brawl as they're going to be charging up against the swordfishes of Todak.
All right, here we go. The Savior, Todak, trying to settle business over here. Pathogen caught a nade. The boys cooking as well. Same thing goes for the rest of the team here. Todak keeps dodging all of those nades. I mean, they're doing a perfect job over here, just maintaining their distance up against the Savior. They're trying to find an angle over here, but the Savior repositioning themselves over to the foot of the mountain over here. They're going to go in at the backside, going for that angle. And Todak right now, we're checking if they can still, of course, adjust to this reposition.
Yeah, Todak so far playing very cautiously. And the Savior is looking for a flank angle as well. They're hoping to actually catch an AT off guard. Leon now goes in for the push, and they might just be able to spot them out with him playing right across these corners. AT being absolutely cheeky, but they got Cleo funnel into the pit, and in between the pit, 2 members falter to the ground. Only 2 members left for the side of Todak, and the trade's looking pretty good. Shin is the next one to fall. Power Jin has got to hold down the line. 8 elimination points, and if they secure all this, it's going to be a total of 12. And Frantisi, where can he go? Where can he run? He's going to look to secure 1 member first and foremost. Takes down Shin. Nate T, go get that grenade. And Kenny, he's got to activate. He got to suppress those members of the Savior before it's too late. And BTR, they're flanking from the back.
I love what I'm seeing from the screen here. Everyone's putting up a great show, and you're absolutely right. The Savior, men right up behind them on the boards of BTR and Todak, also making it very difficult for the Savior to survive this one. And it looks like they're the ones losing this fight. But here comes Natty T with the attack. S12K, but what? Even Frenzy on a low HP over here was able to win the fight. Odds were against his favor.
Yeah, it's all thanks to Optimus with that flank coming in from the high ground, and D-Saber was not prepared for a third party to join in the mix. BTR sees that opportunity, takes out Dodak instead. Oh my word, Fredizzi, he's looking to escape out of the situation, and lucky enough, Razy ran out of bullets. Fredizzi, you gotta go. He's gotta dash through the hillside and into the city he goes. Optimus giving chase. He looks to secure it, but can he do so? Oh my word. Queen, what are we watching?
I mean, I was about to ask the audience, are you guys sure this is the playoffs? I feel like we're already canceling the grand finals here, Contra.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, these guys are working so hard here in Game 2. I mean, that's the nature of Miramar, which is super fun to watch. And then right now, we go back into a little bit more of that peaceful scenario, RQ. Still trying to fend off for a little bit more of that space, but they couldn't really do too much because there's just overwhelming numbers of these AZ players right across. So they kind of want to decide to let Nepex to just try to take out some of these AZ members first and foremost, and then RQ will say, you know what, please open up that space for us. We're pretty good down here. We already got the zone. We don't have to do more.
Oh, you know what? BTR, Todak, Homeboys even, I think that they're going to slow down a bit. I mean, there's really not much pressure from their side to push for now. It's a different story, though, for AZ and Nepex over here. Obviously, Nepex needs to step inside the blue zone, or the play zone rather, and they will have to deal with AZ. I mean, this cannot happen later on. This needs to happen now, and we can see that Nepex a little bit struggling in terms of their position at the moment, and AZ is doing a perfect job right now, just throwing all those things to keep them at bay.
Yeah, it's kind of tough whether if you decide to let the rest of AZ fall through, or you just basically crash into the zone by brute force. So Nepex, they're playing a little bit more defensively. As AZ, they're at least hoping to secure themselves a couple of creases to really deny even more of that space away from Nepex. So now it comes down to this big decision. Where exactly are they going to go? They find that strike. Claw. Perfect angles against Gosh. Does find it. And he's going to move to secure another one with a tandem duo on the push. So Rex is going to take charge as maybe 66. Can he actually hold down the line? The rest of AZ Slumber, they have yet to actually found those targets in return. And as much as they tried, here comes that nade. Perhaps this will be cooked to perfection, and it falls perfectly to chip down both of their health bars, but not quite enough to knock out the whole team. And here comes the rest of RQ. This is the situation I talked about, where RQ is just waiting for the perfect time.
Oh, definitely, man. This is a three-way battle, and unfortunately, Nepex was right down there in the middle, so it was easier, you know, for the other teams to just hit them with a big whack to the head. But anyway, getting back into the action, RQ continues to fight with Nepex and even the boys of AZ over here. So I believe BTR probably checking, you know, if there is someone coming up from behind them. I mean, obviously, there's still a player here from Todak, and they were able to get the situation straight, right? I mean, RQ, again, was able to pick up something, and even BTR.
Yeah, a respectable top 6 finish for Todak, despite the odds where they were flushed by DX initially. And now they massively actually return the favor. AZ Slumber finally get themselves a hit over onto Sobel with the M249. Now GF Style looking for the exchange as he's slowly drawing one after another, but he's pretty much in a rut with the high ground push coming from maybe AZ Slumber on their debut run here in Ruthless Invitational Showdown, gets themselves into the top 4.
Hey, they do have the number advantage right now up against FS Esports, with Claw trying to dance it off with two boys of AZ. Unfortunately, again, he was the one that got hit so bad. He got down on bended knees. Now 3 teams remaining. Nepex, again, just got eliminated with 5 points in the pocket. BTR, Razy, about to cook up a nade here. They're throwing it, but completely off target.
Oh boy. Now the numbers are in the favor of AZ, but those nades are looking really good. Razy is just putting a death upon them. Baby's got to hold down the line. Well, it's going to be Asmi. Just going for a quick save at the moment. Optimus now joining in the party as well. They now get to resuscitate, and it's a full-on bro. Optimus again hitting the mark. And now, can he actually shut down the rest of the Malaysian AZ Slumber? Is this team from the PNMC has been able to find their way into the top 3, 2 versus 2 right now. Homeboys Tylong somehow survived throughout the tail end, and he could be the torn in the flesh up against these guys up on their heel, and he's now charging up in order to find the third party angle, and it's going to miss. Looking up the grenade.
Oh!
Against Optimus. Optimus finds it. Now it's a 1v2.
Oh! Okay, that was fun. That was fun. Bigatron by Vitality remains at the top of that clash. And here comes the homeboy, the remaining homeboy, Tylong, about to make a move. It's a 2v1. Tylong with a UMP goes in for the spray. Wasn't able to hit anyone, but down he goes. But what a clutch! What a clutch coming from homeboys! Bigatron by Vitality just got eliminated by a single player from homeboys.
This was a miraculous chicken dinner. You remember that homeboys, initially they were fighting up against RQ. All the members lost out except for Tylong. Tylong survived with 1 HP. He ran off. He ran to the sunset and to the tail end to secure this crazy chicken dinner in Miramar.
Oh man, I'm super happy with what I'm witnessing, you know, and getting from all of the teams right now. I feel like everyone's excited. You know, it's making the fans crazy down there in the comment section. I mean, we are getting supplied by a lot of clutch moves coming from these amazing players. But then again, we don't want to take away the spotlight, you know, from the homeboys. We got Taylong making the move so far, and that was such a great one. 3 points in the bag for him.
Tylong is such a boss, I tell you that. I mean, he secured all these eliminations by himself because the rest of his teammates were already succumbed to the firepower of RQ so early back in stage 1, if you remember that. And then at first I thought BTR was surely gonna win that out. Optimus was absolutely on fire. He was the one that depleted D Saber up the hillside. He was also taking charge of that fight up against AZ Slumber. And we're starting to see all these names from Malaysia starting to appear pretty flashy towards the tail end of this run. And just like that, they managed to seal the deal with Homeboys to win. So surprisingly, I mean, there's just so many events in this matchup where it just makes us feel like, wow, this feels like a finals already.
It does feel like the finals, but you're absolutely right. You know, it was a great thing to see coming from BTR, the way that they eliminated AZ, even though, you know, the odds weren't really on their favor. You know, they were outnumbered, but still they were able to turn the tables, you know, up against AZ. But I think what the best thing that ever happened was the fact that Homeboys, they're down to their last player. He came from behind, and I think it was just like really pure adrenaline from that point. It was just pure instincts and ice in his veins, baby.
Yeah, and he just went spraying and praying as well on the M249. He's like, he thankfully he snapped towards Optimus first because he was weakened earlier, so he won't be able to actually find it. But Razy, look at the amount of damage he's done as well in order to supplement Optimus at the very same time to also match up to the closest number, DX, where they had the same elimination. But Razy definitely dealt a whole lot more damage, had a lot more assists. Contribution-wise, I think D Savior had a whole lot of eliminations in this round as a team in general. So we want to tabulate the scores. Where do these two teams sit at the moment? Because BTR, I believe they should be taking the cream of the crop right now because Optimus was on a whole nother level in this match.
Looks like we still, you know, at the PMNC fever, so to speak. But hey, we got Optimus BTR getting the MVP title for this round. 7 elimination points under his belt with 1,017 damage output. Not so big with the utilities, but he gets a job done.
Yeah, I mean, so far he's really looking for those prime angles, no pun intended, especially the one that shredded apart both the Savior as well as Toda at the very same time from that hillside. So that's where BTR has been able to farm majority of their numbers, so to speak. Now, look at the rest of the field. Funny enough, we don't have a picture of Red Bull since he's been playing for so long, you know? Like, I feel like this man, he's not a stranger anymore. I mean, surely we don't know the identity of Optimus for the meantime, or even Shin, but eventually it'll be revealed to us once the PMSL Southeast Asia begins. So we keep your eyes out on that. So great prospect so far. We see a lot of brand new names really showing up to really rack up big points. And that's a total of 16 for BCR. And even bigger news is that some of the new names, NEPX, 9 points, AZ Thunder, 10 points, Homeboys also historically, you don't really see them too much on the top four, but they are performing so well, securing those 13 points in this round.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, it's just, again, amazing to know that everyone is still kind of, I guess, on a high because of the PMNC. And this makes a great platform for them to keep their fingers warmed up, you know, for the upcoming official tournaments, just like the PMSL, and everybody's excited for it as well. And everybody's training, of course, putting in the hours to make sure that they perfect all of their strats, their rotation, their strategies that they're gonna need, you know, for the upcoming tournaments. We got Razy still, you know, for BTR with the longest elimination distance. It's a total of 333 meters, and then for this round, we only have one airdrop that got looted. Throwables used in the match, it's 149, so this is still pretty average for me. I'm looking to see if this number still will go up.
Yeah, and look at the current race to the top. Boom Esports, RQ, BTR, the Indonesian teams are making a quick surge into the top 3. By Homeboys from Malaysia, securing themselves this massive chicken dinner to kickstart their day's run. And of course, APG back in game 1, they did phenomenally, securing the top 2 spot. And AZ Slumber is currently sitting at number 6. So we'll definitely see plenty more shifts to come when the rest of the field will meet each other a whole lot more. And look at the rest of the pack. NEPX on their debut run, 9 points alongside with T2K. Not too shabby to kick things off, whereas the rest of the field are still trying to settle in onto how exactly do they navigate around so many new names into this iteration of RIS.
A massive jump, coming from T2K, 11 ranks. That's outstanding. Team Flash also moved up 4, Alter Ego Airs with 2. But then again, we're just starting, the playoffs, and we are just done, with game number 2. We still got 4 more for tonight, so we don't exactly sure how things are going to shape up, for day number 1. All we know is that we are looking forward to teams who will give us a great performance, enough to kind of build or start to build the gap that we always look for in the overalls.
And, we've already seen some glimpses of brilliance. I mean, for me, what I really loved about that last round was fights after fights after fights. The battle for the high ground control onto these compounds were insane. And T2K, they absolutely impressed on that one. So I want to see a whole lot more when some of these teams take their fight into Erangel. So we'll go on a short break. When we come back, we'll deliver you round 3 here in the RIS.
Step into the ring.
Well, a major plot twist just happened in Miramar. Homeboys taking the win. Now in our third match, ladies and gents, in Erangel. Welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 12. We are still your casters, Red Queen, together with Contra.
Yeah, I mean, I can't get over the fact that that was a miraculous comeback coming in from Tai Long of Homeboys. Like, he made his debut here for Homeboys, and overall, he just knew the right timing to really push up. And thanks to his survivability, his skills to really never tap out when he was going up against RRQ so early in the match, that brought him this hurdle to claim a chicken dinner for Homeboys and Malaysia on the start of our run here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. So we go back into Erangel this time around, and I believe that we still have Group C to be involved, where Group A should be taking a break. So welcoming back Group B will be pretty interesting to see how well will they actually fare moving into this Erangel bout. So let's quickly take a look at the list of names. So this time we'll have a quick look on who do you think would be, the next one to take the big win home?
Who's gonna take the spotlight, so to speak? Okay. Well, again, I'm definitely one of those people who got their hearts broken yesterday because Tribe Air Macy actually did not qualify for the top 2, so they did not qualify for the PMSL. But hey, it's okay. Maybe, just maybe, since we are still on a high when it comes to the PMNC Fall South Asia, perhaps Tribe could maybe show us a little spark, from the team. So I'm gonna go lock them in.
Ooh, that's a really good pick out there.
Tribe Aramasi, AST.
Okay, I mean, I was looking at D Savior. I think that the way that they played was really clean until they were flanked by BTR. So now that they get a little bit more of that room to breathe, I think D Savior is going to do pretty good. So I'm going with DX.
Ooh, D Savior. Okay. Maybe. I mean, Lamborghini's been showing off, from the get-go. So perhaps he could maybe give us a one good big blow, for the coming round. And we're waiting for production team. Okay, Alpha Gaming. Okay, not bad. I mean, we did kind of expect them to sweep all of the rewards, during the PMWC. That's really something, I guess, APG has been shouldering on, the pressure. But I'm very happy with what they have achieved so far at the EWC. And maybe we can see also something, something of like a teaser since East had already joined back with APG.
Yeah, it's like a big reunion of the old 4 Miracle 5 days, right? In a sense. But then again, like overall, these boys, they definitely have their own formula. I mean, back in game 1, they've already shown us that they are still pretty much steady. And, if I were to be picking D Savior, I would have actually picked APG too as a safe pick option. But overall, I really want to see all these other teams really put on a showing because D Savior, I don't think that they're happy about that round, right? Because clearly that fight against Toda, they should have actually cleanly won that. If the 2 members of BTR did show up, then it could have actually been an outrageous win. But of course, it is how it was being played out. BTR also gets another run in this round. So I wonder if there's going to be any form of a payback time when we move into this grand goal matchup. So I clearly want to see how do these teams actually fare, because now we're also looking at the rise of all these PMNC teams and all the other teams qualifying from each respective regions. Like AZ Slumber, this is a team that showed up out of nowhere, claiming the top 4 as well. So, surprise, we're down for a whole lot more moving into the next map of rank.
Well, here we go. Game number 3 on the way back into the OG map of Erangel. And you know what? Coming back into what just happened during the end zone in Myanmar, I think, homeboys, Tai Long was able to catch them off guard, BTR. I think they weren't aware of the fact that, he will be coming from behind. Perhaps, they were maybe anticipating that he'd pop up somewhere in front of them. But I guess you gotta seize, every opportunity. You gotta outsmart, outgun your the opposition. And that's exactly, I guess, what happened with Homeboys. And paying close attention to the names that we can see over to the left side here, we got Optimus with the highest damage output. Most elimination, of course, goes to BTR Optimus with 7 right now. I did see Nerpeco as well. Most knockouts, I think this guy is getting all of the titles, after 2 games.
AZ Slumber, the new kids on the block, immediately going for a hot drop into Primoz, challenging Vampire Esports. Now, that is a rather bold move, if you ask me, as these are the champions of Thailand that we're talking about. So, I want to see how this fight plays out, because if there's done and dusted, they will also need to face off against 4 tribes who usually starts over onto the quarter of the ports. So, we'll have to see whoever wins out this trade, how do they actually wrap around? Because that is still pretty much a center zone, which, they can't take their sweet time. There's plenty of minutes for them to burn out. And NEPX, they start things strong. They took out one member, NEPX, CD Alliance, and they're just blow for blow going on with their katanas, swinging their knives to secure all four members of NEPX.
What just happened? Okay. All right. You blink and you miss. But it's okay. I think no weapons got picked up, at that clash. It was just all about the knives and the machete. So I think it was a clean one. Unfortunately, Nepix wasn't able to get to the weapons first, perhaps. So I think that was the reason of their demise. But in the meantime, we're looking at AZ Slumber once again, ladies and gents. And just like what Contra mentioned, this is their debut here in Ruthless. Now they're making a move up against Voin Donkey. Now, this is a veteran team, so I do wonder if Voin will be taking up this bait.
We'll have to see about that. Voin Donkey is a very calculated team in the form of how they actually measure their attacks as well as defense. As you can see, they're not really making firm advancements. The rest of Voin Donkey is just holding into that position because they know that if AZ pushes out, it is going to be very, very, very easy picking for them. So AZ Slumber are also smart enough not to over-aggress because right now, choking that space is just about as good enough because eventually, no matter what, Voin Donkey's got to leave this area, right? So long as they hold over in the northern section, theoretically, there's no place that Voin Donkey could avoid meeting up with the rest of AZ's firepower later on.
I mean, it's still too early for a fight anyway. I mean, we're just at stage 1 here, so we do understand why, teams are not feeling pressured at the moment to even move forward or maybe even leave the compound. But just so you know where the teams are actually situated, it's the same thing for Fourth Tribes. I mean, they are manning the end of the bridge here from the main peninsula. They are trying to check if APG is going to decide to actually pass through. And that's a bridge camping that can happen around south area of the zone. But they could potentially be having an altercation as well up against Voin and AZ Slumber. But as for Boom Esports, BTR, they're also close to one another. Even ASI8 and T2K over to the top. Tribe Aeromacy has taken control of south of Jorgapul, but Talon Esports might be coming from the north side.
Yeah, I think that over in North is definitely interesting because T2K is hoping to hold off the rest of ASI8. And it is not the safest town to play from when you're inside of 70 because there's just a lot of all these open grounds from the valleys. So we'll have to see how that one plays out. BTR typical start by the apartments as well as the southern side of Rosal. Boom Esports, they're not really making too far a move. They are actually sending a couple of members over on Nerve Point just to see if there's going to be any form of rotations coming into the area. Where ASI8, they've been playing very carefully. They heard those shots coming in from around those corner. So that serves as a little bit of a decoy. You will kind of want to puffer fish and draw the attention of these members before they come in for those flank attacks. And we'll have to see, baby. Well, it's funny to call it baby because we know this guy is absolutely alpha male when it comes down to brawling with other guys out there.
He's a boss baby. Yeah, let's
Baby
put it
boss.
that way. He's the one that's been calling the shots, for the team. But anyway, okay. Getting back into the action. Actually, there is no action that is happening at the moment, between all of the teams here. We do see Voin Donkey, however, and they're keeping a close eye onto the boys of AZ at the moment. But just like what we said, there's no hard push. But Gakor obviously getting ready to throw a punch up against someone. There goes the spray. And yeah, I mean, considering the distance, I don't think that's even going to make a dent or anything. But Voin Donkey surely knows that perhaps, it's time for them to move as well.
Yeah, and they can actually try to wiggle a little bit more room until they find that form of first knock. It's just a little bit of calm before the storm. Kagaya spots out a vehicle as a plan C option to bail out of the city. While the rest of T2K, they're so patient. They know that ASI8 eventually will have to leave. And for most part, stage 1, the damage of the zone is rather tankable. So they're willing to fully commit to this one since Kajaya is locked into position. Choto has already spotted his area though. So I think this is rather interesting because when push comes to shove, I think these guys will just go at it full force. So over the back, Casanova as well as Baby will just work in tandem. It's a little calm and serene for the moment as we will eventually see who kind of gives way, or would this just be, a truce between the two? Maybe kind of lost his patience to say, you know what, let's draw back into a different position and perhaps look for better alternatives.
Perhaps. But I do wonder though, and this is completely off subject. Baby and Casanova from ASIA, do you think they chose that name because they're lover boys?
I definitely think so. I mean, these are good-looking chaps. I'm pretty sure there's a heap of fans lining up to see if, they can get a good fade off of that. Or if they're already taken, then I'm sorry to say, then maybe better luck.
You in line.
I'm not into all these gossip news on who's dating who, but I don't know. Shoot your shot, go to the DMs. You'll find out one way or another if they're taken. I don't know. Axel though, he just drove into a trap set by Sem9, and finally we have ourselves a first blood.
That's a bad slide into the DMs over here. I mean, he probably wasn't expecting that one to happen, but Sem9 obviously capitalized on that information, and I guess that was a little reckless from Talon Esports part, but then again, they are aware. Okay, there is a team in that compound, so I do wonder if they're already discussing if they're gonna go crash this compound and maybe avenge their fallen comrade. But coming off the kill feed here, Contra, it's 4th Rives right now having an exchange with the one and only D-Savior, who got T24 OP, switching his gun to an S12K. Here comes the shotgun. Can he make it? Unfortunately, high ground advantage took the win for D-Savior.
Oh man, D-Savior just had a very strong front line out there to hold them out. TTK, unfortunate enough on their timings, and this is where BTR raid on their parade again! Just like how they did in the last round, this time they will have Optimus just drawing blood. 2 members knocked down already, and just like that, with a snap of a finger, you blink and you miss. DX crash out for the second time, coming to the hands of BTR again.
Oh no, BTR right now getting a lot of bullets coming from Team Flash. We got one of them currently knocked down on the ground. Make that 2, make that 3. Team Flash seems to be winning this fight. Optimus right now bleeding out there in the open. We got Zayus with a heavy spray. Unfortunately, it did not connect, and it looks like BTR will be surviving this. But hey, I mean, they already lost some of their brothers.
Yep, and knocked down by CD Alliance as well. So this area down the southern terrain is just locked with teams, and Team Flash was perfect on their execution. They came in a little late, but perfectly on time to really pick up these members of BTR. And BTR, they're currently stuck inside of the garage with nowhere else to go. Cole 966 already having himself stuck in between the buggy, and there's just nowhere that he could just escape the wrap of Refus, who could easily knock him out of the park. So that's one for the side of APG, and a whole lot more to go, I do assume.
And Pachinki's completely unoccupied at the moment, so that's interesting. Boomy Esports, as well as ASI8, and even the boys of T2K are already getting ready to be inside the zone over here, so perhaps we can see a team collide up against each other, but we'll just have to wait and see. We got teams flocking around the middle part of the zone here. Coming off the kill feed, it's Voindunky and AZ right now having a trade-off somewhere out there, and I feel like one of the team already lost a member over here.
Yeah, to your point that you mentioned that Pachinki is empty, I was thinking, what if the Savior were to hold a little bit longer, then perhaps they wouldn't succumb to all that full-blown fight where they're just being overpowered by all these teams, traversing across, making that pit stop. And take a look at this, MVKE is the big winner in the new circle. as all these teams are now moving over on the south side, and that's going to be another member coming from Boindonkey being caught out. AZ Slumber on the pickoff as they're already drawing the short down to only 1 HP left. And the rest of the field, Boindonkey hoping to actually nail some numbers down, but it's going to be some bait and switch coming for AZ Slumber, drawing their attention while they're trying to have a setup coming from Gachi right down under. Instead, he got met by the grenade, cooked perfectly by the potato.
Yeah, AZ getting blasted away here from Boindonkey. Potato always so accurate with those shots, with those nades. Boindonkey gaining a little bit of an advantage up against the opposition. And AZ, I do wonder what they're going to do in this situation. But Gakor, obviously, was one of the casualties for the side of Boindonkey. Potato popping off those smokes here to conceal their exact location. They need to finish this guy off to not get so much information, from Boindonkey.
Yeah, Asmi is on the lookout, and perhaps they're just going to be drawing away from this compound. When Potato is going to be crashing right into the middle, though, so this kind of caused a little bit of stir. As AZ, they want to ideally save their fallen comrade, but too little, too late. He's already bleeding out dry. So Mochi is going to play a pivotal role right now to see if he can spot out Asmi. Asmi, he's pretty much safe inside the shack. So it is a little bit of a tight situation. And keep in mind, we have not seen Zeta because he's on the far left-hand side of the high ground hill. So he still gets to get a say on whether if AZ gets to push or not.
Okay, here we go. Boindonkey is not letting go of AZ, obviously. They're just really waiting for them to come out of hiding, and if they're brave enough to actually go for the push. But anyway, is I8 still a complete squad? They're doing great so far up north, together with Boom Esports and BTR. From behind, they might have an altercation up against Team Flash, but of course, we'll just have to wait and see. But as for the other teams here, we got Vikings also in the middle, and they could potentially clash with the Alpha Gaming and even Selcom DJ Alliance. But from the kill feed, we got a confirmation Boindonkey right now with the push up against AZ, and it looks like they're about to close this business down.
Yep, I don't think there's much of a business to begin with for the rest of AZ Slumber. They're just hoping to survive. They're still in the zone, but it's only down to Asmi left. Meanwhile, Talon's coming in from the back, so this could cause a little bit of stir between these three teams over onto the south side. Boindonkey's got to keep an eye out for that. Oh, perfect dodge for the grenade. It does get a chunk over onto Potato, and now he's trying to run free from all these tosses at the very same time. Zeta now primes that grenade. Buying a little bit more time for Potato to recover his health bars, and now Zeta's got the second nade coming. Oh, he will surf out around, and he's just playing Ring Around Rosie, and he got a shot on the Potato.
Oh man, here we go. Zeta right now making a move, but couldn't hit his target. We got Potato knocked down on the ground hard. 3 points in the bag now for Boindonkey, and they're coming after, of course, this last remaining player coming from AZ Slumber, and they are going to be put to sleep. 11 teams remaining for stage 4 over here. We got 2 minutes on the clock. We got Ajaya as well taking a big hit. Tops from Team Flash down on the ground. Oh, there's a lot of simultaneous trade-offs happening inside E-Wrangle for stage 4.
Yeah, it's a sprint away from the zone right now. It's going to burn a whole lot more. TPK has got no other option but to defend up the remaining members of 7-9. It's going to be the last down for Mimi. He does get the knock. Oh, beautiful work on that final tap of the barrel. And now he's going to be able to find a vehicle to try to bail out the situation. Meanwhile, Doc clears out the room, finds another member of the side of Team Flash. APG onto 3 points so far, looking very clean. 4 members still intact. And they got free reigns over onto the Gatka field at the very same time. This is a great play for Alpha Gaming.
Okay. I mean, Team Flash is so far away from Alpha Gaming, though. So I'm curious what happened and how Team Flash was able to knock down at least one player from APG. But APG continues on, of course, to survive the game. They're pretty close with Vikings. So I'm wondering why, that clash hasn't started just yet. But perhaps because, both of the teams here are still inside the zone. So maybe we just need for the circle to shift away. Then perhaps, that could pave the way for these two teams to actually fight. But in the meantime, we're looking at ASI 8, and they're pretty close to Sem9 and Team Flash. And you know what? Tribe Aeromacy might be joining the mix as well.
Yeah, it's just going to be a grand tussle right now. ASI 8 trying to draw a little bit more of that pressure away, while Sem9 having might try to fend him off, but he got caught out from an alternate angle, and that's coming from AST instead. Strake's perfect timing on that tap, and now that kind of opens up a little bit more of that space. Sem9, they're only down to 2 members left, and they could not even afford to go into save you high.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think, we're just waiting for Sem9 to get executed at this point. But let's see if they can still manage to counter. I mean, Yumeko's been pretty accurate with the shots as well. And, 2 is still a number over here. We're already at stage 4, and it's crucial time for most of the teams here. And the important thing is to just not give in to pressure. And so far, ASD still on a 2-2 split over here. Tricks coming back to the rest of the team here. They're looking at Talent Esports, perhaps. But the circle shifted away. It went all the way to the eastern part of the map here together with APG and Vikings. So this is going to be an interesting rotation coming from ASI and Team Flash.
The whole time, MVK didn't even need to move. They were in that check for more than 5 minutes already. And that is going to be the sweet spot everyone wants to fight for. So eventually, you will expect Alpha Gaming to be fighting into the compound eventually. So we'll have to see if that's going to be ringing true, while the rest of Team Flash are going for those open picking through the fields. Gets a member of ASI 8. Win so far, looking phenomenal, and it's the Gante that actually draws in the shot. So now that they are pretty much over onto their knees, Win tries to find something in return, but instead caught out Sem9 in the open.
Oh man, here we go. Sem9 taking in a lot of punishment coming from Team Flash. Domination for Team Flash here, and Sem9 got eliminated with 2 points in the pocket. 9 teams remaining. We got Gante back on the screen here for Tribe Aeromacy, but you know what? It was Trix who was able to get all of those points, for the team and to continue to rack up some more. I mean, I'm not even sure if this is the best spot right now for Tribe Aeromacy, but then again, they're trying to handle business here like pros. We got a player getting knocked down off the side of ASI 8, and Tribe Aeromacy continues to apply pressure on both ASI 8 and Team Flash.
And Rick is trying to close the gap right now. He wants to send a grenade into that shack. And this could be the one to settle it all up against the rest of Team Flash. They're running for their lives, barely having any firm cover. That nade barely hitting over onto Bose. And he's got to find a way to defend himself. Not so much when he's inside the smoke, though. Quickly being eliminated by the side of Gante. And now it's only 1 member left. The side of Team Flash can win it all outrageously. Doesn't seem to be the case for now. ASI goes down. Another nade follows true. And I don't think that there's a way out for Win as well, because he's also getting shot out of nowhere into the smoke. AST, they're absolutely dominating in the open field.
Yep, and it looks like Tribe Aeromacy is testing the Big Bang Theory by throwing a lot of nades up against the opposition and was able to score a point. Back to Alpha Gaming, everyone. We've seen them again with a low-key personality for this game. They haven't been really engaging during the first few zones over here, but it's a different story at the moment as we see them doing a little bit of spray up against Vikings. And now we're back to Boom Esports. 2 casualties for this team. So it's Pawnbit also getting knocked down on the ground. So are they in trouble right now?
I'm not too sure if they fully are, but Yummy's angle is just insane on how he actually gets a glimpse onto those members of APG. Well, they're also doing exactly the same style inside of the grass, trading back and forth while they're not really getting all too much in return. MVKE, they're still locked and loaded inside of the only compound in the zone. It's going to get updated in a quick bit. Where's it going to go? Still within the zone for MVKE. Now, what's going to happen here is teams are going to be looking to challenge MVKE eventually.
All right, here we go. At least we are experiencing a slowdown, a truce happening between all of the teams that survived and still alive here for stage number 6. We're not hearing any gunshots. At this point, everyone is extracting information as to where their enemies will be coming from. Is this a safe spot? Is this the right location? Are we going to go in for the kills right now? That's just, one of the things that the teams are probably considering at the moment. Alpha Gaming, right now, they do have a visual up against Vikings. Obviously, Vikings holding onto a prime location over here. And APG, they're deciding, hey, maybe this is a great spot for us. So are they going to crash this one?
Yeah, they also spot out PUBGM lines at the very same time. So they don't really have to go do much against Vikings until much later on. But here comes the crash. Tribe Aramisi. They just storm the gates and clears out the wolf pack. Boom, Esports goes down on 6th spot. I thought Yummy's been doing so well, but that decision-making coming from AST was absolutely golden. They get to go on a full reset, so they still have 4 members strong.
Yep, Tribe brought down the pain up against Boom just a while ago, and now we're looking at the final 5 teams here for stage 6. And again, we got the Vikings at the top of the chart here with 29% chance of bagging the chicken dinner, followed by APG. We got AST, Celcom DJ Alliance, and Talent Esports. So this is a 4v4, v3, v2, v2.
Yep. We're gonna slowly see those numbers dwindle down with Tins just securing 1 over on the outskirts. Banging 1 out from the side of AST. Only down to 2 members left. Kasim, aka Jimmy OP, so far looking pretty easy from the top side of the hill. MVKE remains to be the most stacked amongst the many, and you could arguably say APG is pretty much the same, but they're already looking at one. Here comes the full swing coming in from Pacific once again. JBOP looking for a little something alongside with Boy, but he crashes out as they just storm directly in the center, and they have to pay the price up against APG.
Well, we have been waiting for APG to pop off, and that was such a great display of skills being set out by Alpha Gaming. So then again, Vikings being patient, they really don't have to move anywhere else. They just have to wait for Tribe RMAC to come knocking down the door. Same thing goes for APG. But then again, Superman with an awesome shot right there, directly putting down 1 member of APG.
Yeah, the Vikings, they could look to extend their wings later on if they have already cleared out some of the open fields. As a matter of fact, with these current updates, MVKE, they should still have certain portions of their compound to still be within the next zone. And if it does not, then it will be a little bit tougher for the rest of them. But the good news is all of the compounds are intact. So this is just daunting. I believe that there's just going to be a hard time for everybody else, except for APG, to actually challenge for the title right now. Until now, out in the open, going to be quick taps coming from the side of Zio, but he's not going to be finding the final bullet to get the knock done. So Tribe Aramusi still in a little bit of pickle. Same could be said about Talent Esports.
Oh, Vikings, they know they have this one in the bag. They just have to be patient. They just have to play their cards right. Alpha Gaming getting ready to charge in, getting ready to snag away this compound from Vikings. Here comes the challenge. We got Dog cooking up a nade here, trying to put down 1T and Tins. We got Refus about to answer back. We got Trang as well, trying to keep them at bay, but nobody's getting knocked down just yet. 1T just pretty calm at this point, waiting for Refus, and here comes the attack. He has the element of surprise, but missed to actually shut him down. Missed opportunity right there from 1T.
It could have actually been so much if he actually get that knocked down. But Alpha Gaming, they were relentless. They will continue to push up ahead. This allows the rest of the teams to get into the zone because MVKE is currently defending their compounds. They have to give way to APG to secure half of these locations. Riff is now taking charge, but he's already walking through a couple of Molotovs tossed right inside of the compound. And now MVK got the box in. He got the knock. It's 2. And now it's only down to Rifus.
Oh man, this is getting spicy. Vikings right now dominating with 5 points. Vikings, Tribe RAZ, Talon, final 3 teams here in Erangel looking to get that chicken dinner. We got Yoru on bended knees at the moment, courtesy of Tribe. Oh man, that's a confirmation. Talon Esports losing a member over here, down to their last one. Again, this is an exchange between Vikings and Tribe Aeromacy at the moment. Superman already been taken out of the equation. We got Tribe answering back with a couple of nades here. 1T about to pop off as well. Trang popping off those smokes. Who's going to be winning the fight?
Well, there's still numbers advantage for the side of Vikings, but Superman kind of gave his life away when he drove in with that buggy. So they will go on and reset. There's still that one member left from the side of Talent Esports. I believe he could be Achul or somebody else. So he's going to wait for a little while longer while Gantes is on the lookout to deny the entry point for Talent Esports. So further confirmation, it is definitely Achul to be the final member of Talent Esports. Kins, when's he gonna activate? He does have a grenade, and speaking of which, perfect lob onto Zaidi, as he will be able to land that final blow, and it's gonna be a confident push coming out of Vikings to restore the gains, and now make it look like it's Ragnarok.
From the top, make it drop. Let's see if Tribe Aeromacy can actually follow through. Guillaume with an amazing shutdown for the DPS. Here comes another one. Vikings right now in big trouble, and that is all because of Giante. Tribe Aeromacy survived the clash, and we're looking at a Mexican stand-up happening right now with one player each to rep up their team.
Achul, he finds the alternate angle, he takes down 1T instead. It's between Talon and AST's very own Gante. Could this be the clutch of the century right now? Nates now toss at each other. Plenty of resources for AST to restock upon those fallen members of MVKE. Another one lob over back does not connect over onto Achul. Achul wants to draw him out. They could just buy time, wait for Circle 9 to appear, and then it will be down to this final 1v1. Connects, and it's Achul to secure it. A first chicken dinner for Talent Esports. Bring one home for Indonesia.
That was a curveball right there coming from Achul. Talon Esports getting the victory, getting the job done up against Tribe Aeromacy. But that was still quite an impressive showdown between these two teams. You know, I always thought that Tribe's definitely going to be the one to get it, but that was such a surprise right now coming from Talon Esports, dominating game number 3, and I want some more, Contra.
Oh, that was some spicy stuff. Yet again, another gruesome 1v1v1 situation. Last we saw, Homeboys take it back in Miramar, and down to the solo bolo missions. Talent Esports spread their wings and have been able to really land a big chicken dinner home. So that being said, Achul, his timing was immaculate. But he really got to thank Gante, right? Because if not for Gante taking out MVKE, this fight easily could have been MVKE's favor.
Yeah. Oh, I definitely agree with you there. I mean, Giante definitely was the knight in shining armor, you know, for the side of Tribe. And I'm just really happy because everyone's playing extra today. And this is what we came for. You know, this is what we want to always see coming from our favorite teams, you know, just to give us a little bit of a show, you know, to look forward to. And Talent Esports, man, they're stepping up. And we do love it, you know, the action coming from Talon as well. So hopefully they can maintain this pace. Again, we're done with the third match this evening, and we're already halfway through. Amazing.
Yeah, it was great to see Talon back in their prime form as well. Like, game 1 for them back in Miramar was a little rough, but they recovered so quickly when it comes down to playing out inside Wrangle. And you saw, despite the odds, they were one of those playing from the far end of the fields in order to make this cut. AST, they were doing exactly the same. They took that opportunity when MVKE and APG, they got themselves a little bit busy inside of town. So these teams, they took their sweet chance, moved deeper into the field, infiltrated, and by the end of all of that compound was just a little bit of bait for everybody else to play in.
Mm-hmm. And I feel like, you know, APG waited too long. I mean, they could have had the opportunity to perhaps, flush out the Vikings from that compound. But I guess, it was a little too late for them to decide that, okay, maybe it's now time for them to evacuate the compound, and because everyone's already headed towards that same direction. So I guess that's where the mishap actually started. But looking at the head-to-head here, Tribe Air Macy versus Talon Esports, damage output, elimination, it's all favoring Tribe Air Macy. I mean, numbers don't lie.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely worked really hard to really secure so many takedowns from the outskirts, and especially impressive when you had Gante clutching that final hour up against those members of, MVKE, which supposedly with those numbers, you could just overwhelm Gante, but he is just built different. His damage output, absolutely off the charts.
And again, everyone's updated with all the drama that's been happening between Tribe and, of course, DRS. It was an absolute top-notch performance that we've seen so far in the PMNC. Tribe maintaining their aggression, all throughout the playoffs. Day one and day number 2 of the grand finals. I guess during the third day, that's when they started kind of falling off from glory. Don't exactly know what happened, but again, Tribe Air Macy still showing up right now, which is a perfect. Gante at top 1 here for the performance. So it's a great thing to know that Tribe Air Macy still is up for any challenge there is to come along the way.
True enough, and right now with a quick update onto the scorelines, AST, well, you predicted them to win out the chicken dinner. Despite them not winning out, they're still the best performer in the map with a total of 17 points. Talent Esports have been the one to steal the show by the tail end with Achille's brilliance to secure that chicken dinner home. And of course, Alpha Gaming and GN Vikings Esports, they were both in the poised position for the most part of this matchup. So they do walk away with those double-digit returns by the end of it. Boom Esports remaining consistent with 7 points. Cellcom Digit Lines finding their way back on track with a total of 8. Whereas the rest of the field having decent exchanges. At least nobody walks away with nothing so far.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I agree with that one. I'm waiting to see, of course, 4 Thrives popping off as well. This is not the usual gameplay we see from Falak and the rest of the team here. And also for the side of Tribe, once again, Rig has been a perfect addition to the roster. He's been blending out quite well. He's definitely complementing the play for Tribe Air Macy, the synergy, the chemistry, everything. So hopefully they could bounce back, from that fight that they've had during the PMNC. But T2K, this is a team I'm also looking at as well. I mean, they're a little bit down in the leaderboards from the PMNC, but for Ruthless, perhaps, we can see them dominate. We're waiting for them to do something about it.
Yeah, well, we got a quick update on the overall rankings. APG, with their consistency, they now surge up 3 spots to take number 2. Boom Esports, rather consistent, holds on to that number 1 spot. While AST, with this big, massive run, they are now number 4. A 16 placement surge coming from AST is just outstanding. Same goes to MVKE, that's moved into the top 4. So the rest of the field catching up at the very same time. Team Flash, Boing Donkey doing much better than they did before, now moves into the top 16 together alongside with Cellcom Digi Alliance. So there is still a whole lot more work to be done here, as some of these teams may not have found their footing just yet, but of course, we'll let them settle in.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the beginning. It's just day number 1 of the playoffs over here. And I believe we do have 16 teams that will get the golden ticket to play for the grand finals. So I guess this is, an easy stage for now for most, if not all. Coming to the third page, rather, you can see Todak, Hora, 52 VPE, 4 Thrives, ASI at M9, even Alter Ego Errors. I mean, these are giants, in the competitive scene. So I'm pretty sure that they're going to do something about it. Even if they don't exactly super dominate just yet. But we do expect some clutches to happen, coming from this monster teams. And we'll just have to wait,
Yeah, I mean, they're just sleeping giants for now. Once they're awakened, they're about to stomp some numbers out there. So that's it. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll bring you more PUBG Mobile action.
Never giving up. Give me what I want.
Welcome back once again to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. This is another brand new iteration with a lot of individual prowess to kick off our day one. I mean, Andy, I think we're seeing a lot of brilliant play so far. Initially, back in game 2, it was Tai Long from Homeboys, and this time it is none other than Talon's very own Achul to take home a chicken dinner by himself. And yeah, they almost clutch it too. It was a 50-50 in that regards, but AST, they walk away with those hefty amount of points.
Oh, for sure. Everyone is on a different energy, to be honest. Everyone is in kill mode, you know, super aggressive. That makes us shiver. Savage game style as promised. But then again, we're done with 3 matches and we still have 3 more to go. And we're looking at groups A and B over here to have that fight. So it's back to Boom Esports, Voin, Sem9, Celcom DJ Alliance, Alpha, Vikings, 4th Thrive, Stripe, Air Macy. But we are welcoming back Homeboys. They won one of the teams that won a chicken dinner for today.
Yeah, they are looking so good right now. And between Group A as well as Group B, I can't help but to take a look at Boom Esports. They've been so consistent. Not the flashiest of plays thus far, but they are definitely showing up when it matters the most. I think that moving into this round of Miramar, they should be keeping that streak up in the steady. So my vote goes on to Boom Esports.
Okay. Well, I'm waiting for Falak and Noki to pop off, so I'm gonna go take my chance with 4th Thrives this time.
Okay, good call. I always love watching them play inside Miramar. They're always super explosive when given the chance to. Production, I think like you definitely have a lot of great picks out there, but so far today we got no luck on our side. Our RQ is going to be their choice, and for very good reasons, right? We saw RQ. They've been really racking those big numbers back in our previous Miramar.
Oh, you know what? RQ has been a staple name in the Ruthless community, and I'm just really waiting for them to always have that explosive gameplay. They're very on point with their rotations, you know, with how they pick their angles. I mean, their Peiko has proven himself time and again that, you know, he's also a force to be reckoned with. He's a formidable player, so definitely RQ is a tough competitor for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown.
Yeah, that being said, though, you guys could also drop in your predictions right now before we get things underway. Last round, you know, I kind of had a hunch for Talon, but even despite so, you know, I was kind of second guessing myself. Maybe I shouldn't have, because anything could have possibly happened. Like, even if you were one man standing, we saw in the last Miramar, and last game just goes to prove that, hey, today, solo bolo is the way.
You know, honestly, I wasn't really expecting that much, you know, to start day number 1 of the playoffs. But then again, you know, teams are proving us wrong. It looks to me like, you know, everyone's in the mood to really show something great, you know, for the fans out there. Tribe Air Macy continues to, of course, give us something to look forward to. And I guess, you know, we're just waiting, you know, for those teams that are a part of the second page, perhaps. I mean, Alter Ego Eras. This is also one team that knows how to put up a good show, you know.
Alter Ego Aries, I think like if they're ready to be activated, then great. We get to see, you know, Rosemary go on the tear. But so far, I mean, they've only got 1 point. So if they really want to go pedal to the metal right now, I think it's about the right time to do so, since it's been pretty much a halfway mark already into day 1. So I think like even with a few extra days left, you don't really want to live things down to the final 2 days, right? So they gotta do something about that. It's not only them. Vampire Esports, they also haven't fully waken up just yet. This is another team that I want to see really cause a sandstorm here in Miramar.
And here we go. The wait is finally over, ladies and gents. We're back in the barren desert of Miramar. And you know what? APG, I do wonder if we're going to be getting the champion mindset at the moment, for this tournament. I mean, APG, there was a lot of pressure onto their team just because, everyone's considering them to be the dream team, during the PMWC. And there was a lot of, I guess, talk whether or not they're going to dominate, but they were able to get the second place. How do you think, the play style that Doc actually kind of detached himself towards the latter stages of the match there during the EWC?
Well, I think like when you're playing such a grand stage, sometimes the pressure does get up to you for a little bit, and it is what it is, right? Like sometimes like there's just overwhelming pressure coming in from all ends where you need to ensure those chicken dinners in the Smash Roll format, and once you see those numbers dwindle down, it gets demoralizing that, hey, my chances are getting slimmer and slimmer. So sometimes they need to do something maybe out of the usual books in order to achieve those kind of results. But then again, you take a look at all these other teams from the rest of the regions. Arguably, you can say, yeah, APG is a dream team, but same could be said about YG. They were, part of the Genesis esports roster, and now reunited under the YG banner in a grand fashion. That's a Myanmar dream team. And then you look at the rest of the field. You also have dream teams coming in from Vietnam with the former DX and so many more. So it's kind of hard to really figure out which is exactly the best iteration. And with Four Tribes have definitely got a great run in the EWC, I'm hoping that they show a little bit more of that today.
I guess it all boils down, of course, in getting all of those top placements in a lot of official tournaments. But Boom Esports, not the best way to start the game, because one of them already knocked down on the ground. They'll make that two. We got Pawnbit over here, but Helton is doing a massive spray with an M249. Yami's gonna get picked up definitely by his teammate over here, but Boom Esports obviously in a pickle here. They are at a disadvantage up against 52, and since we already have a lot of players down onto the side of Boom, this now paves the way for 52 to actually go in for a push.
Yeah, very unfortunate. They barely moved up as well. Whereas 52, they were well spread out. They managed to single out their targets, 2 members down, and make it done. What an explosive start for 52 Esports of Malaysia. Well, I don't mean to put the caster's curse, but Boom Esports, they could not even answer back.
Oh man, that is such a bold statement right there. But let's see if they can do a strong comeback later on. But yeah, they were the first one to be taken out back to the lobby here for Miramar. But anyway, getting back into the story, Sem9, still a complete squad over here. They are over at North Side. I guess they're close with Horror Esports as well. Perhaps they could even meet, Alter Ego Era, since they're also sticking to the north side edge of the circle. But in the meantime, we're looking at Tribe Era Macy, and I'm just trying to find where they are at the moment. So perhaps they are over to the south side as well, inside the zone, this time also within proximity with Voin.
Yeah, this is a little too close for comfort, especially when you're starting off the game in such a manner. Voin Donkey got themselves a couple of spots where they could just easily trap out those members of AST. So I think that Zio kind of knows this, which is why he's kind of running away from the crosshairs of Mochi, because he's hoping to grab that vehicle early on. But rather unfortunate, he find himself walking on foot instead. So Voin Donkey, they could either leave him be and continue to traverse the rest of the grounds, get some more added loots, because Potato is not fully stacked up yet. He's only got like S12K in his hands. For most part, I think like at the very least, AST, they are pretty much safe within the zone. They don't really have to worry too much. They can just go back into the island over the south, get themselves looted up, and then rejoin. Take a look at Sem9 though. They're so far away. And I believe there's also another team not too far off, and I wonder who exactly could that be that they're facing off with, because even Homeboys, they're not too far away. So it could get a little bit more tense, especially towards the zone where everyone's going up against Team Secret. You have Alter Ego crossing over. You have MVKE doing exactly the same. So we might see more of these early fights here in stage 1.
Well, Sky, his weak arms are heavy. Well, he's being surrounded by 7-9 at the moment, but he is definitely communicating with the rest of Horror Esports like, hey, bros. I mean, I'm not even sure if I'm going to go into a fight over here, but I am definitely outnumbered. And speaking of fight, it's Tribe right now going head-to-head with Voin. We got one player already facing the floor, and it's Rig who was able to bag that one. So obviously, leverage-wise, I think it goes to Tribe.
Oh, wow. That's some perfect strikes. That's 2 members down for the count from the side of Voin Donkey. And it's a rough start, considering that Voin Donkey initially have a little bit of those leads. And AST, the moment that they stocked up inside the island, they took the fight upon Voin Donkey. And now Potato tries to traverse across. Zio has been on the watch for the longest time. He's got a mini 14 with as well. Just waiting for the right angles, but Potato, he's scaling higher and higher towards the hilltop, so not going to be an easy task for them to instantly pick them off. So Voin Donkey should be able to stay intact for the moment. Well, Krypton, he's going up against 52. Seems like 52 couldn't catch a break. And just like that, that's 2 members out.
Is this it? Is Alter Ego Ares beginning to pick up the pace? Oh, that could be interesting. But yeah, I mean, they put down a couple players from the side of 52 Esports. I think that was Rosemary getting the points done. Now, Vampire Esports, they're inside a building over here down in Los Leones, and they might be having an exchange up against Celcom DG Alliance and maybe even Vikings. I mean, Alpha Gaming is also around Los Leones part. I mean, this is the focal point right now for the circle.
True enough. I don't think that CD Alliance will need to fully commit into any form of altercations up against Vampire Esports. They could just hold Los Leones and see where the rest of the zone would go on the upcoming phase. Since this is still stage 1, they could just take their sweet time. RQ are going for a decision to just hold around the Puerto Paraiso sector. And by doing so, they could also send maybe a scout into the edges of Los Leones to quickly check things out. Look at the previous feed. I do believe it was Krypton that did secure the points for the side of Alter Ego. Speaking of securing points, though not looking to get some of their own.
Lots of gunshots, that is for sure. We got Todak right now going for a reposition. They might go up against APG, however. And okay, we got Kenny boarding out of his vehicle over here, trying to get some information. I believe that was Noki, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I mean, Voin Donkey obviously getting some damage done as well. Machi obviously needed to recover from that attack. But anyway, I think this push will be, yeah, I think it's going to happen right now.
Ooh, pretty much unavoidable for the moment. A full gate crash coming from the side of Toadout now. Going up against the rest of Voin Donkey. They're weakened up since AST has managed to nap one of their member early on. And this time, it's going to be Mochi all the way up in the front that gets taken aback by Ease. And I couldn't even see Ease from this current angle. They're pretty much in the mix. A three-way battle, and Voin Donkey is sandwiched in between.
I mean, we got Alpha Gaming making a move right now, doing the third party up against Todak and Voin, obviously. So that puts them in a very vulnerable position. They're pretty exposed to the boys of Alpha Gaming, so there is a need for them to settle the score as fast as they could, you know, because both of the teams are in big trouble up against APG. But we can see that Core continues to throw nades, you know, was able to inflict a lot of damage. At least to Cleon over here and another teammate. We got East joining the mix as well. That was a massive spray with an M4. But unfortunately, well, yeah, he wasn't able... Okay, remind I said anything? It was Doc right now getting the job done.
Yeah, very cleanly executed right there and then. Alpha Gaming, they didn't really have to full commit. All they really have to do is just look for all these different angles and alternatives and let the rest play its part. Redfus this time gets the connection onto Cleon. And just like that, it allows Voin Donkey to further push in to try to steal the points away. He actually gets received with a jump shot. Perfect coverage coming in from Man. to find a little bit of a turnaround, but the nades are falling right through. APG looking to close it out. With Todak already being weakened out, this is definitely no good news for either party.
Well, I mean, if APG wants to stay in the fight over here, they need to make sure that they eliminate both Todak and Voin. But then, after this fight, I feel like they will have to deal with the Tribe Aramasi, who is at the edge of the circle over here. So gatekeeping will definitely happen around South area. Todak right now continues to get punished by Alpha Gaming. I mean, they have been trying their best to dodge all of those nades. Unfortunately, Cleon took a big one. Now let's see if Todak can still recover. Can they still defend themselves? Ruthless with the charge, but 0-2 down from the side of Alpha Gaming.
Oh, that's a massive damage being done. And here comes the flank coming from Trentizi. Can he actually find an exchange? But instead, he's just going to go up over onto the zone instead and let the rest of APG slowly wither out. And then he will try to single out all these targets. Doc, he's got to make it count right now. Trentizi is looking for an opening right at this moment. He gets a little bit of a quick peek, but there is suppressive fire coming from the back. Very technical maneuver coming from the rest of APG. And it's down to the wire. He needs to heal up. Does he have enough time? Yes, he will. Resuscitate himself with that first aid kit and now continue on with the journey. One tap, all it took. APG secures 5 points in the back, but they gotta quickly go in for the safe. Zao, Rifus, they need to recover in time.
Well, Tribe Aramasi with their position, they could probably put APG inside a rice cooker. There's a lot of pressure in there, so I do wonder if Tribe Aramasi will come through in this clash. I mean, APG definitely hot on the triggers at the moment, but we're going to check them out in just a while because Team 52 right now having an exchange with Selcom DG Alliance. We got Helton on the screen here with an S12K, but kind of switched back to another nade, and that is one person down. Selcom DG Alliance on point with the grenade elimination, and there you go. 52 eliminated with only 4 points.
The experience pays off for Selcom DG1. They've always played around these grounds here inside Los Leones. And the new kids on block has got nothing on him. Yui next one to falter though. And he tries to crawl his way out, trying to draw them into Red Bull's crosshair instead. And it's just a full-on mess. Superman's the next one to fall. Melo now with slither health tries to go in for the exchange. The grenade. Does he actually connect? He actually takes out a few of these members, and now Lazarus goes in and just goes in to demolish majority of these MVKE players, but the rest of RQ, they are arriving towards this township already, and here comes Lepar, full swing into the doorways.
Man, we got a lot of fights happening at the moment. RQ right now, man, they are receiving a lot of hell, coming from Vampire. But we're talking about Lazarus here being the last member standing. He now opted to go for that pickup as well. Red Bull, he needs the help he can get, in this situation. And RQ continues to be down on their knees. The kill feed lighting up non-stop. Rosemary getting another big damage down on the floor here in RQ. Well, they're receiving a lot of punishment as well.
Heavy casualties on both ends. Alter Ego now holding firm up against Horror Esports. It's all down to Alpha at this point in time. Cannot really find that angle of recovery. There is still High Dami insider that mix, so he could not really afford to actually go in to single out. He tries to go in for a save to pick up Rosemary, but does this allow a lot more room for Horror Esports to eventually close up because they're running out of angles in Alpha. He's only got to prioritize himself right now, and here it comes. Both sides now swinging right through. He knows that they're hiding in that tight angle. One tap is all it took. Horror Esports shuts down Alter Ego.
In the process, they also suffered one casualty over here. That would be Jiggle, but they did manage to rack up some points. So that was a great clash, I guess, coming from Horror Esports. And now we're looking at the map feed once again. A little portion of Los Leones is still included in the zone. And we got Selcom DG Alliance right at the edge of the zone over here, close with Team Secret. But we're looking at Four Thrives as well. And this is this fight is definitely going to go down for now. We got Alpha Gaming responding to a lot of spray being thrown up against their direction coming from Four Thrives. but Fourth Tribes obviously just stepped back a little. But East, we can see him continues to get a lot of damage, but this time I believe coming from Tribe Macy, so they could be in between Fourth Tribes and Tribe.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough situation to be at if that's going to be the case. Alpha Gaming having the high ground advantage, while the rest of ASC, they can afford to hold on firm, going for some quick recovery before they go in to commit any further. Both sides still having the zone though, so there isn't exactly a need to fully commit, but if they could just take out APG, a lot more room will be cleared, especially Doc is over on the corner, so he is very vulnerable. Thank goodness he's got the vehicle to quickly maneuver into safety for the meantime, but it's still a full-on AST squad in between the mix, so it's not going to be an easy access for Doc whatsoever.
Okay, here we go. We are experiencing a little bit of a slowdown, naturally so, because we are seeing a lot of distance, in between teams here. We got Los Leones still dominated by Celcom DG Alliance. They're definitely going to put a little struggle onto the side of Horror Esports as they prepare to come inside the zone. Now we got Team Secret back on the screen over here. They're also in the middle, just right outside of Los Leones, but they could potentially have a collision up against Vampire Esports. And I mean, for me, it's not really the best of spot, for Team Secret, as they are in between Celcom DG Alliance, who is about to evacuate Los Leones eventually. So this could be catastrophic, for the side of Team Secret.
Sure enough, we'll have to wait and see whether if Team Secret will be able to hold firm onto some of all these spots. Now, what's interesting is that I spot a member from CD Alliance called MyV Guinea. So, fun fact, MyV is like a local car brand. I mean, like a local car that is named King of the Road because of the crazy stuff that people do with it. And yeah, people call it King of the Road because it could even beat Lamborghini in a sense. Depends on how you see it. Anyways, no more segues from here on as we're looking into even more fights to happen from here on out. So Competition Alliance decides to drive out in the open, looking for a little bit more space of that spacing to play as they try to go closer to the middle, not fully committing to that. Tai Long, the MVP of round 2, the one that took the chicken dinner away from BTR, is now hoping to do exactly the same. Now he's still got his buddy Nikki over on the other quarter, so we'll have to see how this one plays out for the rest of Homeboys to take it one step at a time over on the far north.
Okay, we're waiting for another circle shift to happen. Okay, that will definitely dictate the energy for the next stage over here. Okay, so, probabilities. Okay, Sem9, there's Homeboys just right beside them. They could potentially be greeted by Vampire Esports as well. So gatekeeping can happen. I mean, Los Leones definitely going to be busy over here. I mean, this is probably one of the party spots. I mean, Horror is there, Team Secret is there. And so I'm pretty sure fireworks will start eventually. For Sem9, okay, we can see that they are already starting to challenge the boys of Homeboys. Let's see if they're gonna be pushing all together.
Yeah, you could notice that a lot of all these Malaysian teams like City Alliance, Sem9, and even including Homeboys, who's been wrapping over the north, all the Malaysian teams will have to greet each other eventually. While of all the names that has appeared on the minimap, Four Tribes is in the best location possible in the zone. The next one in line, Vampire Esports, because they get to really hold out their position over onto the central north point. Horror Esports, though, what's going to be their options right now? Wrapping around these corners, they're hearing a lot of all these noises moving across. It's going to be CD Alliance driving directly into the center. A very bold move coming from Celcom DG Alliance while Tribe Aeromosi tries to go in for a trade. It's going to be Jimmy OP that finds it in return, takes down both members of Homeboys, and that's a dominating streak coming in from Jimmy, and it shuts down Homeboys.
Just like that, Homeboys got erased from this round. Tribe Aeromacy, Rig, they're having an exchange up against Alpha Gaming. Same thing goes for Sem9 and Vampire Esports, but Fourth Tribes right now trying to rocket out. We got one of them pulls out a S12K. This is going to be a dance-off. Okay, waiting for that right moment. Let's see who's going to be winning the fight. Here comes the charge and a jump shot, but hey, access denied. 4Thrives winning the fight.
Satria kind of missed his mark right there when he actually stormed up over onto the stairways, and that allowed this member of 4Thrives to continue to pummel down even more of the members. And I would say, could that be a whiff? Could that be a misjudgment? Because there was that opening window that he did not take, and 4Thrives continues to reign supreme.
Alpha Gaming right now doing a master class up against 4Thrives. Okay. They do have the high ground advantage, so we are waiting for them to execute the clean elimination up against 4Thrives. It could be a hard maneuver, if 4Thrives decides to even counter at this point, but let's see. I mean, both of the teams are pretty much experienced. Coming off the kill feed, however, there's a player that got shut down from Tribe Aeromacey in another part of Miramar, but Vampire Esports, looking at the situation, we got 6 points in the bag here, and it's only Dewey that haven't set any numbers just yet, but Tribe Aeromacey getting damaged a lot by Hora.
Yeah, so far, Hora is really getting activated as they were firmly planted over on the southeast corner of the map. AST is also sharing that space as well. CD Alliance, as much as they full sent it to the middle, they lost one member now. Jimmy as well as Boboy over on the far end. They kind of need to wiggle some room up against the rest of Team Secret in order to make ends meet. So this could actually be rather rough. Vampire Esports over on North Point. Final member being U-High for 7-9 just by the very far corner. So I'm not too sure how this one plays out. 4Thrives, they're trying to turtle into that position because they can afford to whiff those compounds that they've secured, while the rest of Tribe Aeromacey fends their way off. Those nades popping up towards the side of the APG, not connecting for the moment. Right now, follows suit. Naki's gonna be finding U-High, so there goes M9, top 8.
At least, for the side of Tribe Aeromacey, they came to play. I mean, the intention is clear. They've been trying to dominate right off the bat here. They came out swinging, and they continue to rack up some damage up against, the surrounding teams so far. And this is such a great exchange right now happening between them and Alpha Gaming. We can see Ruthless and Joel over here going for a pinch. They're trying to lure them in, setting up a trap here. Gyante trying to get closer. Rig, not even sure if he is aware of the fact that Joel is holding an off angle over here, but it looks like Gyante knows exactly where he is. On the other hand, we got high damage from Hora Esports getting knocked down on the ground as well.
Ooh, tough predicament out there. It is still a little bit of a standstill. Despite those knocks happening, there is no point in time where these teams can afford to go in for the full flush. But what they're trying to do is to pop a couple of the grenades, and that one connecting heavily onto Rufus. And the moment that Spring steps out, Zyle immediately responded. Just like that, knocks one down without in return also getting exchanged at the very same time. Rufus this time going for the massive flank as he has already spotted out Gyante. Gyante also takes notice of this, so he's down to this brawl between two superstars of each region. 6 points in already for the side of APG. Tries to go in for another wide wraparound once again, just to hold himself fine. But Gyante, he's also looking for an opening of his own. The rest of APG holding on to the high ground, and AST has got to make those big decisions.
I mean, obviously, Alpha Gaming going up against Tribe Aeromacey, and 4Thrives is even making it harder, for Alpha Gaming. That is the nature of the competition. Again, we're looking at Gyante over here. Unfortunately, Trix got shut down. Same thing goes for Dog, and this is a heavy exchange we are witnessing between Alpha Gaming and Tribe Aeromacey. We got Trix again getting knocked down, but that is the nail in the coffin. East with a massive shot, eliminating AST with only 3 points in the bag.
The Kings are back 9 points, and that was dangerously close at the East. He still gets taken down by Sky with those flurry of bullets coming from down under.
Oh man, everyone's getting fiery and feisty for stage 6 here in Miramar. Vampire Esports with 3 players. Same thing goes for 4Thrives. I mean, this can probably be super explosive because we got the big names for the end zone. We got the circle shifting again, favoring the middle part. So 4Thrives pretty much still safe. Same thing goes for Vampire Esports. But I feel like Hora and 4Thrives need to settle the score here.
Yeah, they definitely need to do so. This is going to be a hard fight for either side of the party. 4Thrives They still have a lot of room of leverage, but the problem is Vampire Esports Perp is going to be watching at the very same time while they take this battle. Sky, where can he exactly go? Because right at this moment, it seems like no matter where he turns, 4Tribes should be able to find those angles against him. Lucky enough, there's still a buggy for him to work around with, so he's going to go in, regroup with his teammate, and goes further down and just try to open up that room. Hide down, he's also offering a little bit more of that backing if he needs to. Ooh. And he's also getting spot out at the same time.
I mean, all I can see from 4Tribes at the moment is that they're taking everything into consideration. So they're definitely executing a series of good decisions as well. So 4Tribes right now on the move to really reign supreme, you know, at least for this round. Now we're looking at Team Secret at the moment, trying to come after Kasim of Celcom Digi Alliance, but I think Celcom Digi Alliance getting a little bit of help from another team here. I mean, Horror Esports continues to do a massive spray up against 4Tribes. We got not one of them knocked down on the ground, but we got T24 and Noki. This duo can probably still make it happen for 4Tribes.
Oh yeah. Horror Esports now on the move. They spot out Naki out in the open, but oh, Naki's just better. He just did a 180 flick while he's on the run. And now, down to that 1v1 duel. He does get the exchange. Gunda perfectly executing him, and he's just gonna eliminate whatever body's on the ground right now. 8 points already for Horror Esports. Now, can he go in for the save? He should be able to do so. And Horror Esports, they still remain as 3 members intact.
Hey, this is still, you know, like a solid number for 4Tribes. 6 points in their pockets. But now we're looking at just one survivor here for stage 7. But, I mean, we did see Homeboys pull off a great scenario just like this one. So perhaps we can see that happen with the T24. But in the meantime, hey, it's Horror Esports on a kill streak at the moment. But we're jumping into Team Secret and Vampire Esports as well because this fight cannot wait already. Celcom Digi Alliance, however, just got sent back to the lobby with only 6 points in the bag here. 4 teams still competing for that chicken dinner. We got 3 members for the side of Horror Esports, which makes them like quite a threat for this stage.
Yeah, we've seen the Southeast Asians over north, the South Asians over the south, and it is going to be Vampire Esports regressing onto the final member remaining for the side of Team Secret. There's still another one that's a little far back. Zeros, he gets the nade dropped. Oh, this turned things around. So it's only down to Schweppes at this moment. Can Schweppes find a way to go in for some quick recovery? Because right now, it's all in or nothing.
Oh man, this could be horror. This could be horror right now for this round. And production might get that point. But anyway, getting back into the fight over here, we're looking at horror. Sky is not letting go of Team Secret at the moment. He is really applying a lot of pressure over here. And Team Secret, they got nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And the 4Tribes, well, they're doing their best. You know, T24 is doing his best to still stay in the game here. But Horror Esports, they have the momentum going for them.
We might actually see the first chicken dinner for South Asia right at this very moment, but there are still Vampire Esports in the mix, so we'll have to see how this battle plays out. Each one taking the respective quarters by the zone, but is incredibly difficult for Vampire Esports to consider running across that highway because they've ran out of vehicles. So they just have to wait till this one plays out between both Horror as well as 4Tribes. Both teams kind of locking themselves into position. T24 now getting himself all that attention. Those names are being thrown towards this direction, but they cannot spot the other member of those Vampire Esports just yet. So this could very well be advantageous for Horror Esports with 3 members still left here to play it out.
Ooh, interesting. I feel like Horror is not aware of T24 at the moment. Okay, never mind, I said anything. 4Tribes just got eliminated. So now this is a 4v2 situation. Vampire Esports now getting a lot of hellish fight from Horror. Red Bull knocked down on the ground here. Sky moving in. And Horror Esports bagging the chicken dinner for this round. Production gets a point.
And the faithful shall be rewarded. It's the Purple Hordes now taking the first chicken dinner for SA on match number 4. Clinical executions, and you just saw how many battles that they got themselves into to deny all that space from everybody else dictating whoever goes anywhere close to the south side, Hora Esports, they played it to perfection.
Yep, they're trigger happy at the moment. I mean, they've gone through a lot of fights, from that round and was able to bag a lot of elimination points as well. So, yeah, it's a great thing, for Hora Esports. They're doing extremely well for day number 1. And I'm curious, to see the numbers up there in the overalls, but we're going to flash that to you in just a while. In the meantime, we're looking at the number of points here set up by Mafia, Gunda, Sky, and even Height Dami over here. It's 5-4-5. Jiggle had an early elimination, so we'll probably see him bounce back in the next matches.
That's right. And when we take a look at those damage numbers, I mean, it's no surprise to me. I mean, Jiggle got taken out very early on, so he did not partake in the majority of the scuffle. But even with those 3 members, I mean, Mafia, Gunda, with his addition into the roster, he fits like a glove in order to really supplement Sky as well as High Dami. So I'm just liking this iteration where they don't always need to play around Sky anymore.
For sure. And, the formula right now working for Hora Esports, I mean, obviously they're displaying great skills and reflex as well. I mean, Sky is definitely a monster right now in terms of how accurate he is with those aims, in getting the points done and making something happen, for Hora Esports. But I can say that it's being complemented very well by No Fear. I mean, he was able to snatch a title, during the PMWC here, and it was just like a phenomenal thing to witness No Fear really repping up Hora Esports like that.
True enough, and of course, this is also a bounce back performance coming in from majority of these teams, Vampire Esports as well as Fortress, particularly in this map of Miramar. So they've been able to still keep themselves very competitive, because last we saw for Vampire Esports, they were near the bottom of the barrel, so this is absolutely crucial for them. Where APG, they came in very close, but they were denied that space, all thanks to the presence of Hora over on the south, alongside with some of all the other members of Hora Tribe. So realistically, there was not much that APG could do about it.
For Alpha Gaming, the aggression starts to build up, maybe stage 5 in every match, pretty low key during the first few zones, but I think that is something that is working out for them. So I feel like we're going to see the same thing in the remaining matches. But as for the MVP, of course, we got Mafia over here, Mafia Gunda, again, setting up the title. But for the other top performers, we can also see High Dami doing well, even Sky of Hora Esports. So we got 3 here repping up Hora, and of course, Doc of Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, they just got those massive funnels going on for them, and this is a huge double-digit number that the rest of the members of Hora Esports have been able to secure. When they win big, I tell you that. So that being said, that's a total of 24 points for Hora Esports, our chicken dinner winners of this round, followed closely by Vampire Esports with those 12 points secured. And look at it go. 11 points for time between Fortress as well as Alpha Gaming. Cellcom DG Alliance, they were starting off inside of Los Angeles. It wasn't too difficult for them to maneuver, but it was difficult for them to play isolated into the zone, which we saw them taking massive gambles to try to secure some areas. It didn't really work out, while Team Secret tried to do exactly the same. Whereas the rest of the field, they were a little late to the scene, so they managed to at least go in for a couple of pickoffs.
This was not the game for the Indonesian, like 3 of them at the bottom of the rankings. And after an impressive gameplay coming from Boom Esports, where they actually scored a chicken dinner, now they exited this round with 0 points in the bag. So let's see if they can bounce back, later on. And as for Rig, again, this guy keeps on getting some titles around inside the matches, and that was the longest elevation distance for him, at least for this round. Alpha Gaming taking the top spot here now with 32 points, but that is just a 1-point lead up against Indonesia's Boom Esports, and Hora coming in at 3rd place with a massive leap here. 15 ranks, already at 31.
That's crazy. I mean, Hora Esports, this is what all the fans ask for, as they are now skyrocketing their way to the top. Vampire Esports also moved back into the top 10, and it's great to see that they finally got themselves activated while only securing those singular digits. The rest of the party also working on it, while Four Tribes moves up 9 spots. So a couple of teams have been knocked down, so to speak, over onto the what's behind on the final page. So we'll take a look. 7-9 only measuring inches with those 2 points apart from this round. Alter Ego at least getting slightly better. We'll have to see about the rest of the field when we move back in. So that's it. That concludes the total 24 teams. They're still finding their way into the top 18.
Yep, and we still haven't seen, Nepix pop off, T2K popping off, SEM9, even Alter Ego Eras. So the night is young, to be honest, even if we're done with 3 games here. And I'm already excited to start, the next match. But before we drop back to Myanmar, we're going to take a short break, ladies and gents. So please don't go away. Welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 12. So we're done with 4 games, but we still got 2 more. So we're about to jump into the final E-Wrangle this evening. So let's see who's going to take it. Red, Green, and Contra still your casters for this tournament. And, well, we're looking at the 4 teams that won a chicken dinner. Boom, Homeboys, Talon, Hora. Who's it going to be, for the final E-Wrangle?
Well, just checking in. I couldn't really hear you for a moment, Great Queen. I don't know if it's just me because I kind of dropped my headset for a little bit. But there are our upcoming teams. It's Group A versus Group C, as Alter Ego is going to be looking to climb their way back up. We'll have to see. Group C, are they going to be able to storm up ahead? As we've seen some great streaks that's been set up by all these amazing gentlemen that's wowing us for the past couple rounds.
I'm already thinking, okay, which of them am I going to pick next, for E-Wrangle? Well, we did see some pretty unstoppable force that happened during the first E-Wrangle, so perhaps we will see that back again, for this final E-Wrangle. But this time, I think I'm going to go with Alpha Gaming.
Once again, I'm so sorry. I couldn't hear you at all, Queen. So pardon me for a moment. So that being said, though, I mean, prediction-wise, I think Alter Ego's starting to try to rack up. So I'm gonna go with my prediction of Alter Ego.
Oh,
that's gonna be counting for anything at all.
This is B and C or A and C? A and C. Okay, so let me change my team to. Let's hear it for Nepex. There you go. Oh man, okay. Hora. Ooh, back to back. Okay, that's an interesting one. But yeah, I mean, we got strong competitors right now as our team predictions. I mean, Alter Ego Eras, Hora, and of course, you guys. We're interested to know just which of the teams here you think is gonna get the chicken dinner. Of course, everyone's celebrating Hora Esports down in the comment section. I mean, it was a pretty wild run, for the boys of Hora, and I do understand why you guys are feasting, down there in the comment section. But let me see the show of hands, for the other teams. Please make a lot of noise down there and make sure that they also feel your energy and support for this next round. Yes.
Game, second place, you know how we like to you know what we finna do. Running game, second place, you know how we like to move the hit crew. Move the hit crew. Move the hit crew.
Ooh. I would want that to happen, of course. I mean, like, if we see the initial circle favor the south side, well, we just know that it is going to be bloody, it is going to be catastrophic, and that's something that we all want to happen. I mean, the harder the circle it is, the harder the circle, well, the more fun it is for the caster and the audience. But headshots right now and highest damage output. It's RUTHLESS right now taking the spotlight from Alpha Gaming. We got Doc as well joining the roster. We got high damage still with the most eliminations, but Doc and Giante just right up behind him.
Yeah, very closely behind. When we take a look at the knockouts, I mean, Giante has been phenomenal today, especially on those clutches when he was going up against those members of the Vikings. So we'll really want to keep our eyes peeled out for that. Vampire Esports, they are taking the very far south of the island as they were expecting, hey, maybe somebody's going to be taking the middle base. Apparently not. As they're sharing the island together alongside with Talent Esports, we'll have to see that quick update. We're already getting some fights taking place. Ooh. And there's going to be explosive bows to be shot over onto the far corner. It doesn't seem like it's further connecting, but Talent Esports, they are really hustling whoever's inside this township. And it's going to be Homeboys striking first and foremost with the micro Uzi. And that, just like that, Yoru's going to be out on his knees, and Achil also being locked by a grenade, and he almost faltered through his knees.
Man, ASI's been getting some damage as well. I guess they're up against the T2K, if I'm not mistaken. Homeboys, right now, still trying to survive in the situation. Horror Esports, however, also having an altercation up against Team Flash, and it looks like they just won the fight. Team Flash, obviously the first team to be taken out of this game. We got back to Homeboys, but two of them already knocked down on the ground here. But yeah, I think one of them still has a chance to get picked up at this point. But Tyler's been doing a great job, so far, buying some time for the rest of the team to recuperate in this situation. But we're talking about Talent Esports as well. And this guy knows exactly how to move inside the field.
True enough, but when you're in such a sticky scenario, it is definitely daunting when it comes down to how they navigate around. Especially at this moment, it's going to be a 2 versus 2 affair, I do believe. And finally pick up the squirrel. It's going to be Axel trying to trade right back. So many different iterations that they've tried and tested, and it seems like Axel so far working very efficiently over the top side. AUG in the hands of Shamil. He's got to put it into quick work. Shamil is also making his debut for today. Goes in for the quick save, resuscitating his fallen member. Tylon's going to go in for the cheeky angles, trying to climb up towards the hilltops to perhaps challenge Axel on the other quarter, so he's got to be very mindful of that. Talent Esports now. Axel against the wall, they don't exactly have any form of fallback plan, and speaking of which, that's a perfect catch on to Axel.
All right, here we go. Things are already starting to get juicy over here. Homeboys now bags 2 points, and they're coming after Achul. In this situation, Achul kind of stepped back. I mean, he does need a little bit of space to anticipate the attack, from Homeboys. Obviously, this is going to be a little tricky onto the side of Talon, since one of them actually came from the rooftop. I think that was a missed opportunity right there. I mean, obviously, Homeboys has a better vantage point, but they gave that up, and that paved the way to, for Talon to do something about it. But Homeboys, I feel like they're still winning this fight.
Yeah, they're at least holding very steadily. I do agree that they should have actually held on for a little bit longer. And now it's kind of back to a 50-50, and here comes the jump shot. Oh, Shamil's instant impact on his arrival as he takes out the AUG, just absolutely depleted him. And that is the final shot onto A-Fire to secure the final blow onto Talent Esports.
That was golden right there. That was such a great hustle, coming from Homeboys. I would love to see some more of that action, coming from Homeboys. I think they were very fast on their reflex. The response time is amazing. And hopefully, the recipe can work out for them up until the last few matches in the playoffs. Hopefully we can see them play in the grand finals. But anyway, getting back into Team 52 over here. And we're looking at 13 teams remaining. We can see them going for the reposition as well, maybe headed towards the middle of the map here. They could potentially say hi to Todak I mean, Todak already maintaining a very good position in the middle of the map here. AZ obviously will be coming from Jorgapul, but then again, they could probably have a clash with Team Secret up north.
And clashes is gonna be a pickoff potential coming from Jiv Stye. Oh, perfectly to the head. Onto domain. I mean, this guy is not opening his domain in the world of JJK, so to speak. So, well, that's an early rest for that member, but it's just a start for plenty more to go. Netpex, what are they going to do about this situation? They're just going to further traverse ahead into Pachinki, and perhaps there is going to be some prime targets to look for up there.
Yep, that was definitely an unfortunate situation for the side of Netpex. I mean, obviously you need all the manpower you can have, you know, to always gain that advantage up against the remaining teams here. I mean, they could potentially go up against RQ, who is preparing to get inside the zone. But I think, you know, the closest business I think they could come across to would be from D Savior. Fresh out from Pachinki. I mean, they're all flocking in the middle of the map here, so it's just a matter of time here before they decide to actually get into any engagement. But I'm also looking at Alter Ego Ares coming from the eastern side, and they could potentially clash, you know, with RQ.
Yeah, there's just so many bunch of team actually traversing directly in the center. Everybody wants a piece of that land. And it seems like D Saver is just going to be caught up in between. Team 52, though, is going to be the one that challenges them in this current trajectory. And Eldon quickly moves out of the way. He knows that he needs to recover a little bit more ground. And now, here comes Parachute on the challenge.
Here we go. Team 52 right now dancing it up with D Savior. We got a DBS showing off. Manzi right now trying to showcase his skill right now with the shotgun, but yeah, I mean, he was able to do the job. I mean, D Savior completely eliminated. Not just yet. I mean, we still got one more player here. Natty T on top of the staircase, and again holding a double barrel. But hey, everything is turning into chaos over here.
Team 52 is just so close on all these close quarter combat. It seems like it even overwhelms the likes of D Saver, who just made that quick loot. And after exiting out of Pachinki, they got themselves in hot waters. Alton now just waiting for the flames to subside as he will be charging up above. Nate still tries to hold still by his own. We've seen some clutches from this gentleman before, but this is a little hard to do as they will be depleted. No points whatsoever for those members of DX.
Yeah, Team 52 obviously doing a great job here. I mean, it wasn't such a great game in the previous match, but they're definitely bouncing back. 12 teams. Right now, we're looking at Netpex Esports. We saw them lose one member. Domain, a while ago, took in heavy damage, you know, from across the field. It was just perfect timing, I guess, and just really unfortunate, you know, for the side of Netpex. But hey, we're looking at the situation. They're at the edge of the circle here, still close to RQ, but the number of teams headed towards this direction, this entry point, passing through Pachinki, I think there's a lot of gunfights that can definitely happen.
Yeah, a lot of potential right there. Homeboys is taking their sweet time after having, you know, a little bit more of that big blowover up against Talent Esports, and right at this very moment, I think that there's still some decent room that they're playing off from, so it's not too shabby after all. While the rest of the field tries to maneuver into those high grounds, Team Secret and a great focus point up the hillside. Expecting more teams to come by, and over onto the corner, I believe that to be Bigatron by Vitality. Team Secret so far have shown some ferocity, but have not been able to make it into the top 4 run all too frequently, other than maybe the first game or so. So hopefully they get to recuperate this round, and we'll see what comes up next.
Okay, here we go. Todak obviously taking their time here, scouting the area, checking if there are enemies, you know, trying to get close to their position. So far, everyone is just being quiet, you know, for now, at least for stage 2. I mean, looking at 12 teams remaining for stage 2, just a few minutes into the game, and we already see a lot of drop clash happen. But I think this is going to be the next thing to see. Alter Ego Eras right now just did a massive spray up against Nepex, but the question is if Nepex will be taking this bait. So far, they're quiet. I mean, we can see Claw haven't abandoned his vehicle just yet, but Precious already starting to go up against Krypton with that kind of distance.
Yeah, it's mounting very, very quickly. Nepex now, one member down, and they're still taking this fight up against the rest of Alter Ego. And they're just gonna make good use of this overcrowd just rampaging through Krypton. Nothing he could do about it, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was some road rage right there. And Krypton right now, there's no chance to save this guy right here in Alter Ego. Era's looking to avenge their fallen comrade. So this is going to be a personal fight at the moment. Alter Ego Era's getting hunted down by Nepex. We got a Claw getting closer to fire over here. We got Badru, Rosemary. This is a duo you don't want to mess with. But right now we are seeing them flee the scene.
Oh man, that bumper car ride is done a little too much up against those members of Alter Ego, so they are willing to really give way, let them have those top end of the kill since they've already lost a member out of that exchange. And now, Team 52, they continue on their rampaging streak. Those 3 points secured up against DX, and they're feeling a little bit more confident. It's great to see these new names really playing towards everybody's expectation, or surpass expectations, because we didn't know what to expect from them from the get-go. And they're just showing that they are ferocious. They are able to challenge even some of the top dogs in the world. Haidami, though, close range combat, and it's going to be Zeros that does take the win out of the exchange. Diego tries to defend him up, and Zeros is a savage. He's going to be throwing that Molotov just to secure it. And Jiggle, he's going to full send it. Is he going to get more? Team Secret got them all wrapped around. Rosemary popping up. He takes one down from the side of Homeboys.
Idami got roasted alive, and Jiggle right now taking some damage from Doc. Team Secret, GK, he finds himself down on the ground here with that massive counter as well. 12 teams still, Jiggle bleeding out there in the open, but in this situation, I don't think Horror Esports has the time to pick up their teammate. We got Sky boarding his vehicle over here, might be going for the off angle as well, or maybe, just maybe, trying his best to save his teammate, but I think that was kind of a reckless decision to actually come forward and challenge up Doc like that.
Yeah, it's a little out of the Ruthless as well. Here comes Doc, just going for those massive sprays. He's just something so much of that pressure right now, but he still clutches that moment, takes out Jiggle. Juge's coming in to save the day, knocking down one member inside of Horror Esports. T2K going into the middle battle as well. Meanwhile, the rest of these members of Nepex goes in, blow for blow. It's third easy, goes down with just one tap coming out of the DBS, and it's it. It's going to be that UMP to secure it. 2 members still left from the side of T2K. Is Rex going to turn this around? Yes, he will!
Wow, that was perfectly done by Nepex. And again, you know, the way that they actually eliminated the opponent is just quite outstanding. 10 teams just like that for stage 3. Alter Ego Eras continue to stay in the game over here. Rosemary already making a move. We're looking for him to try and find a way, you know, try to find the best angle that could probably shake things up a bit, you know, for this stage. But right now, Vampire Esports, they haven't bagged any points just yet, but potentially they could go up against the Homeboys down south. So that's just the potential fight that can happen. But as for RQ, BTR, and even Todak, we got Team 52 as well. They're close to one another, so we're just waiting for someone to actually tip the coin here.
Yep, then it's gonna be skilling off the charts right now. Todak right now looking for a little bit more of that spacing to play around with to secure the vicinity. Now with such little space left, I mean, everywhere surrounded by teams at the moment, and there's that dead space right in the center between BTR as well as Team Secret, which is hard to play because it's just flat ground terrains. Oh, take a look at this. Team Secret as well as AZ, they're starting to gain that advantage because of that hardship all the way down to the Western Plains.
Oh man. Okay, kill feed. There's someone getting their heads popped. at the moment. It was just so small we weren't able to keep track. But then again, we are seeing Lepar from RQ getting some punishment from Alter Ego Eras. None other than Rosemary 911. By the way, Lepar out there super exposed. He doesn't have anything to hide or like covers or anything. And it's making it easy, for the side of Alter Ego Eras to finish up the job here. But RQ will definitely try to respond.
Yeah, but Rosemary's just got those better angles for the trade. And just like that, eliminates the pressure coming in from RRQ. Mazzy so far on the streak of 3 eliminations. Well, he is being suffocated with the arrival from the back. Thank goodness Torres comes to cover ground. So that is now taken out Cole. But the nades are falling in. BTR, they're not going to rest on their laurels. They're just going to waste no time, go on the full push, and now takes out the Malaysians. And they are in the top 8.
Oof, BTR coming in hot. They're on fire, obviously, and this could be a shift of momentum, for the side of BTR. Let's just see up until we get to the latter stages for this round. But anyway, back to Alter Ego Eras. Rosemary already has 2 points under his belt, so I think he's doing extremely great still. Even though they're a little bit on the passive side, I feel like they're just really waiting for that right opportune moment to strike hard, up against the remaining teams over here. They're very cautious, they're not making any rush decisions just yet, but they're pretty close right now up against Vampire Esports, and we can see Badru trying to gauge the situation and maybe even up, sizing Vampire Esports up. But let's see, because Alter Ego Era is now holding to multiple angles over here.
True enough, and at the very same time, Netback so far 6 points in, chasing up against all the rest of the field. The highest fragger in this point in time. Homeboys only down to 2, despite them racking up to 5 points. Vampire Esports, they're hoping to gatekeep some members over on the south side, and that is a couple of members of Alter Ego, so to speak. A little bit daunting for Alter Ego since they've already lost one, but they're still having a little bit of leverage of some of the terrains that they are holding out with. Netback so far super impressive on their debut. Finds another target, RRQ member on the knees. So down to Swellville. Can he actually go in for the rescue? He's not even responding, so Precious is just going to secure that extra point. And Netback is looking for a whole lot more.
Oh man, here we go. Netpex Esports showing us how hungry they are at the moment. They've been getting a lot of points so far. Okay, establishing their dominance. That's how we want it. Alter Ego Era's Rosemary inside the shack over here. But Vampire Esports, Red Bull has his eyes set on Rosemary. Can he be accurate with the shot? Yes, he did pop his head.
Perfect execution right there. And just like that, we focus back onto BTR. Battles happening north, south, east, west. You name it. Netpex right now. Docks inside of the compounds. And Team Secret finds themselves into the middle while everybody's kept busy by the edges. This is a perfect opportunity. AZ also does have a lot of that room at the very same time. Yes, they don't have those members. But if they just play their cards right, they should be able to make a top 4 finish.
Alva obviously getting into the zone here. He will be leaving his teammate over here, Badru, now about to get eaten alive by Vampire Esports. We got 7 teams remaining. 2 points now in the bag for Vampire, and now we're looking at Netpex. 9 elimination points. They're on the roll, but BTR, this might be the team to put a stop on their streak.
It seems to be the case right now. Netpex slowly losing control of the situation because BTR is just so overwhelming. They are just locked into this box terrain, and that nade was just perfect. So BTR, they're looking for that closure right now up against Rex. Nades after nades fall true. How long can Rex hold on? Can he still find a little something return? Can he also save Precious? Returning over onto the back, and there's just no time left. It's going to be the last stand for Rex as he tries to just hold his own, but too little too late. BTR will just suppress them down to the ground.
It was a chain of events, man. I mean, one of them getting knocked down, that paved the way for them to get obliterated. That is for sure. BTR dominating 5 points. We're looking at Homeboys. Simba roaring right now, getting the job done as well. He's the last active member here going up against AZ at the moment. You can see Simba really doing his best effort right now to still make it happen or like survive that clash We got Simba dropping from the second down to the ground with the attack, but what's a great follow-through from AZ.
Oh, it was just so much going on right now. Down to the top 4 we go. BTR, one member down. AZ tries to recover themselves. They were just trying to fight for a little bit more of that space, but somehow crumbled through. Team Secret, they just have the perfect positioning with their 2-1 split at this moment. Doc L, an imposter coming from the side of Team Secret, is just going to be holding down the line. Now, at the very least, they got all these vantage points. Team Secret, just like what I said earlier, if they just hold firm onto all these angles, they might just be onto something.
Yep. Have you actually seen his picture? I mean, he also looks like Doc, you know. he's like a doppelganger or something. But anyway, back to Vampire Esports right now, going up against the AZ Slumbers. We got one of them knocked down. This could be detrimental, of course, for the side of AZ. I mean, they already are running out of options over here, but Asmi could probably still flip the script here up against the opposition. But then again, it's Vampire Esports right now showing fangs, and that is a crucial nade that just got dropped by Miola.
Oh, that was absolutely huge. Vampire Esports right now, 4 members stacked up. And now it's an all Southeast Asian affair between these 3 titans of each respective nations. The best out of Vietnam, the best out of Indonesia, and, of course, some of the very best coming in from Thailand. Nades fall through a little wide, and the rest of BTR knows that they're pretty much locked inside of that tower. There is Juke over on the outskirts. Razy's trying to seek out his position. All these smokes now falling into decoy them out of their current hole. And it's going to be Juke just landing a couple of shots over onto the bottom layer. Razy's now pretty much compromised. He's got no escape.
Oh!
And they falls so perfectly. And now 2 versus 3. Can they actually do it? This is just a full-on flood coming in from the side of BTR. But look who's here. The Vampire Esports looking to close in.
Yep, strike 3 and you're out. We got Juke back on the screen here. Not done dealing with business up against a BTR. We can see Bumblebee cooking up a nade himself. The Vampire Esports right now getting impatient. They're trying to join into the mix over here. And BTR is just really getting everything being thrown their way. Kent is the only surviving member. This is now or never. Team Secret right now also getting attacked by Vampire Esports. Very aggressive right now from the side of Vampire, but Team Secret continues to dominate.
Yes, they do. Vampire Esports, they are just overwhelming the rest of these other players with sheer numbers. But Juke so far, unrelenting. He's just going to swerve all the way to the back, just try to single out some of these targets. Now, this is where Team Secret gets overwhelmed. I mean, they still have Ceres over there, just being held back by those members of BTR. So Vampire Esports, we'll see what exactly is going to be the call coming in from them. Only Lazarus taking out. They are still feeling rather confident to close this one out to finally bring a victory back to Thailand.
Hey, we're not even seeing Tony K play, but Vampire Esports seems to be on a roll here. Okay, 3 players, definitely the number advantage goes to Vampire Esports. But then again, BTR, Team Secret, both teams very deadly. Now let's see what Kenny's going to do in this situation as he throws the nade up against Zerus, but completely is off mark. GK, okay, getting damage as well from Red Bull. And I think it's pretty much on point, you know, to as to where GK is currently at. Kent continues to dominate. Again, Zerus knocked down hard on the ground. Kent will be picking up this point.
Ooh, Coach Kent is going to look to close this one out. That's going to be a pickup against Melda at the very same time. BTR, they are now surging to that 10-point marker. And Red Bull, what's he going to do? He comes in with a wide grab. Huey's going to work alongside with him, but this is just them succumbing to the pressure of those grenades falling in place. And speaking of grenades, it connects onto Bumblebee.
It's so amazing that BTR is still alive and kicking over here. I mean, obviously they don't really have that much option. They don't even have that much space. But then again, they continue to survive, which is pretty amazing. Now we got Kent back on the screen here. S12K gets the job done. BTR with 10 points in the pocket.
And now it's between Kent and also Juke. Team Secret versus BTR. And he's got no idea where exactly Juke is lurking around. He knows he's somewhere up in the forest, but Kent, he's just trying to recover for the meantime. Juke, he's going to play this to his advantage. But the thing is, with all that smoke deployed, it's going to be a full-on clear. And this is where Juke, he brings in the AG, but he's missing the mark. He's whipping, but he will still land a final blow to keep Team Secret at the top.
Wow. Oh, wow. Man, BTR definitely did not make it easy for the side of Team Secret to catch that chicken dinner, which is, of course, the very entertaining, for us all. And that was such a great matchup. BTR still showing us what they can do inside the battlefield. But then again, Team Secret caught the chicken dinner by its head, and now they are actually just showing off their trophy for this round.
It's just so crazy. So many of these rounds were really down to 1v1 brawls. Kent really held down the line to really put BTR all the way up there with those 11 eliminations. But Juke, he's a master of disguise. He's been lurking around. He really played a lot of mischievous tactics over on the North Point in order to keep himself alive. And by doing so, he nabs it by the tail end of it.
Mm-hmm. And Vampire Esports, again, these guys, I cannot predict when they're gonna pop off, in any match, like especially in Ruthless. I mean, if they feel like really dominating, I mean, there's really no problem, for Vampire Esports to gather as much points as they want, right? I mean, to catapult themselves in the overall rankings. I mean, Team Secret right now obviously is showing us something, which is very promising for the fans out there. I think, again, for day number one, everyone is just so eager to put numbers on the scoreboard and maybe even begin, filling up those gaps that we need to see.
Sure enough, I mean, overall, it's been a long time coming for Team Secret to finally get their hands on this one. I mean, they had some rough runs earlier today, other than, the first map playing very well in Wrangle. It's just that they don't really have that positional advantage. BTR, 2 times they were on second place. They got denied because of those 1v1 duels, so they just have to clean it up a little bit. And back to what you mentioned about Vampire Esports, I felt like the ball was on the court the whole time. They had those numbers as well, but it was very messy on how they actually coordinate their fight.
You're absolutely right. But then again, different tactics perhaps, different vibe for each of the matches here. But again, this is shaping up to be a very aggressive day number one of the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like, we're already at day number one of the grand finals. But this is what we want. Again, this is what we always come for, the action. And it's very great to see that everyone's just really up for it. Head to head, it's Team Secret and BTR. Of course, elimination favored to Big Jump by Vitality here, even the damage output. But I mean, the gap is not that really high, for both of the teams here.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I think like where Team Secret had the edge in this round is really down to strategies of how they really controlled those zones. But look at him go. Coach Ken is on our screen as the MVP of the round. He dealt a truckload of damage. He almost secured the chicken dinner by the tail end versus Juke with plenty of damage being done. So hats off to him. Ken himself used 29 utilities. 29 is an absurd number for any individual.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Well, I love it. I just really want to see a lot of action happen, and these guys are not disappointing us. And pretty much this is what we were talking about just a while ago. Doc coming from Team Secret, he stands like Doc here. He looks like Doc. Even the glasses, I mean, the specs, just look at that. Completely a doppelganger, for APG Doc. But yeah, I mean, Rex here, even if Nepex wasn't able to score the chicken dinner, I think pretty much when it comes to elimination points, they're pretty consistent. Kent, I mean, obviously he got the MVP title over here, and I believe, there's plenty more of clutches and even moves, awesome moves that we'll probably see in the last match. But when it comes to this rankings in the leaderboard, we got, of course, Team Secret on the top here with 18. Big Jump by Vitality, it's just a 1-point lead. Vampire Esports coming at third, and Nepex with 11 points. D-Savior, ASIA, Team Flash, unfortunately exited the game empty-handed.
I really love the tempo of play that we're getting for today. You know, like we're not having teams that will really just take their sweet time to rotate. We're getting like full-blown rotations into the center of the zone from minute one, and that's what we love to see. A lot of full-on brawls, and hence why we see even the Savior, ASI, and Team Flash kind of struggled because of the tempo that was not met perfectly, or their positioning was a little off. And we got Doc, who also did secure himself the longest distance elimination in this matchup. And so far, super impressive stuff. This time, more players get involved with a total of 63 eliminations and just about 2 airdrops. The rest are pretty much standard score lines that we're looking at. You see, those troll bowls, that was 20 over troll bowls just by Ken himself, and he contributed like almost 10% of whatever that's being shown here. It's crazy, right?
Yeah, pretty much. But again, it's crazy down there in the comment section because we're looking at the playoffs overall rankings, and Team Secret right now, a huge jump, 7 ranks in total, 36 points, and they're currently at the top here, followed by Hora with 35. So again, there's really not much of a gap just yet. But top 1 to top 5, they're all in the line of 3s over here. Vampire Esports still a great position as well. Homeboys, AST, these are your first pagers. But to be fair, there is another group that hasn't played just yet. So perhaps we are gonna wait, for everyone to actually get through the games needed for today, and that's when we talk about, the overall rankings.
Yep, and of course, we get ourselves a little bit of the updates coming from the rest of the field as well. So AZ on their debut to make it into top 13 is already astounding. They will be up next onto the very final round of tonight, and I can't wait to see them really go toe-to-toe up against Netbex, who is arguably just as aggressive, pushing another 6 spot up into the top 10 so far. Man, these guys are really giving everybody a run for their money right now.
Yeah. Oh, man, for sure. I mean, I did expect it to be leaning toward the passive side, but it's completely the opposite here. I do love how the stories are unraveling in front of us. But yeah, I mean, D-Savior, T2K, Todak, Boing Donkey, Team Flash, Alter Ego, Eris, Sem9, and even ASI8 still, staying at the third page over here. I mean, ASI8 obviously needs to pick up the pace, but I just want to go easy on them, for now, since this is just day one of the playoffs, and a lot more things can definitely transpire or happen. But before we get back into that, before we jump into the final round, we're going to take a short break, ladies and gents, so please don't go away.
And just like that, folks, we're only down to one more match for tonight. But if you guys want more action, you know what exactly to do. Hit that sub button right now if you haven't subscribed already to Ruthless Hype Esports. Here, we offer you the best of PUBG Mobile Global tournaments right here when there's off seasons and even some of their own tournaments to come. So make sure you guys keep yourselves peeled, because right now we're moving forward to our final round of the night, and that's going to be, once again, in the Dusty Dunes of Miramar. And we've seen so many incredible wins today. What's your favorite so far, Red Queen?
Well, I guess it would be just like how Homeboys took that chicken dinner during the second match. You know, because it definitely caught BDR off guard. And that was such a steal, you know, for the side of Homeboys. I mean, those are just like the major plot twists, you know, that we always look for at the end of each round.
Not only that, we also do have, you know, the Giante possibility of clutching everything. And then he was denied by Achul. And then last round, it's Juke. How many solo bolo performances are we getting for tonight? Not enough, apparently, because we might even get ourselves another one to close off the night. That just goes to show you that the level of competition for tonight was just off the charts. You know, yeah. I feel for BTR because twice they got denied. So I think third time's a charm. So lock in BTR for me right now.
Yeah, perhaps. But you're absolutely right. Everyone is playing on the next level here. So I'm pretty sure everyone is just really happy. And if you guys are enjoying the show, which I know you guys are, please don't forget to visit our social media platforms as well. And again, you can always follow us. We're very easy people to find. Red Queen Andy and of course Contra. We're active pretty much everywhere. But anyway, getting back into my prediction, I am locking in Falak and the rest of the gang. 4 thrives.
Oh, let's go. We've got T2K for production as well. I think T2K today has been super amazing, especially the early few rounds. I mean, they just go on full explosive onto all these other teams out there. 4 tribes, I'm hoping that they pick up the pace a little bit more. I mean, they do very well in the early game, but I want to see more of that late game approach. I mean, Miramar, this is usually the turf. So hopefully things will fall perfectly according to plan. So I can't wait to see what goes on into the upcoming matchup, because last we saw, I mean, RRQ, they show some good prospects, and then you also do have the rest of the field. Last couple of games, it was like what Vampire Esports also putting up quite a number of stops, and then you also do have some of these guys of APG who's been absolutely on the terror. They're still going to be playing in this round as well, so I'm looking forward to seeing them pop off one more time.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one too. And T2K, you know, the only thing I noticed about T2K right now is they're having a problem with consistency. I mean, they're hot and then they're cold. Mm-hmm. You know, their energy kind of fluctuates. And yeah, I'm just really waiting for them to build that consistency. I mean, I already know that they can pretty much deliver, right? They can get the numbers that they need. You know, they can get those elimination points. They can probably do effective rotations. But something along the way, or somewhere along the way, something happens, and I think it affects their overall gameplay. So I don't know what is wrong, or if they need to tweak their rotations a bit, or maybe their overall strat. But T2K, yeah, I can still pretty much agree that they are a formidable team here. But again, we're looking for consistency.
Yeah, I think like that is the key word right now, where we've seen a lot of great runs coming from APG because they have a great formula to really play the late game. And same also could be said about some of these names like BTR when they do get a few activations. If they don't get that activation, it seems like it is a little harder for them to be able to achieve the benchmark that they had for, you know, last round and the rounds before. So hoping to see that, you know, these teams, they can actually find themselves that sweet spot at the end of it. So if we take a look at consistent runs, I guess like Boom Esports arguably is one of them. But one of the rounds, they got depleted because they got the hot drop inside of Impala. If Boom is going to be playing again, I wonder if that would happen once more. If they're not, then good. They go on break, they call it a day, they go back, they revisit the bots and say, okay, maybe we got to tweak a couple of things in order to make ends meet.
I'm not even sure if AZ is playing, but if they are, I mean, this is also probably one of the best teams that has been really performing for us, at least for day number one of the playoffs, right? And they're always so close to getting that winner chicken dinner, but they have been always denied as well. So maybe if they are actually playing for the last round, I do wonder if this will also be their time to shine, you know?
Yeah, I think like they've definitely impressed us so far. Like, nobody's a slouch right now. Like, well, that's what really is. I mean, arguably, maybe some guys are not activated just yet, but every team really stand a very solid chance. Like, I haven't really seen this for a very long time where, you know, sometimes certain teams are not really taking some of these seriously. Where I think EWC kind of showed everybody a little lesson that if you are consistent all the way through, you will be rewarded.
Yeah, I mean, what you reap, what's that saying again?
Oh, you reap what you sow.
You reap what you sow. There you go. Right. So anyway, yeah, there you go. Middle 11 seconds left before we fly into this map. And we're going to be witnessing, of course, another run coming from this teams. Now, we're looking for some patterns. We're looking for a mix-up in terms of strat and drop locations, perhaps. But what we are looking forward to is, of course, all those massive drop clashes to happen in the usual areas in Miramar, like Picado, San Martin, Los Leones. We got Monte Nuevo as well. So let's just check it out. Since the flight path is going southbound, Los Leones is directly under it, so it's definitely going to be highly populated. We got El Pozo as well, joining the mix of areas over here. So let's see who will be dropping where.
Yeah, it's rather interesting to actually see this keyword flight path. So you might actually see more teams to be contesting onto Chumacero, but instead, plenty of drops over the northern area with Talon, B-Savior, and BTR already moving out of the plane. I believe BTR has always been looking for that power grid entry point, so it will be stock standard for them. I'm looking at the rest of the field, though. I mean, it is rather curious onto where exactly will they be playing from, because right now I heard some gunshots, and once again, it's 4 tribes. As they are having one member eliminated so far. And speaking of which, another jump coming in from 7-9, and they're only down to 1. 4 tribes, they're in a rut.
Oh no, this is my team! Early engagement for 4 tribes. But let's see if they can actually win this one, even if they're already at a deficit over here. Okay, at the top of the staircase here, was able to shut down one. There goes another one. But, oh man, that was such a massive performance from this guy. He was able to take down a couple of players. They lined up in front of him, and he took that opportunity.
Yeah, that was it. Line right now going on a push, still a 2 versus 1 scenario with the rival coming right through, and 4 tries. Unfortunate with the start, moving directly into the same spot inside Monte Nuevo. We've seen this in a couple of seasons ago, and we once again were treated into a great one.
I think I've cursed them. Oh no. But okay, I mean, it's still okay. Day number one. Okay, everyone is just warming up, you know. Maybe it takes 5 matches or 6 matches before they get their bloods boiling, you know. But anyway, getting back, again, 4 tribes, first team to get axed from this round. We'll see them tomorrow. 15 teams. We're looking at Team Flash at the moment, and they're close to Napex. They're staying in just one area over here. I believe they are down here in Los Leones. So if they are, then they also have to deal with Telecom DG Alliance and ASI 8.
Yep. And it's just a lot of all these teams flocking all together. Napex right now already locking the position of Zeus, so it's going to be rather tough for them to really prepare forward, but they still have Win rushing forward, so this is just going to be a quick hustle coming right through. Oh boy, it gets real rowdy for the moment, and it's just going to be a full-on flush. Pressure still manages pin down Win. That's huge, and Domain managing to suppress them even further forward. Team Flash
looking rather sloppy with the push, and now this is where it is Netpex back into the driving seat.
That was an incredible shot, coming from Napex Esports. I mean, Precious definitely on point there. He was able to provide that support. And here comes Domain now with a classic spray. And Napex Esports was able to close down the deal here, bagging 2 points. And I'm not sure if they're going to continue hunting down Bows in the process. But yeah, I mean, obviously Top is not letting go. And he continues on to chase Napex at this point, but he needs to figure out a way on how to make sure he could potentially be the one to save his team, because Napex Claw is in a very good position over here.
Indeed he is, and interesting enough on how the circumstances have unfolded so far. Team Flash, despite with only 2 members, they are still kind of holding decently, especially when they're pretty much locked inside the city with even ASI involved. Of course, Netpex will not really let them slide away, so generally this is just gonna be a little bit hard for them to actually going for those kind of wide wraparounds. Claw now will have the rest of them follow suit, and just like that, Team Flash really had nowhere to run in the city.
Yep. Well, that's one team out of, let's be honest, I guess. Team Flash, they couldn't get the rhythm just yet. Wunti, he's one of those fraggers that we always see performing, but right now we cannot feel the presence of the Team Flash. But hey, maybe the story can change tomorrow. We still got day number 2. Back to Napex Esports. It's a solid performance right from the get-go. 4 elimination points, and they continue to rack some more. They do have an advantage up against ASI 8 over here, but it's a matter of like how good these teams are when it comes to extracting information. And Huzaifa right now is pretty much exposed to Precious, but Precious obviously just waiting for that, right opportunity for him to strike. So he still has that element of surprise up against ASI 8, but it all boils down on how good the execution will be.
Yeah, it's really down to that exchange. And ASI 8, I think like what's lacking here is the confidence. I mean, the last couple of rounds we see them go, like, it feels a little disjointed. They're kind of holding back ever so slightly, and now maybe bringing back Huzaifa to the mix here could allow them to make some really bold calls, such as this one. Perfect sprayed out, and there's just nowhere that member of Netpex could actually wrap around. But there's still one member over the top, though.
Yeah, I mean, he was pretty patient over there, and I guess that was an advantage, for the side of ASI 8. They knew how to maybe set up a trap here up against Napex, and Claw obviously wasn't aware that there was a person that could take him down, from that angle. And I guess Napex will be taking note of this one. I mean, we will go through several times in this map, so it's going to be the same rotation, same drop clashes. And ASI right now, Huzaifa, the one who bagged the point here, cooking up a nade, trying to flush out Domain, but Domain was able to step back, which is actually a good one. But can't say the same, though, for Precious, because he's currently bleeding out there in the open. Yeah,
all the members of ASI now rushing up against Domain. I wonder if there's going to be any form of cover fire to perhaps hold him back at the very least, because Domain's currently being overwhelmed, but he's not being outdone just yet, but he will be. Oh, goodness gracious. I mean, that's a little bit overwhelming. ASI, they managed to recuperate. They now find themselves a couple of points ahead, finally getting things done.
Okay, ASI 8 right now getting ready for Celcom DG Alliance. We got Baby right beside this building. Went in for that spray. Fortunately, it did not connect. Kasim was all prepared for that one. He did anticipate it a bit. And now they're responding back to ASI 8 and Baby trying to recover from this situation. I mean, both of the teams are already tagging the blue. Time is already running out. Even if this is just stage 1, I mean, it's probably going to be a challenge for them to get into the play zone. I mean, like, if you don't really have that much resources and this is a drop clash happening, let's see who's going to be winning the fight. But they need to settle the score now.
Yeah, I love the approach coming from CD Alliance, because they were hearing all these gunshots, and they know for a fact that usually they share these spots alongside with ASI. So they're closing right in. They just really want to either wrap up the fight, call it a night, whichever way he swings. But the thing is, they're already tanking the blue for quite some time now. So as much as it's just stage 2, it's still going to sting if they were going to eventually recover from a fight. So hopefully they settle it real quickly. So that being said, Void Donkey, T2K, BTR, and D-Savior, they're the ones with the advancements into the zone. Boom Esports to follow suit into that entry point alongside Sid Martin. So those first hits is going to be crucial because this flight path sees a lot of teams playing on the south side.
Yeah, I feel like there will be a lot of collisions to happen, eventually over to the west and the south side, just by the sheer number of teams actually headed towards that direction. And it's going to be mostly, the same entry point. But here comes Kasiyama with a blow up against Baby. And Baby took that one hard. And now he is about to get sent back to the lobby over here. So that is a player loss on the side of ASI 8. Coming off the kill feed, it's Yuhai, I believe, coming from Sem9. Yeah, I think they're having an altercation against Talent Esports right now, and Axel was the one who got that number under his name. Celcom DG Alliance continues for the push here up against ASI 8. We got one of them going off angle over here, probably going in for a pinch. You gotta strategize, to try and flush out ASI 8 at this point, but I'm pretty sure, these guys, they know how to move.
Yeah, and so far things are looking great for these members of Celcom DG Alliance. And also another great start for the side of Talent Esports to get things activated. This is just going to be the full heal coming in from the sniping monster of CB Alliance. And of course, he is none other than the Tap Master himself. Was Federales finally makes an appearance on the very final game. And now, back 2 points, and they are feeling rather confident with all these pushes up the hill. BTR now draws the exchange, but CD Lions fully commit. Down to 2 members left for the side of ASI. Mironi, Suki so much, but he doesn't seem like he's got much meds left for the meantime. Huzaifa holding on to the bottom ground. He's going to be pivotal in this exchange up against CD Alliance.
T2K and even Boom Esports having an exchange somewhere, and they're trying to blast each other off. Celcom DG Alliance continues to, of course, have this fight up against ASI 8, but they couldn't find each other just yet. Both of the teams again tanking the blue already. Here comes the charge right now, but ASI is still doing an impressive job so far defending themselves and this compound. But Celcom DG Alliance slowly but steady, they're about to win the fight. 2 down already. They don't want to turn this one into casualties. And this is Kasi right now with the death up and with the nail in the coffin. Celcom DG Alliance wins the fight.
Wow, that was long drawn out. I think that was impressive enough coming from ASI 8 on how long they've been able to defend that. A typical team that just easily crumbled from this kind of pursuit. Like, he still did plenty of damage throughout that run. Alpha Gaming now in the mix of it. Up against Giante. This is a fight we don't want to miss for sure. Alpha, they're kind of spread in the 2-2 formation. The members of ASE is also out in the blue zone. So if they take too long, this might just be a full wraparound coming from the rest of ASE. And here comes Ease to also join in the parade. Zio over the hot kill side. And this fight is going topsy-turvy. Good exchange. Damage being done towards Ease.
Everyone seems to be in a trigger-happy mood. Tribe Aero Macy, Rig, unfortunately, is facing the floor at the moment. Giante taking hits as well, coming from East. Jean making a move up against Trix. And Tribe Aero Macy getting picked off 1 by 1. That's 2 points in the bag now for Alpha Gaming and Giante. Oh, man. Okay, East just made sure that he won't be coming back from that one. He got buried 6 feet under.
Wow, it's just beautiful, beautiful work rate coming out of the members of APG on how they position to slowly take out Tribe Aero Macy one after another. Now it's only down to Zio to maybe meet up against Zio. I just love when we cast this tournaments and everyone's name is almost close to each other. You got Lambo, and now you got Lambo, My Vigini. And then you got literally a clone coming in from Team Secret. I don't know what to say. I mean, right now, Zio last stat, he gets a pick off Oh, that punishes Ease just by that maneuver. And he might just be able to put more dent upon those members of APG.
Hey, you know what? Selcom DG Alliance is still around Los Leones, so that's going to be a long way. Yeah, getting to the play zone. Hopefully they have enough resources, though, to heal themselves up just in case, they will be greeted by a team here. But anyway, getting back into Voin Donkey, they're now up against Download Esport. Here comes Razak. Oh, man, 2v1 situation. He didn't even survive that clash. And now Talent Esports capitalizing on their location, which is absolutely the right thing to do here. Razy shutting down by APG. I believe T2K even still continues to fight, up against Train to Kill.
Yeah, Alpha Gaming now finds the entirety of BTR in their crosshairs, but Doc, it's too overwhelming while he is being spotted out by Trang coming in from Vikings. I'm not even sure where Trang is currently at because he's not inside of the crosshair, and they are on the opposite side of the hill. FBK East is going to zone out BTR and APG at the same time.
Alpha Gaming, man, taking their sweet time here. We don't even feel the pressure, coming from Alpha Gaming, even if, down to just 2 players over here. But APG continues to try and challenge up the boys, initiate gunfights, which is absolutely still amazing, very courageous, which, of course, is doing them good at the moment. But how long are they going to be surviving this one? How long are they going to last? Now they move to another location here. Joel trying to recuperate as well. We got BTR repositioning themselves, but they could be saying hi to one member of AZ Slumber. But BTR, I feel like they want to snag a compound over here.
Well, yeah, and right now, plenty of teams are trying to challenge that real estate that Vikings is currently holding over on the top end of the hill, but it's not going to be a direct challenge, so to speak. They just really want to leverage some of the terrains around this vicinity. And just take a look at how many names across the field. Razy just barely moved, and then he just got shot just like that. BTR, impressive as it seems, I mean, they're not exactly in the clear because all these teams are just surrounding them at the moment. I just love the work rate so far when you have Coach Kent directing the orders. And so far, it's been clean plays after clean plays. Because I thought at a certain point when they were outside of Blue Zone, they could just easily vanish if the Vikings just put enough pressure. But thankfully, that didn't happen.
Mm-hmm. And, for the side of Alpha Gaming, I just know that they wanted they want a part of that compound, from Vikings, but I don't think they're going to be able to pull off a ridiculous gameplay over here to try and snatch that compound. I mean, it's going to be a 4v2 situation, so it might be difficult, but not at all impossible. But we all know APG is a kind of a stacked team, so perhaps they could probably flip the script, up against Vikings. But enough of the talking, because we are about to see some action happen between Alpha Gaming and Vikings. And again, Doc East already out of the game here, but Joel is not even afraid to initiate a fight.
Man, he has to. I mean, he's fighting for all that space, and MVK is not going to give them what they need. So that's where it becomes this awkward situation where they're sitting around those hillside, and it is definitely a little bit tough for them to really find cover for some time. Well, Vikings, they're feeling rather confident. I mean, take a look at Point Donkey as well. They're over the North Point. They managed to suppress one more so they can close in onto Semline with this knock. They're getting themselves ready in the wheels. And now here comes the full force of the push. Munchie now coming in with a white wrap. Satria, first one to be on the defense, holding up that grenade. I'm thinking that he needs to cook it perfectly. And yes, he does! Immediately lobs it towards Mochi. And now, Gachor, what's he gonna do? He brings out the pump beat, and he still hasn't really found it because Satria is just so good with just playing decoy around his compounds.
Yep, what you gonna do when he comes for you? Potato with a nade. Completely missed his target. Now goes in for the charge. Potato took in some hit. And now both of them already down on the ground here. Gakor is the last hope, and he was able to pull that off. Now Voin Donkey remains to stay alive, and they have a chance to score that chicken dinner. We are already at stage 5, I assume. So, again, that was an impressive, back and forth exchange coming from those teams.
Yeah, and Sam9 almost had it in return as well because he's been playing so well. It's just that down to the final finishing touches, I was really taken aback and was surprised that one individual has been able to put so much damage onto these Void Donkey members. Luckily, he did not connect that final shot. Else, it could have been a big disaster for Void Donkey's push because, yeah, ideally with the 3v1, you kind of got all these kind of situations under control. But now, speaking of getting things under control, there's still Ickings on the other corner. The rest of T2K from the north point, they still have some areas that is covered by the zone. So Talon there, they're looking to push through. Look at who's there. Zyode is over on the other end. And I don't think Talon fully notices because they were occupied with some presence coming in from the side of T2K. Keep in mind, BTR was on the hillside, and now they draw a little bit of pressure. Nade's now falling right through. I'm not sure if this is going to connect, but if it does, this is going to be huge.
This is going to be hard for Tribe. I mean, we're looking at their last surviving member, and he's been throwing a lot of nades up against Talent Esports, so his location already compromised. But then again, you know, they also have to be careful about the fact that BTR is doing a massive gatekeeping situation for both of the teams here. So Talent Esports, they have to put down Zio in this process. Otherwise, it's going to be hard for them to even step inside the zone here. I mean, BTR is kind of strict. You know, like they're really preventing them to step inside the zone. So Talent Esports, it would take a massive maneuver, I guess, to overthrow BTR at this point.
Yeah, it's rather interesting, you know. Like, also, I want to touch a little bit on both Talent as well as BTR. Both coaches are playing. LaFlame, aka LaFire, is also in the mix as well. And so far, with his presence in this match, everything's looking very clean. But Ken got to best him out of that skirmish. So one more point added to the tally for BTR. That makes it 5. Blue Esports now over on the lookout. Final challenge, TTK on the top.
And BTR is at it again, you know, they're coming after another a chicken over here. But Alpha Gaming still amazingly continues to survive a lot of fights here. And now we got Rifus. He does have his eye set on Boboy over here, coming from Samsung Digi Alliance. And John's been popping out of those nades here and was able to seal the deal. Alpha Gaming, 5 points now in their pockets, and they remain to be at stage 5. But we're about to close this zone soon. Samsung Digi Alliance unfortunately did not survive as well with only 3 points in the bag here. And BTR ready for their defense because Talent Esports already on the move.
New Kings versus the old Kings. Talent Esports looking to sink their claws onto the aliens. And we gotta see if there is just about enough vitality in their bars. And we'll just have to see whether if BTR pulls off that perfect gatekeep once again. Even if they turn to AZ, it's gonna be a tough retaliation at the very same time. So Talent, they gotta fight their way out.
Okay, T2K, obviously, the thing that I see here is that they're trying to go for that zone control, but Void right now just unleashed hell, you know, up against D-Save or Talon. Oh, okay, so they have been getting a lot of nades as well coming from BTR. Bumblebee, as well as Federales over here, is pretty low in HP, so they need to back away from the situation, at least for now. BT are obviously buying some time here in Talon. They are very cautious. You know, they're not really getting closer and closer to the fire here. They're trying to get some distance and maybe even getting to another angle here.
I felt like that was an angle that they could actually just plow right through, but they were being very respectful. And take a look at Axel. He's looking for a flank. Razy also trying to cover the flank by himself. Federales first line of defense. How much damage can he do? Axel now swings right in. Razy to rejoin the group as well. But it's going to be Yoru, the first one to get knocked. So this is call time for BTR to go in for the full push.
Hey, there's no stopping Federales at the moment. He now pulls his DBS coming after Axel here. It's a dance-off you don't want to miss. Federales again and getting one. We got Talent Esports getting bombarded with a lot of shots from Bigatron by Vitality. Federales again with another move. And Talent right now just got eliminated by Bigatron by Vitality. 9 points in the bag now.
The movement coming in from Federales, just breaking ankles from the side of Talent Esports. And that was almost super clean. I mean, there's only one casualty in the form of Racing. They can still pull themselves forward. And that passage now cleared up, denying Talon that entry, and they only succumb to 7th spot. APG is still in the mix. Refus now secures his third elimination. T2K holding down the rest of Boom Esports. And Boom, they're in a messy situation with APG also on the opposite side still. I don't like where they're at, but Boom Esports, if they can hold down the line, and maybe these two might take each other out. T2K, they're just waiting for that opportunity. Those names are being sent right down below as well. So there's just no room for Boom Esports to realistically play this one out.
AZ Slumber is probably thinking the same thing. You know, they're not getting into any engagements. They're just holding on to a spot there right at the edge of the circle. And T2K might be picking up, you know, this information. And Ajay as well as Mimi is trying to get close to where AZ Slumber at the moment. But Boom Esports right now is doing their best, you know, giving everything they got to survive here. But he's getting tagged at the moment by another team, which is this is a long, wide shot now. I think that's coming from T2K.
Yeah, and T2K so far has been holding those angles perfectly fine. They still have a lot of all these zones that they could play because they are close to the center at the moment. And take a look at the other angle. AZ, they've been holding firm for the longest time, and there might just be a full-on collapse between them as well as T2K. That's something that is refreshing to see. Man. I want to see what the firepower is like for AZ, because right now, it's only these two teams that we mentioned that gains that control the zone.
Yep, high performing, you know, for the side of AZ. And again, they're about to step into perhaps, you know, the final 5 teams once again. And they're closer to T2K. Both of the teams here not leaving the northern side. Ajaya, however, took a massive shot coming from AZ. And this could be, you know, the cue for AZ to start a fight up against Train to Kill.
Yeah, T2K now in the pinch. They were actually looking to aggress up against the rest of these members of APG, and just because of that shot that connected. Now it is rather tough to even go in for safe because they're kind of isolated from one another, despite having that dip for them to really hold the defensive position.
Oh, man.
And there you go, another one coming in from Zontal. Oh, that was huge. And now we might even see the deletion of T2K.
Oh, this might be super tricky, super risky onto the side of AZ Slumbers. I mean, obviously they're managing 2 teams here and 2 giants, mind you. I mean, T2K and even BTR. But Bumblebee, I don't think there's still time, you know, for BTR to pick up their teammates. So that's really gotta hurt. Vikings, however, oh man, they're already making a move here, getting close to BTR. I guess this is already the right timing for them to retaliate up against BTR. We got T2K Esports making it rain hell, you know, up against Alpha Gaming.
Vikings just crash onto BTR, and they still manage to hold the way down there. Ken is just popping up 10 elimination points just before they bow out. So top 5 finish, respectable one for the side of BTR. The fight continues on. Now, Vikings is there to challenge AZ, so T2K can now focus on APG.
Oh man, T2K now dictating the pace. Again, AZ suffering a little bit of damage there, but Vikings not being too aggressive just yet. They're not pushing forward. T2K, however, it's a different story. Ajaya right now pulls out his DPS and took down Jal.
Oh, that was a close call right there. And now 8 points in for APG as they've settled scores on 4th position. But here comes the rest of Vikings. They've held the ground for the longest time, and they got stocks for days, dropping it like it's hot, and just like that, depletes majority of these members of AZ. Only 1 active member, and it's all down to Gachi Kuta. Hiding is out of smoke, and he quickly gets spotted out. Right down below is that final member being depleted by T2K. Now it's between T2K as well as Vikings. T2K barely licking the wounds, and that turnover didn't exactly have all too much of an impact. And VKE, what's the next big play? They know that T2K is on the opposite end, so they can choose to wrap around once again, go for that reset, and then reconvene, because right directly in the center, there's too much open play spaces for them to play.
Yes, T2K stepping on the gas now. And this is the T2K that we all know. Yeah, number advantage obviously goes to T2K over here, but if Vikings can maybe shut down at least one player from T2K, that could even out the fight. But as of the moment, we can hear gunshots, but we are not seeing any of these teams actually step into the middle. Just like what you said, Contra, it's an open space.
You know, this will get a little bit more awkward when it comes down to the circle shrinking into the direct center, because right now T2K is having pretty much a firm control of the north and a little bit more on the center as well. I'm thinking that MVKE, they gave too much room for them to play around with. Yeah. And perhaps they're just waiting for T2K to overstep, which is why they're just hiding themselves at the moment. There's still a couple of stocks of smokes left for the side of MVKE. I gotta check for the rest of for T2K, because look at smokes, they actually have maybe one surplus. So I guess it's down to smoking out the middle and just let it play out on a full-on warfare between the two.
Well, we are at stage 9. Eventually, the whole thing is going to close up. Vikings right now, 1T getting shut down. Oh no, this is not looking too good for the side of Vikings over here. Duo, Tins, Superman. We don't exactly know what they're going to do in the moment. I mean, everyone is totally just gunning down on their enemies, but Vikings not looking so good. Ajaya cooking up a nade here. Superman has nowhere else to go.
Yeah, it's just a big play that needs to be achieved by the members of MVKE. Superman, he's just using this truck for cover right now, but he's being spot on by the flame. Ajaya once again popping off. And just like that, T2K finally secures themselves the chicken dinner to end the night in a hot streak.
Someone chose T2K, right? Was it production again? Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh! All right, something is definitely happening here. Conspiracy theories. No, just kidding. But yeah, T2K, a much deserving win over here, and we did talk about them just a while ago before we began the matches. And T2K, I still say that it's a hot and cold situation, you know, for a train to kill. But we're looking for consistency, and this might be, you know, the start of something aggressive, you know, for the side of T2K. Ajaya bagging in 4, Ignis with 1, Mimi with 1, Masters Dirty over here. Everyone did their job, you know, everyone's pulling their own weight, which is absolutely great when it comes to Battle Royale. And T2K, man, they scored the final chicken over here.
Yeah, and it was so tough for them to even play around that space up north. You saw there was that pressure coming from AZ, there was APG hot on their tails, and they did not succumb to that pressure, which was rather impressive. When we take a look at the rest of the field, I mean, they just knew very well which target to isolate first and foremost, and that really pays off dividendly because they didn't really have to care too much about AZ. They just have to give them some warning shots, and the rest of the field, you saw MVKE crash upon BTR. BTR was actually giving a little bit more of that pressure to AZ at the same time, and it played out perfectly to what they planned out. T2K, they just had so much a great understanding of how to really take control of this Miramar round.
If this is going to be the same pace for tomorrow, you better not miss out on anything, ladies and gents. I mean, it's going to be brutal, that is for sure. T2K, BDR, Bigatron by Vitality. We got Vikings Esports as well, Alpha Gaming. These are the teams that, well, they do pretty well when it comes to Miramar. I mean, just by looking at the stats over here, it only goes to show just how cruel they can be, you know, inside the matches.
That's right, and we take a look at the rest of the party as well. I mean, BTR is absolutely on the rise today, and on top of that, Vikings definitely have a lot of interesting spree, a great run inside the Wrangle, and I think that they are trying something a little bit more defensively played out in order to achieve such a result, while APG still having some consistent results, as we can see neck and neck on the form of damage as well as output of eliminations from both of these gentlemen. Federalis so far still one of the top guns throughout the match.
And Federalis over here continues to make a name for himself, you know. I mean, being compared to Joel of Alpha Gaming right now is just really on a next level. A team contribution, well, I guess this is fair numbers for both of the players here. And with the kind of performance, you know, these two players showed us, and even the teams, you know, I feel like it's going to be a grand time, for day number 2 of the playoffs. And even if this is just the playoffs, everyone's so eager, to put up a show, which is actually doing us great. And again, T2K, BTR, Vikings, APG, these are your top notchers when it comes to Miramar.
Yep, so far they've been absolutely astounding when it comes down to, their duels in long range as well as mid range. And overall, I mean, they just knew exactly the game plan. BTR played a lot of gatekeeping role for this evening, pulling inside of Miramar, and that worked out perfectly. But the overall MVP for that match alone was definitely Ajaya, where he's been able to really plant himself on that flank angle to further capitalize on knocking down Wunti and then just stole the show from there on outward. So impressive stuff. We want to see more of this for tomorrow coming in from Ajaya.
Yep, he's definitely repping up T2K. So I guess, everyone's still high on that PMNC. And I did say this, I was looking for the prowess of T2K. And, this is such a privilege to witness that T2K somehow showed us a little bit of a teaser when it comes to their aggression in the battlefield. As for the top performers, we got Federales here being at the top spot, followed by Ajaya. We got Joel coming from APG and Rifus as well. So I guess these are the usual suspects you see when it comes to the top performers.
I would pretty much say the same myself as well. So I believe in Miramar matches, they will stick to pretty much the same modus operandi while we take a close look into all the results coming in from that past round. TTK undeniably the best team overall to that course. He backs himself that chicken dinner alongside with 8 elimination points. Despite BTR having more eliminations, they were actually trolling very closely behind with those 13 total points being scored. A tie between Alpha Gaming as well as MGN Viking Esports is definitely huge news for Vikings to recover, but Alpha Gaming is just stacking up a very consistent run throughout all the matches for today.
Not gonna lie, I thought, D Savior is gonna go full throttle on this one. And even, for the side of, what was that team? That's not Netflix. Even Tribe Aeromacy, I can say. But T2K, okay, longest elimination distance. They continue to get more titles, for this round. 212 thermals used for this match, and we did expect this number to go high, so that's exactly what we're seeing at the moment.
That's right, and look at the rest of the results. I think, overall, it's super satisfying to watch some of these rounds of Miramar go by. I mean, the amount of troubles used is just a whole lot compared to Erangel, and then you also get to see a lot of all these long-range headshots, which was absolutely incredible, and Mimi was a beast of a marksman overall. Despite, 220 isn't exactly the biggest number when it comes down to Miramar, but he does the job splendidly well. So that's it. I believe it all comes down to the close here for day 1. So tomorrow we'll be offering you guys a whole lot more action because we still got a whole lot more. And don't forget, we still got the overall results to be displayed on our screen. So before we close out the night. So let's also take a look at that real quick.
I am hella satisfied, with all of the action that I've witnessed for today. Again, the only expectation that I had, for this tournament, at least coming in for day number 1, was for the teams to be a little passive, right? But it's a different story. Like I said, I'm happy that teams are pretty much in the mood, to really put up a great show. And the fans definitely pretty happy down there in the comment section. I can see a lot of supporters for Horror Esports, T2K, even Pakistan teams, ASI and Fourth Thrives. And that is what we want to see, every time we play out a big community tournament over here. But we're not going to end the day, of course, without telling you guys just who took the overall MVP, and that would be none other than Rifus himself, coming from Alpha Gaming, 6 elimination points with 2,127 damage output.
I think the reason why he's up here on the overall MVP is his insane amount of damage. But
unluckily enough, he only secured 6 elimination points throughout the entire run. So we hope to actually see him actually converting some of these numbers, because APG so far, they are working at a very incredible rate altogether as a team, and that's what we do expect coming in from some of the finalists in the world. So we'll keep our eyes out for APG for tomorrow to see if Ruthless can continue on for this spree.
Absolutely right. But these are the guys now holding the spot to the road to MVP. Rufus, Jaw, we got Doc, 3 players for Alpha Gaming. We got Doc as well, representing Team Secret, which is an absolute doppelganger of Doc's APG. Vampire Esports, Red Bull still made it to the cut here with 1.5 average eliminations and 433 average damage output.
Yep, it was just super impressive coming from majority of these players. APG, surely they were unlucky with certain scenarios of securing chicken dinners, but hey,
right? They can get the numbers that they need. You know, they can get those elimination points. They can probably do effective rotations. But something along the way, or somewhere along the way, something happens, and I think it affects their overall gameplay. So I don't know what is wrong, or if they need to tweak their rotations a bit, or maybe their overall strat. But T2K, yeah, I can still pretty much agree that they are a formidable team here. But again, we're looking for consistency.
Yeah, I think like that is the key word right now, where we've seen a lot of great runs coming from APG, because they have a great formula to really play the late game. And same also could be said about some of these names like BTR when they do get a few activations. If they don't get that activation, it seems like it is a little harder for them to be able to achieve the benchmark that they had for, you know, last round and the rounds before. So hoping to see that, you know, these teams, they can actually find themselves that sweet spot at the end of it. So I mean, take a look at consistent runs. I guess like Boom Esports arguably is one of them. But one of the rounds, they got depleted because they got the hot drop inside of Impala. If Boom is going to be playing again, I wonder if that would happen once more. If they're not, then good. They go on break, they call it a day, they go back, they revisit the bots and say, okay, maybe we got to tweak a couple of things in order to make ends meet.
I'm not even sure if AZ is playing, but if they are, I mean, this is also probably one of the best teams that has been really performing for us, at least for day number 1 of the playoff, right? And they're always so close to getting that winner chicken dinner, but they have been always denied as well. So maybe if they are actually playing for the last round, I do wonder if this will also be their time to shine, you know?
Yeah, I think like they've definitely impressed us so far. Like, nobody's a slouch right now. Like, well, that's what really is. I mean, arguably, maybe some guys are not activated just yet, but every team really stand a very solid chance. Like, I haven't really seen this for a very long time, where, you know, sometimes certain teams are not really taking some of these seriously. Where I think EWC kind of showed everybody a little lesson that if you are consistent all the way through, you will be rewarded.
Yeah, I mean, what you reap, what's that saying again?
Oh, you reap what you sow.
You reap what you sow. There you go. Right. So anyway, yeah, there you go. Middlemar, 11 seconds left before we fly into this map. And we're going to be witnessing, of course, another run coming from this teams. Now, we're looking for some patterns. We're looking for a mix-up in terms of strat and drop locations, perhaps. But what we are looking forward to is, of course, all those massive drop clashes to happen in the usual areas in Miramar, like Picado, San Martin, Los Leones. We got Monte Nuevo as well. So let's just check it out. Since the flight path is going southbound, Los Leones is directly under it, so it's definitely going to be highly populated. We got El Pozo as well, joining the mix of areas over here. So let's see who will be dropping where.
Yeah, it's rather interesting to actually see this keyword flight path. So you might actually see more teams to be contesting onto Chumasera, but instead, plenty of drops over the northern area with Talon, B Savior, and BTR already moving out of the plane. I believe BTR has always been looking for that power grid entry point, so it will be stock standard for them. I'm looking at the rest of the field, though. I mean, it is rather curious onto where exactly they'll be playing from, because right now I heard some gunshots, and once again, it's 4 tries as they are having one member eliminated so far. And speaking of which, another jump coming in from 7-9, and they're only down to 1. 4 tribes, they're in a rut.
Oh no, this is my team! Early engagement for Fourth Tribes. But let's see if they can actually win this one, even if they're already at a deficit over here. Okay, at the top of the staircase here, was able to shut down one. There goes another one. But, oh man, that was such a massive performance from this guy. He was able to take down a couple of players. They lined up in front of him, and he took that opportunity.
Yeah, that was a perfect Line right now going on a push, still a 2 versus 1 scenario with the rival coming right through, and 4 tries. Unfortunate with the start, moving directly into the same spot inside Montevideo. We've seen this in a couple of seasons ago, and we once again were treated into a great one.
I think I've cursed them. Oh no. But okay, I mean, it's still okay. Day number 1. Okay, everyone is just warming up, you know. Maybe it takes 5 matches or 6 matches before they get their bloods boiling, you know. But anyway, getting back, again, Fourth Thrives, first team to get axed from this round. We'll see them tomorrow. 15 teams. We're looking at Team Flash at the moment, and they're close to Napex. They're staying in just one area over here. I believe they are down here in Los Leones. So if they are, then they also have to deal with Telecom DG Alliance and ASI 8.
Yep. And it's just a lot of all these teams flocking all together. Netbex right now already locking the position of Zeus, so it's going to be rather tough for them to really prepare forward, but they still have Win rushing forward, so this is just going to be a quick hustle coming right through. Oh boy, it gets real rowdy for the moment, and it's just going to be a full-on flush. Pressure still massive, pin down Win! That's huge, and Domain managing to suppress them even further forward. Team Flash looking rather sloppy with the push, and now this is where it is. Netbex back into the driving seat.
That was an incredible shot, you know, coming from Napex Esports. I mean, Precious definitely on point there. He was able to provide that support. And here comes Domain now with a classic spray. And Napex Esports was able to close down the deal here, bagging 2 points. And I'm not sure if they're going to continue hunting down Bows in the process. But yeah, I mean, obviously Top is not letting go. And he continues on to chase Napex at this point, but he needs to figure out a way on how to make sure he could potentially be the one to save his team, because Napex Claw is in a very good position over here.
He is, and interesting enough on how the circumstances have unfolded so far. Team Flash, despite with only 2 members, they are still kind of holding decently, especially when they're pretty much locked inside the city with even ASI involved. Of course, Netbex will not really let them slide away, so generally this is just gonna be a little bit hard for them to actually going for those kind of wide wraparounds. Claw now we'll have the rest of them follow suit, and just like that, Team Flash really had nowhere to run in the city.
Yep. Well, that's one team out of Los Leones, I guess. Team Flash, they couldn't get the rhythm just yet. Wunti, you know, he's one of those fraggers that we always see performing, but right now we cannot feel the presence of the Team Flash. But hey, maybe the story can change tomorrow. We still got day number 2. Back to Napex Esports. It's a solid performance right from the get-go. 4 elimination points, and they continue to rack some more. They do have an advantage up against ASI 8 over here, but it's a matter of like how good these teams are when it comes to extracting information. And Huzaifa right now is pretty much exposed to Precious, but Precious obviously just waiting for that, right opportunity for him to strike. So he still has that element of surprise up against ASI 8, but it all boils down on how good the execution will be.
Yeah, it's really down to that exchange. And ASI 8, I think like what's lacking here is the confidence. I mean, the last couple of rounds we see them go like it feels a little disjointed. They're kind of holding back ever so slightly, and now maybe bringing back Huzaifa to the mix here could allow them to make some really bold calls, such as this one. Perfect sprayed out, and there's just nowhere that member of NetBX could actually wrap around. But there's still one member over the top, though.
Yeah, I mean, he was pretty patient over there, and I guess that was an advantage, for the side of ASI 8. They knew how to maybe set up a trap here up against NetBX, and Claw obviously wasn't aware that there was a person that could take him down, from that angle. And I guess NetBX will be taking note of this one. I mean, we will go through several times in this map. So it's going to be the same rotation, same drop clashes. And ASI right now, Huzaifa, the one who bagged the point here, cooking up a nade, trying to flush out Domain, but Domain was able to step back, which is actually a good one. But can't say the same, though, for Precious, because he's currently bleeding out there in the open. Yeah,
all the members of ASI now rushing up against Domain. I wonder if there's going to be any form of cover fire to perhaps hold him back at the very least, because Domain's currently being overwhelmed, but he's not being outdone just yet, but he will be. Oh, goodness gracious. I mean, that's a little bit overwhelming. ASI, they managed to recuperate. They now find themselves a couple of points ahead, finally getting things done.
Okay, ASI 8 right now getting ready for Celcom DG Alliance. We got Baby right beside this building. Went in for that spray. Fortunately, it did not connect. Kasim was all prepared for that one. He did anticipate it a bit. And now they're responding back to ASI 8 and Baby trying to recover from this situation. I mean, both of the teams are already tagging the blue. Time is already running out. Even if this is just stage 1, I mean, it's probably going to be a challenge for them to get into the play zone. I mean, like, if you don't really have that much resources and this is a drop clash happening, let's see who's going to be winning the fight. But they need to settle the score now.
Yeah, I love the approach coming from CD Alliance, because they were hearing all these gunshots and they know for a fact that usually they share these spots alongside with ASI. So they're closing right in. They just really want to either wrap up the fight, call it a night, whichever way he swings. But the thing is, they're already tanking the blue for quite some time now. So as much as it's just stage 2, it's still going to sting if they were going to eventually recover from a fight. So hopefully they settle it real quickly. So that being said, Void Donkey, T2K, BTR, and D-Savior, they're the ones with the advancements into the zone. Boom Esports to follow suit into that entry point alongside Sid Martin. So those first hits is going to be crucial, because this flight path sees a lot of teams playing on the south side.
Yeah, I feel like there will be a lot of collisions to happen, eventually over to the west and the south side, just by the sheer number of teams actually headed towards that direction. And it's going to be mostly, the same entry point. But here comes Kasim with a blow up against Baby. And Baby took that one hard. And now he is about to get sent back to the lobby over here. So that is a player loss on the side of ASI 8. Coming off the kill feed, it's Yuhai, I believe, coming from Sem9. Yeah, I think they're having an altercation against Talent Esports right now. And Axel was the one who got that number under his name. Celcom DG Alliance continues for the push here up against ASI 8. We got one of them going off angle over here, probably going in for a pinch. You gotta strategize, to try and flush out ASI 8 at this point. But I'm pretty sure, these guys, they know how to move.
Yeah, and so far, things are looking great for these members of Celcom DG Alliance. And also, another great start for the side of Talent Esports to get things activated. This is just going to be the full heal coming in from the sniping monster of CB Alliance. And of course, he is none other than the tap master himself, was Federalist, finally makes an appearance on the very final game. And now, back 2 points, and they are feeling rather confident with all these pushes up the hill. BTR now draws the exchange, but CD Lions fully commit. Down to 2 members left for the side of ASI. Pironi, Suki so much, but he doesn't seem like he's got much meds left for the meantime. Huzaifa holding on to the bottom ground. He's going to be pivotal in this exchange up against CD Alliance.
T2K and even Boom Esports having an exchange somewhere, and they're trying to blast each other off. Telecom DJ Alliance continues to, of course, have this fight up against ASI 8, but they couldn't find each other just yet. Both of the teams again tanking the blue already. Here comes the charge right now, but ASI is still doing an impressive job so far, defending themselves and this compound. But Telecom DJ Alliance slowly but steady, they're about to win the fight. 2 down already. They don't want to turn this one into casualties, and this is Kasim right now with the dance off and with the nail in the coffin. Telecom DG Alliance wins the fight.
Wow, that was long drawn out. I think that was impressive enough coming from ASI8 on how long they've been able to defend that. A typical team that just easily crumbled from this kind of pursuit. Like, he still did plenty of damage throughout that run. Alpha Gaming now in the mix of it. Up against Giante. This is a fight we don't want to miss for sure. Alpha, they're kind of spread in the 2-2 formation. The members of ASE is also out in the blue zone. So if they take too long, this might just be a full wraparound coming from the rest of ASE. And here comes Ease to also join in the parade. Zyro over the hot kill side. And this fight is going topsy-turvy. Good exchange. Damage being done towards Ease.
Everyone seems to be in a trigger-happy mood. Tribe Aero Macy, Rig, unfortunately, is facing the floor at the moment. Giante taking hits as well, coming from East. Jean making a move up against Trix. And Tribe Aero Macy getting picked off 1 by 1. That's 2 points in the bag now for Alpha Gaming and Giante. Oh man, okay. East just made sure that he won't be coming back from that one. He got buried 6 feet under.
Wow, it's just beautiful, beautiful work rate coming out of the members of APG on how they position to slowly take out Tribe Aero Macy one after another. Now it's only down to Zio to maybe meet up against Zio. I just love when we cast these tournaments and everyone's name is almost close to each other. You got Lambo, and now you got Lambo, My Vigini. And then you got literally a clone coming in from Team Secret. I don't know what to say. I mean, right now, Zio last stand, he gets a pick off. Oh, that punishes Ease just by that maneuver. And he might just be able to put more dent upon those members of APG.
Hey, you know what? Selcom DG Alliance is still around Los Leones, so that's going to be a long way. Yeah, getting to the play zone. Hopefully they have enough resources, though, to heal themselves up just in case, you know, they will be greeted by a team here. But anyway, getting back into Void Donkey, they're now up against Download Esport. Here comes Razak. Oh, man. 2v1 situation. He didn't even survive that clash. And now Talent Esports capitalizing on their location, which is absolutely the right thing to do here. Razy shutting down by APG. I believe T2K even still continues to fight, you know, up against Train to Kill.
Yeah, Alpha Gaming now finds the entirety of BTR in their crosshairs, but Doc, it's too overwhelming while he is being spotted out by Trang coming in from Vikings. I'm not even sure where Trang is currently at because he's not inside of the crosshair, and they are on the opposite side of the hill. FPK East is going to zone out BTR and APG at the same time.
Alpha Gaming. Man, taking their sweet time here. We don't even feel the pressure, you know, coming from Alpha Gaming, even if, well, down to just 2 players over here. But APG continues to try and challenge up the boards, initiate gunfights, which is absolutely still amazing, very courageous, which, of course, is doing them good at the moment. But how long are they going to be surviving this one? How long are they going to last? Now they move to another location here. Joel trying to recuperate as well. We got BTR repositioning themselves, but they could be saying hi to one member of AZ Slumber. But BTR, I feel like they want to snag a compound over here.
Well, yeah, and right now, plenty of teams are trying to challenge that real estate that Vikings is currently holding over on the top end of the hill. But it's not going to be a direct challenge, so to speak. They just really want to leverage some of the terrains around this vicinity. And just take a look at how many names across the field. Razy just barely moved, and then he just got shot just like that. BTR, impressive as it seems, I mean, they're not exactly in the clear because all these teams are just surrounding them at the moment. I just love the work rate so far when you have Coach Kent directing the orders. And so far, it's been clean plays after clean plays. Because I thought at a certain point when they were outside of the blue zone, they could just easily vanish if the Vikings just put enough pressure. But thankfully, that didn't happen.
Mm-hmm. And, for the side of Alpha Gaming, I just know that they wanted they want a part of that compound, from Vikings, but I don't think they're going to be able to pull off a ridiculous gameplay over here to try and snatch that compound. I mean, it's going to be a 4v2 situation, so it might be difficult, but not at all impossible. But we all know APG is a kind of a stacked team, so perhaps they could probably flip the script, up against Vikings. But enough is talking, because we are about to see some action happen between Alpha Gaming and Vikings. And again, Doc East already out of the game here, but Joel is not even afraid to initiate a fight.
Man, he has to. I mean, he's fighting for all that space, and MVK is not going to give them what they need. So that's where it becomes this awkward situation where they're sitting around those hillside, and it is definitely a little bit tough for them to really find cover for some time. Well, Vikings, they're feeling rather confident. I mean, take a look at Point Donkey as well. They're over the North Point. They managed to suppress one more so they can close in onto Semi with this knock. They're getting themselves ready in the wheels. And now here comes the full force of the push. Mochi now coming in with a white wrap. Satria, first one to be on the defense, holding up that grenade. I'm thinking that he needs to cook it perfectly. And yes, he does! Immediately lobs it towards Mochi. And now, Gachor, what's he gonna do? He brings out the pump beat, and he still hasn't really found it because Satria is just so good with just playing decoy around his compounds.
Yep, what you gonna do when he comes for you? Potato with a nade, completely missed his target. Now goes in for the charge. Potato took in some hit, and now both of them already down on the ground here. Gakor is the last hope, and he was able to pull that off. Now Point Donkey remains to stay alive, and they have a chance to score that chicken dinner. We are already at stage 5, I assume. So, again, that was an impressive, back and forth exchange coming from those teams.
Yeah, and Sem9 almost had it in return as well, because he's been playing so well. It's just that down to the final finishing touches, I was really taken aback and was surprised that that one individual has been able to put so much damage onto these Void Donkey members. Luckily, he did not connect that final shot. Else, it could have been a big disaster for Void Donkey's push, because, yeah, ideally with the 3v1, you kind of got all these kind of situations under control. But now, speaking of getting things under control, there's still Ikens on the other corner. The rest of T2K from the North Point, they still have some areas that is covered by the zone. So Talon there, they're looking to push through. Look at who's there. Zyodi is over on the other end. And I don't think Talon fully notices because they were occupied with some presence coming in from the side of T2K. Keep in mind, BTR also on the hillside, and now they draw a little bit of pressure. Nade's now falling right through. I'm not sure if this is going to connect, but if it does, this is going to be huge.
This is going to be hard for Tribe. I mean, we're looking at their last surviving member, and he's been throwing a lot of nades up against Talon Esports, so his location already compromised. But then again, they also have to be careful about the fact that BTR is doing a massive gatekeeping situation for both of the teams here. So Talon Esports, they have to put down Zio in this process. Otherwise, it's going to be hard for them to even step inside the zone here. I mean, BTR is kind of strict. They're really preventing them to step inside the zone. So Talon Esports, it would take a massive maneuver, I guess, to overthrow BTR at this point.
Yeah, it's rather interesting, also I want to touch a little bit on both Talon and both BTR. Both coaches are playing. LaFlame, aka LaFire, is also in the mix as well. And so far, with his presence in this match, everything's looking very clean. But Ken got to best him out of that skirmish. So one more point added to the tally for BTR. That makes it 5. Blue Esports now over on the lookout. Trying to challenge TTK on the top.
And BTR is at it again, you know, they're coming after another a chicken over here. But Alpha Gaming still amazingly continues to survive a lot of fights here. And now we got Rifus. He does have his eye set on Boboy over here, coming from Celcom Digi Alliance. And John's been popping out of those nades here and was able to seal the deal. Alpha Gaming, 5 points now in their pockets, and they remain to be at stage 5. But we're about to close this zone soon. Celcom Digi Alliance unfortunately did not survive as well, with only 3 points in the bag here. And BTR ready for their defense because Talon Esports already on the move.
New Kings versus the old Kings. Talon Esports looking to sink their claws onto the aliens. And we got to see if there is just about enough vitality in their bars. And we'll just have to see whether if BTR pulls off that perfect gatekeep once again. Even if they turn to AZ, it's going to be a tough retaliation at the very same time. So Talon, they got to fight their way out.
Okay, T2K, obviously, the thing that I see here is that they're trying to go for that zone control, but Void right now just unleashed hell, you know, up against D-Save or Talon. Oh, okay, so they have been getting a lot of nades as well, coming from BTR. Bumblebee, as well as Federales over here, is pretty low in HP, so they need to back away from the situation, at least for now. BT are obviously buying some time here in Talon. They are very cautious. You know, they're not really getting closer and closer to the fire here. They're trying to get some distance and maybe even getting to another angle here.
I felt like that was an angle that they could actually just plow right through, but they were being very respectful. And take a look at Axel. He's looking for a flank. Razy also trying to cover the flank by himself. Federales first line of defense. How much damage can he do? Axel now swings right in. Razy to rejoin the group as well. But it's going to be Yoru, the first one to get knocked. So this is call time for PTR to go in for the full push.
Hey, there's no stopping Federales at the moment. He now pulls his DBS, coming after Axel here. It's a dance-off you don't want to miss. Federales again, getting one. We got Talon Esports getting bombarded with a lot of shots from Bigatron by Vitality. Federales again with another move. And Talon right now just got eliminated by Bigatron by Vitality. 9 points in the bag now.
The movement coming in from Federales, just breaking ankles from the side of Talon Esports, and that was almost super clean. I mean, there's only one casualty in the form of Racing. They can still pull themselves forward, and that passage now cleared up, denying Talon that entry, and they only succumb to 7th spot. APG is still in the mix. Refus now secures his third elimination. T2K holding down the rest of Boom Esports, and Boom, they're in a messy situation with APG also on the opposite side still. I don't like where they're at, but Boom Esports, if they can hold down the line, and maybe these two might take each other out. T2K, they're just waiting for that opportunity. Those names are being sent right down below as well, so there's just no room for Boom Esports to realistically play this one out.
AZ Slumber is probably thinking the same thing. You know, they're not getting into any engagements. They're just holding on to a spot there right at the edge of the circle. And T2K might be picking up, you know, this information. And Ajay as well as Mimi is trying to get close to where AZ Slumber at the moment. But Boom Esports right now is doing their best, you know, giving everything they got to survive here. But he's getting tagged at the moment by another team, which is this is a long, wide shot now. I think that's coming from T2K.
Yeah, and T2K so far has been holding those angles perfectly fine. They still have a lot of all these zones that they could play because they are close to the center at the moment. And take a look at the other angle. AZ, they've been holding firm for the longest time, and there might just be a full-on collapse between them as well as T2K. That's something that is refreshing to see. Man. I want to see what the firepower is like for AZ, because right now, it's only these two teams that we mentioned that gains that control of the zone.
Yep, high performing, you know, for the side of AZ. And again, they're about to step into perhaps, you know, the final 5 teams once again. And they're closer to T2K. Both of the teams here not leaving the northern side. Ajaya, however, took a massive shot come from AZ. And this could be, you know, the cue for AZ to start a fight up against Train to Kill.
Yeah, T2K now in the pinch. They were actually looking to aggress up against the rest of these members of APG, and just because of that shot that connected. Now it is rather tough to even go in for the save because they're kind of isolated from one another, despite having that dip for them to really hold the defensive position.
Oh, man.
And there you go, another one coming in from Zontal. Oh, that was huge. And now we might even see the deletion of T2K.
Oh, this might be super tricky, super risky onto the side of AZ Slumbers. I mean, obviously they're managing two teams here and two giants, mind you. I mean, T2K and even BTR. But Bumblebee, I don't think there's still time, for BTR to pick up their teammates. So that's really gotta hurt. Vikings, however, oh man, they're already making a move here, getting close to BTR. I guess this is already the right timing for them to retaliate up against BTR. We got T2K Esports making it rain hell, up against Alpha Gaming.
Vikings just crashed onto BTR, and they still manage to hold away down there. 10 is just popping off. 10 elimination points just before they bow out. So top 5 finish, respectable one for the side of BTR. The fight continues on. Now, Vikings is there to challenge AZ. So T2K can now focus on APG.
Oh man. T2K now dictating the pace. Again, AZ suffering a little bit of damage there, but Vikings not being too aggressive just yet. They're not pushing forward. T2K, however, it's a different story. Ajaya right now pulls out his DBS and took down Jal.
Oh, that was a close call right there. And now 8 points in for APG as they've several scores won 4th position. But here comes the rest of Vikings. They've held the ground for the longest time, and they got stocks for days, dropping it like it's hot, and just like that, depletes majority of these members of AZ. Only one active member, and it's all down to Gachikuta. Hiding his out of smoke, and he quickly gets spotted out. Right down below is that final member being depleted by T2K. Now it's between T2K as well as Vikings. T2K barely looking at wounds, and that turnover didn't exactly have all too much of an impact. And VKE, what's the next big play? They know that T2K is on the opposite end, so they can choose to wrap around once again, go for that reset, and then reconvene, because right directly in the center, there's too much open play spaces for them to play.
Yes, T2K stepping on the gas now, and this is the T2K that we all know. Yeah, number advantage obviously goes to T2K over here, but if Vikings can maybe shut down at least one player from T2K, that could even out the fight. But as of the moment, we can hear gunshots, but we are not seeing any of these teams actually step into the middle. Just like what you said, Contra, it's an open space.
This will get a little bit more awkward when it comes down to the circle shrinking into the direct center, because right now T2K is having pretty much a firm control of the north and a little bit more on the center as well. I'm thinking that MVKE, they gave too much room for them to play around with. Yeah. And perhaps they're just waiting for T2K to overstep, which is why they're just hiding themselves at the moment. There's still a couple of stocks of smokes left for the side of MVKE. I gotta check for the rest of for T2K, because look at smokes, they actually have maybe one surplus. So I guess it's down to smoking out the middle and just let it play out on a full-on warfare between the two.
Well, we are at stage 9. Eventually, the whole thing is going to close up. Vikings right now, 1-2 getting shut down. Oh no, this is not looking too good for the side of Vikings over here. Duo, Tins, Superman. We don't exactly know what they're going to do in the moment. I mean, everyone is totally just gunning down on their enemies, but Vikings not looking so good. Ajaya cooking up a nade here. Superman has nowhere else to go.
Yeah, it's just a big play that needs to be achieved by the members of MVKE. Superman, he's just using this truck for cover right now, but he's being spotted out by the flame. Ajaya once again popping off. And just like that, T2K finally secures themselves the chicken dinner to end the night in a hot streak.
Someone chose T2K, right? Was it production again?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh! All right. Something is definitely happening here. Conspiracy theories. No, just kidding. But yeah, T2K, a much deserving win over here. And we did talk about them just a while ago before we began the matches. And T2K, I still say that it's a hot and cold situation, for a train to kill. But we're looking for consistency, and this might be, the start of something aggressive, for the side of T2K. Jaya bagging in 4, Ignis with 1, Mimi with 1, Master Zerdy over here. Everyone did their job. Everyone's pulling their own weight, which is absolutely great when it comes to Battle Royale. And T2K, man, they scored the final chicken over here.
Yeah, and it was so tough for them to even play around that space up north. You saw there was that pressure coming from AZ. There was APG hot on their tails, and they did not succumb to that pressure, which was rather impressive. When we take a look at the rest of the field, I mean, they just knew very well which target to isolate first and foremost. And that really pays off dividendly because they didn't really have to care too much about AZ. They just have to give them some warning shots. And the rest of the field, you saw MBKE crash upon BTR. BTR was actually giving a little bit more of that pressure to AZ at the same time. And it played out perfectly to what they planned out. T2K, they just had so much a great understanding of how to really take control of this Miramar round.
If this is going to be the same pace for tomorrow, you better not miss out on anything, ladies and gents. I mean, it's going to be brutal, that is for sure. T2K, BDR, Bigatron by Vitality. We got Vikings Esports as well, Alpha Gaming. These are the teams that, they do pretty well when it comes to Miramar. I mean, just by looking at the stats over here, it only goes to show just how cruel they can be, inside the matches.
That's right. And we take a look at the rest of the party as well. I mean, BTR is absolutely on the rise today. And on top of that, Vikings definitely have a lot of interesting spree, a great run inside the Wrangle. And I think that they are trying something a little bit more defensively played out in order to achieve such a result, while APG still having some consistent results, as we can see neck and neck on the form of damage as well as output of eliminations from both of these gentlemen. Federalis so far still one of the top guns throughout the match.
And Federalis over here continues to make a name for himself, I mean, being compared to Joel of Alpha Gaming right now is just really on a next level. A team contribution, well, I guess this is fair numbers for both of the players here. And with the kind of performance, these two players showed us, and even the teams, I feel like it's going to be a grand time, for day number 2 of the playoffs. And even if this is just the playoffs, everyone's so eager, to put up a show, which is actually doing us great. And again, T2K, BTR, Vikings, APG, these are your top notchers when it comes to Miramar.
Yep, so far they've been absolutely astounding when it comes down to, their duels in long range as well as mid range. And overall, I mean, they just knew exactly the game plan. BTR played a lot of gatekeeping role for this evening, pulling inside of Miramar, and that worked out perfectly. But the overall MVP for that match alone was definitely Ajaya, where he's been able to really plant himself on that flank angle to further capitalize on knocking down Wunti and then just stole the show from there on outward. So impressive stuff. We want to see more of this for tomorrow coming in from Ajaya.
Yep, he's definitely repping up T2K. So I guess everyone's still high on that PMNC. And I did say this, I was looking for the prowess of T2K. And, this is such a privilege to witness that T2K somehow showed us a little bit of a teaser when it comes to their aggression in the battlefield. As for the top performers, we got Federalis here being at the top spot, followed by Ajaya. We got Joel coming from APG and Rifus as well. So I guess these are the usual suspects you see when it comes to the top performers.
I would pretty much say the same myself as well. So I believe in Miramar matches, they will stick to pretty much the same modus operandi while we
take a close look into all the results coming in from that past round. TTK undeniably the best team over on to that course. He backs himself that chicken dinner alongside with 8 elimination points. Despite BTR having more eliminations, they were actually trolling very closely behind with those 13 total points being scored. A tie between Alpha Gaming as well as MGN Viking Esports is definitely huge news for Vikings to recover. But Alpha Gaming is just stacking up a very consistent run throughout all the matches for today.
Not gonna lie, I thought, D Savior is gonna go full throttle on this one. And even, for the side of, what was that team? That's not Epic Song. Even Tribe Aeromacy, I can say. But T2K, okay, longest elimination distance. They continue to get more titles, for this round. 212 throwers used for this match. And we did expect this number to go high. So that's exactly what we're seeing at the moment.
That's right. And look at the rest of the results. I think, overall, it's super satisfying to watch some of these rounds of Miramar go by. I mean, the amount of throwables used is just a whole lot compared to Erangel. And then you also get to see a lot of all these long-range headshots, which was absolutely incredible. And Mimi was a beast of a marksman overall. Despite, 220 isn't exactly the biggest number when it comes down to Miramar, but he does the job splendidly well. So that's it. I believe it all comes down to a close here for day one. So tomorrow we'll be offering you guys a whole lot more action because we still got a whole lot more. And don't forget, we still got the overall results to be displayed on our screen. So before we close out the night. So let's also take a look at that real quick.
I am hella satisfied, with all of the action that I've witnessed for today. Again, the only expectation that I had, for this tournament, at least coming in for day number one, was for the teams to be a little passive, right? But it's a different story. Like I said, I'm happy that teams are pretty much in the mood, to really put up a great show. And the fans definitely pretty happy down there in the comment section. I can see a lot of supporters for Horror Esports, T2K, even Pakistan teams, ASI 8 and 4 Thrives. And that is what we want to see, every time we play out a big community tournament over here. But we're not going to end the day, of course, without telling you guys just who took the overall MVP, and that would be none other than RUTHLESS himself, coming from Alpha Gaming, 6 elimination points with 2,127 damage output.
I think the reason why he's up here on the overall MVP is his insane amount of damage. But unluckily enough, he only secured 6 elimination points throughout the entire run. So we hope to actually see him actually converting some of these numbers because APG so far, they are working at a very incredible rate altogether as a team. And that's what we do expect coming in from some of the finalists in the world. So we'll keep our eyes out for APG for tomorrow to see if RUTHLESS can continue on for this spree.
Absolutely right. But these are the guys now holding the spot to the road to MVP. RUTHLESS, Jaw, we got Doc, 3 players for Alpha Gaming. We got Doc as well, representing Team Secret, which is an absolute doppelganger of Doc's APG. Vampire Esports, Red Bull still made it to the cut here with 1.5 average eliminations and 433 average damage output.
Yep, well, it's just super impressive coming from majority of these players. APG, surely they were unlucky with certain scenarios of securing chicken dinners, but hey, consistency is the key so far, and they have been the most consistent on their output overall. So this is just a great sign to kick things off here in day one. So we'll keep our eyes out on the rest of the field. I mean, we've seen impressive stuff coming from Giante as well. Haidami has been the one that has gotten the most elimination for today, converting a total of 10 eliminations. Following very closely is Optimus with 9 points, 8 for all 3 of these members, Zyle, Doc, as well as Team Secret Doc L.
I mean, this is probably the first time that I've seen, Haidami really have an explosive gameplay over here. 10 points in the bag and being the top one when it comes to the overall fraggers. I would love to see more of this version of Haidami. Optimus from BTR, Jal, Doc, I mean, again, these are the usual suspects, and I do wonder if they're going to continue delivering, this kind of energy back into the field tomorrow. Just like what I said yesterday, every time I see someone like a top performer, a top eliminator, I think, I'm surrounded by a lot of kaijus, inside the inside PUBG.
Kaiju number 10, 11, I don't know what the number is, but these guys are performing out of this world, especially BTR today, who's been exceptional on a lot of all these top 2 finishes and plenty of frags to also back along the way. So they are currently sitting at the top with 48 points. Following closely is APG on second place. Or Esports gets pushed down ever so slightly. That's because Team Secret has been able to secure that 36 points. Now, look at the rest of the field as well. AZ, their debut performance and achieving top 9 is something super respectable as they hail from the qualifiers of Malaysia.
And, probably this is a little bit unexpected, for the side of AZ Slumber, since just like what you mentioned, it's a debut, and everyone is probably surprised at just like how aggressive AZ can be, for day number 1. So it's going to be interesting if other teams will step on the gas as well. But yeah, I mean, we just have to give recognition to this kind of performance coming from Malaysia's AZ Slumber. And for the teams that are like being pushed further down the rank, again, it's not how you started, it's how you ended. Perhaps it's too early for those teams to make an extraordinary gameplay to catapult themselves at the top of the ranks here. After all, it's top 16 that will proceed to the grand finals.
That's right. I believe there's still plenty of chances for these teams to really rack up majority of the points, because we're looking at top 18, right? And currently the threshold is being held by the Savior. It only takes maybe one good game for anybody to really beat that number realistically. So it is still undefined just yet. So tomorrow is where the story will continue on. So I believe with so many games to play out, it just could be anyone there to make it to the grand finals.
And I do wonder if something's going to change, for the side of ASI 8. I mean, only 7 points, so they're clearly at the bottom at the moment. Even Alter Ego Eras and even Sem9, 3 teams still with a single-digit number in the overall rankings. But again, this is just day 1, and if teams like this are really stepping up for this day, that's going to be a fiery playoffs that we're going to have, for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 12.
That's what we want to see overall. So make sure you guys hit that sub button right now, and we'll be back here same time, same place for even more epic PUBG Mobile action here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. Thank you so much for joining us for tonight. And of course, thank you, Red Queen. It's always a pleasure to cast with you. Then make sure you follow us, of course, on our social media platform. For now, of course, have a good rest, and we'll see you soon.
Step into the ring.